Chapter 355. Damn it, it's impossible. After seeing the thunder pillar, Sengoku couldn't help but lose his words. Although there are only a few who can unleash lightning strikes in the sea, Sengoku can be sure that this thunder column is not the attack of those he knows. As Martial Marine, he had heard of such lightning attacks. Marine's Devil Fruit illustrated book is much more complete and detailed than the ones circulated on the sea. Thunder Fruit, how could it appear here by coincidence? The Thunder Fruit, which has not appeared for an unknown time, has never been seen even with Sengoku's age and experience. Although I haven't seen it, Sengoku can be sure that it is the ability that Thunder Fruit unleashes. No, maybe the other party didn't appear here. Thunder Fruit can greatly increase the effect of observation haki, which is recorded in Marine's Devil Fruit Pokédex. And with the boosted observation haki, Thunder Fruit's ability can completely attack from a long distance. However, no matter where the Thunder Fruit person is, his 14th attack target is Doflamingo. In other words, this Thunder Fruit person is an enemy rather than a friend to Marine. Thinking of this, Sengoku frowned even more. Thunder Fruit, even in Logia Devil Fruit, is one of the invincible abilities. And is such an invincible fruit actually appearing in the pirate camp? Also, why did he attack Doflamingo? Damn Doflamingo, the old man must kill him. Just when Sengoku was still thinking about the intention of attacking Doflamingo with the Thunder Fruit ability, Garp's angry voice suddenly reached Sengoku's ears. Sengoku looked sideways and found that Garp had stood up at some point, looking at Doflamingo in the huge pit with a look of anger. Garp! Sengoku let out a loud shout, and went up to hold Garp, who seemed to want to kill Doflamingo at any moment. Then, Sengoku seemed to have thought of something, looked stunned, and then suddenly looked at Luffy, who had just been attacked by Kizaru's laser. Although Sengoku doesn't see the specifics, the mind as Marine the resourceful general is there. Connecting what just happened to what Garp looks like now, Sengoku suddenly understood the key. Doflamingo sneaks up on Luffy who is fighting Kizaru. That Thunder Fruit capable person sensed Doflamingo's behavior and attacked Doflamingo. And that's why Garp is so angry about killing Doflamingo. The cause and effect of the incident were conjectured, but the result made it even more difficult for Sengoku to accept. In other words, is that Thunder Fruit capable person from Straw Hat Luffy? Damn, when did he get Thunder Fruit and Marine didn't get any information? Moreover, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are basically recorded, even those who do not have a reward, Marine has a record. However, there was no such person in the information that showed Thunder Fruit's abilities. Could it be that the Straw Hat Pirates still have their fighting power exposed? If this is the case, then in this war, if the Straw Hat Boy cannot be killed here, I am afraid that there will soon be another Sea Emperor on the sea. This is not the result Sengoku wants to see. Once the Straw Hat Boy really becomes the new Pirate Emperor, the balance of the sea may be broken. No, not maybe, but definitely will. While Sengoku was still analyzing the impact of this incident, the situation in the field seemed to have changed. Doflamingo? Looks like you're doomed to be killed by me. The smoke from the explosion dissipated, and Luffy's figure reappeared in everyone's eyes. Although he was directly hit in the chest by Kizaru's laser, Luffy at this time did not suffer any damage except that the red waistcoat had a hole in his chest. After sensing Doflamingo's harassment, Luffy also senses Kizaru's attack. At that moment, Luffy rallied armament haki to defend where he was about to be attacked. Obviously, Luffy's armament haki is much better than Doflamingo. The current Doflamingo, after being attacked by Mary, was already black and smoking. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that the damage he received was not light. On the other hand, Luffy was also directly attacked by Kizaru, but at this time Luffy had nothing at all except his clothes. Don't look at the large diameter of the thunder column released by Mary, and the laser of Kizaru's seems to be very thin. But really, compared to its power, Kizaru's lasers should be more condensed and more penetrating. After being directly attacked by the old man, you are still like nothing. You are really scary, Straw Hat Luffy. Kizaru, who succeeded in one hit, did not pursue the victory, because in his perception, the Luffy aura at this time did not weaken. Even if I make a move at this time, the result will only be the same as before. But it's really thanks to Doflamingo, otherwise the old man would have nothing to do with you. In the end, Kizaru did not forget to pull a wave of hatred for Doflamingo. No matter what, Doflamingo is also a pirate, although he is helping Marine against the Whitebeard pirates. But at the same time, his attitude of manipulating Marine to fend off attacks from time to time can be seen in Kizaru's eyes as well. Hey, Straw Hat, are you all right? Don't fall down here. At this time, Whitebeard, who also stopped temporarily with Akainu, shouted towards Luffy. Not only is it because of Luffy, the Whitebeard pirates will be more dangerous. Likewise, for a leader in a new era like Luffy, he doesn't want Luffy to die here. Hey? Whitebeard, are you underestimating me? That kind of trash who only dares to sneak attack in the back is not qualified to hurt me. Luffy looked back at Whitebeard, and there seemed to be some dissatisfaction in his tone. It's you don't seem to be very good, how about you, do you want me to be distracted and help you? That's all Luffy said. If he really wanted to help Whitebeard at this time, Kizaru would definitely seize the opportunity to do it for himself. At that time, for the time being, Akainu ignored Whitebeard's attack and attacked himself, so Luffy would be really dangerous. Gu la la la, who do you think Lao Zi is? Lao Zi is Whitebeard. Since it's all right, don't worry about it anymore, he's still a kid after all. Chapter 356 Exposed Doflamingo. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Although Akainu suffered a small loss due to his old age, Akainu was also having a hard time. Straw Hat Boy. No one would have thought that the Straw Hat Boy didn't come alone. And the person who felt the most incredible was Sengoku standing on the execution platform. Now that you've got your hands on me, get ready to accept my return, Doflamingo. Dressrosa, I'll be there soon. Zhao does, regardless of whether the news can be released or not, since I heard the news, I must report it to my boss. Doflamingo looked at the direction the shock wave was coming from, and shouted word by word. Dare to say. This time, Doflamingo couldn't hold back, the blue veins near his temple jumped violently, he stretched out his hand, and the invisible silk thread swept away towards Boya Hancock. It is not something that can be easily perfunctory to allow pirates to enter the world government allied countries. These damn pirates really don't have a good thing. However, Luo did not intend to stand by and watch Rosinante's revenge, he wanted to personally avenge it. Ah? What, you want to do something to your concubine? However, Sengoku has no time to pay attention to Doflamingo now, and he still has time to make some arrangements. Doflamingo, you really are a heinous bastard. If this matter hadn't been broadcast live, Marine might have been able to do something about it. How did this guy know about Dressrosa? If this matter is not handled properly, it will seriously affect the reputation of the world government and Marine. Although Luffy didn't say anything specific, anyone who thought about it could understand what was going on. However, was that Thunderbolt just now? Was that kid from the Straw Hat? Doflamingo noticed Sengoku's expression, and it was impossible to restore it now. It's really a man of no quality, to actually do such a small gesture behind his back, but the concubine just made a mistake. Your observation Haki is really good, and you have escaped that lightning attack. Damn Doflamingo, damn Blackbeard. Some things can be understood with a little thought. In the plaza of the Sabayati archipelago, some of the audience who heard Luffy and Doflamingo's conversation through the screen didn't know what was going on. Dropped from the sky? That is, they also have demon fruit power that can fly? The shock wave was not able to penetrate the silk shields that Doflamingo made. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly, and if he continued to entangle him, Sengoku would probably order the execution. The Alabasta incident is still fresh in my mind, and now it has happened again. After confirming that Luffy was alright, Whitebeard's eyes returned to Akainu. However, the person who the Straw Hat said to save Ace should not be the Thunder Fruit person, but someone else, right? Later, Luo glanced at Luffy, who was confronting Doflamingo again, touched his chin, and thought to himself. Don't look at me like that, I'm afraid I can't help but kill you now. Now, Doflamingo has come to understand, the other party is definitely the Straw Hat guy. Others in the team may not have thought of this for the first time, but for them, they have lived for a long time and are standing at the top of the world. Luffy interrupted Doflamingo directly, and what he said made Doflamingo's pupils shrink. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that when he was just plotting against the Straw Hat Boy, the attack fell on his head? This time, Luffy didn't use much power, just to attract Doflamingo's attention. This is another big news. Jumping out of the deep hole that was blasted open, Doflamingo's eyes hidden under his sunglasses were full of shadows. Brother Doflaming, he actually got his hands on the countries that joined the world government? This is no trivial matter. So are the bastards of the 5 elders, who came up with the policy of 7 warlords of the sea, and really got kicked in the head by a donkey. At this moment, even Sengoku couldn't calm down. Dressrosa, isn't that a member of the world government? What does it have to do with that pirate Doflamingo? However, a shock wave came first, heading directly towards Doflamingo's face. Although Luffy's voice was not loud, it was enough for Marine and the pirates who were present to hear it clearly. Since the matter could no longer be concealed, Doflamingo simply did not explain, but spoke viciously to Luffy. However, Luffy didn't care at all, and the reason for doing so was just to warn. This matter, I am afraid, has been hidden. Hey, then see if you can survive this war, Bear, Bonnie. If you can't get rid of this magma kid quickly, then the people like yourself will be very passive. Otherwise, it would not be suddenly exposed at such a time. He wanted to see Doflamingo die, even if it didn't help. Sensing the arrival of the attack, Doflamingo had to withdraw the action he had already attacked, and instead condensed a cobweb-shaped shield made of silk threads in front of him. Doflamingo's temper was not very good, and after hearing Luffy's words, his tone became even more unkind. However, those reporters are still quite flexible in their brains, and many people have already called the phone bug of their own company again. However, looking at the strength of the Straw Hat, maybe he can kill Doflamingo without him? Boya Hancock's slightly mocking tone rang in Doflamingo's ears again. Trafalgar Luo, who knew Doflamingo quite well, looked at Doflamingo, who was still scorched black, and his eyes couldn't help showing a hint of pleasure and coldness. Hey? I seem to have heard something incredible. However, it also managed to draw Doflamingo's attention in the past. As for the follow-up situation, that is the matter of their own boss. The attack just now was naturally sent by Luffy, and Kizaru didn't seem to have any intention of stopping Luffy, acquiesced to Luffy's actions and did not take the opportunity to attack Luffy. Facing Doflamingo's attack, Boya Hancock did not panic at all, the slender thighs hidden under the cheongsam were about to rise. What a lucky heaven-defying kid to actually get Thunder Fruit. But now, because of the Blackbeard gang, there is still a communication device running. And, thinking about it now, how did the Straw Hat come to the battlefield? In this case, perhaps after the war is over, I can contact the head of the Straw Hat. Damn, it's actually Thunder Fruit's ability. 35. Chapter 357 Logia Thunder Fruit. Hey, isn't it the time to care about that? Don't you care about that thunder pillar that suddenly fell down? For most pirates, instead of caring about the so-called world government member countries, it is better to care about how the thunder pillar attack came about. Whether it's Doflamingo or Dressrosa, it's not something that these little pirates need to care about. However, there is a good thing to see. Listening to what the Straw Hat Boy just said, it was Doflamingo who just attacked him, causing the Straw Hat Boy to be hit by Kizaru. And that Thunder Pillar attack was also because Doflamingo attacked the Straw Hat Boy. In other words, the person who released the Thunder Pillar was the one from the Straw Hat Boy. When this war is over, as long as the Straw Hat Boy doesn't die here, then according to his tone, he will definitely find Doflamingo. And with the strength that the Straw Hats are showing now, Doflamingo may not be his opponent. I just don't know if Doflamingo is secretly playing some tricks. After all, there are not a few people who know the name of Joker, the intermediary of the Dark World. This level of lightning attack, what is Devil Fruit's ability? Not everyone knows that there is a Devil Fruit like Thunder Fruit. After all, if people who go out to sea and become pirates have not reached a certain level of 710 steps, how can they have the chance to see the Devil Fruit illustration book? Is this the legendary Thunder Fruit? However, there are still people who know about this Devil Fruit, but the person who said the name of Thunder Fruit is not quite sure if it is. After all, how long has Thunder Fruit not appeared in the sea? Even if you know that there is such a Devil Fruit, you don't know what its specific abilities are. Thunder Fruit? 35. Even if you don't know the specifics of Thunder Fruit, just by hearing the name, you can know that it must be related to thunder and lightning, but it just fits the Thunder Column attack just now. I once heard a senior say that Thunder Fruit, even among all Logia Devil Fruits, is one of the invincible abilities. 39. Some pirates explained what kind of fruit Thunder Fruit is. Many pirates took a deep breath. No matter how amazing the power of Thunder Fruit is, Logia alone is enough to envy these pirates. What's more, Thunder Fruit is one of the best in Logia. This has made them even more jealous. The guy in the straw hat is too lucky to be able to find Thunder Fruit. At this moment, they all have an idea, that is, they hope that the Thunder Fruit ability will appear on the battlefield. It is best to be killed by Marine's Hija, in this way, they may have a chance to get the invincible fruit. Thunder Fruit? Was it the breath that was perceived at that time? Looking at the deep pit displayed on the screen, Rayleigh couldn't help but think of a special aura he had sensed when he got off Mary's Tank 1. It was something Rayleigh didn't sense when he was in Thousand Sunny. In other words, the Straw Hat Pirates have a hidden existence other than those on the bright side. However, in this way, it was slightly different from his previous guess. Rayleigh originally thought that the hidden existence was relying on Devil Fruit's ability to let himself not perceive it when he was on Thousand Sunny. But now, it doesn't seem like that. What a fun bunch! Yahaha! There are still such terrifying companions hiding in the dark. Your Straw Hat Pirates are already a terrifying force? The thing about Dressrosa, the headache was Sengoku. After Kizaru muttered a word, he turned his attention to the god pit that the Thunder Pillar blasted out. That's why Kizaru didn't shoot when Luffy shot Doflamingo. However, even after keeping an eye on Luffy, Kizaru didn't plan to shoot at that time. It's a good thing for Marine to let Bia and Doflamingo bite the dog. Although they are in the same faction, not many people in Marine have a favorable impression of those 7 warlords of the sea. For Doflamingo, Luffy didn't pay much attention to it, just like his Joker code name. For Luffy, Doflamingo was just a clown who bullied the soft and feared the hard. Maybe it's really unusual to develop Devil Fruit to the level of awakening, but that's what his strength is. Perhaps Devil Fruit's ability can indeed enhance human strength to a great extent. But the stronger he became, the more Luffy felt that Haki might be the power that could truly dominate this sea. And Doflamingo, maybe Haki can really use it proficiently, but the quality of his Haki is not so good. Ignoring Doflamingo's blackened face, Luffy turned his gaze back to Kizaru. These Marine Admiral, regardless of the battle, seem to use Devil Fruit's ability to fight. But that's just the reason for the properties of the Logia Devil Fruit. Didn't you see how skilled they were using each observation Haki? All kinds of advanced elementalization to avoid attacks. There is no extraordinary observation Haki, you can't do it. As for armament Haki, it can only be said that it is contrary to the characteristics of Logia's flow, so their attack methods are all using Devil Fruit's ability. But to say they captured Grandmaster Armament Haki, Luffy couldn't believe it. I remember during Summit War in the original book, but there was a scene where 3 Admiral used Armament Haki to counteract Whitebeard's vibrational power. I got a laser from you, and then I'm going to get revenge. Luffy's eyes were calm, even though he was hit by a laser from Kizaru, but for Luffy, it was no big deal. However, there was a shot in the chest, and Luffy didn't intend to expose it. It's really scary. Facing Luffy's threatening words, Kizaru just chanted a mantra and didn't say much. What a handsome man, it made my concubine a little moved. Under the execution stand, Boya Hancock held his slightly flushed cheeks in both hands. Although Luffy's attack just now might not be to help him, Boa Hancock still felt that Luffy shot for himself. Not only did he dare to take action against celestial dragons, but now he also helped himself against Doflamingo. Boya Hancock felt that this might be Luffy's love for him. So, do you want to agree? By the way, doesn't he want 9 Snake Island? It's better to use 9 Snake Island as a dowry. Chapter 358 Silence. Can't wait any longer. Sengoku also looked at the deep hole that had just been blown out under the execution platform. If that Thunder Fruit person continues to attack, it will be very disadvantageous to Marine. The point is that Marine has no way of finding that person's location, even if he wants to do something. Garp, do you want to continue sitting here? Sengoku is about to execute Ace, he can't, and then Garp stays here. Otherwise, the pressure would be too great for the 2 soldiers who were executed. The conversation just now, Sengoku and Garp did not hide the soldiers on the execution platform, so even if they didn't know it before, they now know Asuka's righteous grandson. In this case, if Garp continues to sit here, they may not dare to attack directly. 66-99. Garp was silent for a while, glanced at Ace who had been watching Luffy and Whitebeard in the battlefield, and stood up. Without saying anything, he just jumped up and went back to where he was before. There, Marine General Staff Crane was still standing there. Looking at Garp, who said nothing, Tsuru didn't say anything. At this time, any words are pale. Marine and pirates are destined to coexist peacefully. At this time, Sengoku also left the execution platform and jumped to a higher place, ready to announce the execution of Ace. Damn, Marine is actually preparing to execute Ace early. 39. Sengoku's actions undoubtedly reminded all the pirates present that Marine was finally going to attack Ace. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help but clenched their weapons tightly and began to fight hard against their opponents. Having sacrificed so much, if Ace can't be rescued, then the Whitebeard Pirates will really become a joke. Prepare for execution. 99. Sengoku's words spread throughout the plaza through the phone bug, and to everyone watching the live broadcast in front of the screen. The 2 executioners finally breathed a sigh of relief after Garp left, and after hearing Sengoku's order, they adjusted their postures. The execution sword in his hand was erected in front of him, waiting for Sengoku's final execution order. At this time, Ace glanced at the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates who were constantly fighting on the battlefield, and finally set his eyes on Whitebeard and Luffy. He didn't say anything. His dirty face was surprisingly calm at this time. Finally, as if accepting his fate, Ace slowly lowered his head, ready to meet the last moment of his life. Hey, Straw Hat! Seeing that Ace was about to be executed, Marco still hadn't seen the person who Luffy said could save Ace. Marco finally couldn't help shouting at Luffy. Is Luffy lying to himself and Whitebeard? Luffy glanced at the anxious Marco and said nothing. Although Whitebeard didn't question Luffy like Marco, it could be seen from his attack that became more violent, and his heart was already anxious at this time. However, Whitebeard himself knew his own situation. His aged body, being able to stand still with Akainu at this time, was almost at the limit. If the person the Straw Hat said didn't show up, Whitebeard had already decided to do his best. At this time, Sabo, who had been hiding in the dark for a while, couldn't help but get anxious. Seeing that Sengoku was about to give an order, Sabo still couldn't find a chance, so he had no choice but to force his way. Execution 99. Sengoku's voice reached everyone's ears, and at this moment, everyone on the field couldn't help but stop what they were doing. There was a hint of relief on the Marines' faces that it was finally coming to an end. The pirates, on the other hand, showed some despair. After trying for so long, is it still a failure? Although it was blown up by lightning, Doflamingo, who was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, couldn't help but laugh wildly on his face. The audience in front of the screen also swallowed their saliva at this time, nervously looking at the execution blade that had already pointed at Ace's heart. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world Kabuto gathered here. Just when Sabo couldn't help but want to expose himself to save Ace, a domineering aura swept the audience. An invisible gale swept across the cheeks of everyone on the battlefield. Click click. At this moment, the wooden execution platform was broken inch by inch. On the execution platform, the two soldiers holding the execution blade high suddenly froze at this moment, and then their eyes turned white. 4 flowers 0. The execution blade in his hand fell, and his body slowly fell backwards. At the same time, there were figures falling on the battlefield, whether it was a pirate or a marine. Even if these marine pirates are the elites of their respective camps, at this moment, they cannot resist the invasion of that momentum. The clouds in the sky seemed to be blown away by this momentum at this moment, forming a Uzumaki-like appearance. Conquerors. Haki. Marco stared blankly at Luffy, who released this momentum not far away. At this moment, the unparalleled figure made him seem to see the scene where his father and Roger were fighting back then. They are all so domineering and unmatched. This level of Conqueror's Haki. 0. Is this really the level of a person who has been out at sea for a few months? Even knowing that Luffy owns Conqueror's Haki, Sengoku never thought that Luffy's Conqueror's Haki had reached the point where it could affect the real thing. You must know that Conqueror's Haki cannot be strengthened through cultivation. Only by continuously increasing one's own experience will Conqueror's Haki continue to grow. And now Luffy seems to have broken Sengoku's usual cognition. Or are you telling me that someone who never left East Blue, just came to the Grand Line for a few months, and raised Conqueror's Haki to such a degree, would it make sense? Ace's younger brother, does he also have this kind of aptitude? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates are no strangers to the Conqueror's Haki used by Luffy. Also, that Conqueror's Haki, who was domineering enough to affect the execution platform, they had only felt it not long ago. Such an amazing Haki, I don't know how much better than when we first met. Hawkeye, as the only person present who has experienced Luffy Conqueror's Haki, can naturally judge that the Conqueror's Haki released by Luffy at this time is much stronger than when he was in East Blue. Sure enough, it was impossible for me to bind you to Marine from the beginning. 35. Although Garp felt that way when Luffy first awakened Conqueror's Haki. But until now, he didn't realize that he might still underestimate Luffy for G. Chapter 359 The Continued Battle. What's going on? What's going on? In the square of Sabayati Archipelago, the crowd also rioted at this moment. Seeing that Ace is about to be executed, the Whitebeard pirates may be about to be defeated. Why did the two soldiers at the execution ground suddenly collapse? I didn't see anyone attacked. Is this? Some of the pirates who can come here know about Haki. In the current situation, someone should have released Conqueror's Haki? Who will it be? The picture on the screen stayed on the execution platform all the time, and it seemed that the person holding the communicator at this time was also shocked. But it seemed that he suddenly recovered, and the picture on the screen began to move. From the direction of the execution platform, circled in a circle and entered the target, there were a large number of Marines and pirates who had already fainted on the ground. In the entire July 10th film battlefield, no one continued to work at this time, and their eyes were all looking in the same direction. As the camera moved slowly, the picture on the screen finally stayed on the figure that had been attracting everyone's attention since it appeared. It's the Straw Hat Boy. Although they couldn't feel anything across the screen, they looked at the figure pressing the brim of the straw hat and staring sharply in a certain direction. They all had the feeling that it was indeed the Straw Hat Boy. Sure enough, how could a man like you not have that kind of aptitude? Kid gripped the railing in front of him tightly, his eyes fixed on Luffy in the picture. Even the elite of naval headquarters can't stop Haki from Straw Hat. Those who know about Conqueror's Haki are more concerned about the Marines and pirates who fell to the ground. Pirates aside, it is impossible for everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates to be captain. But Marines' words, it is true that they are all at the level of a general. But even so, did so many Marines fall under Straw Hat's Conqueror's Haki? Has Conqueror's Haki been able to affect the real thing? When the picture stopped on the execution platform just now, everyone else was shocked by what happened, and rarely paid attention to the broken wooden execution platform. At this time, seeing Luffy in the picture, even Rayleigh, was full of doubts. How did Luffy do this amazing haki? Damn, Straw Hat Boy, it's a scourge to keep someone like you. Akainu, who paused briefly with Whitebeard, looked at Luffy with dark eyes. Because Luffy is a pirate and the son of Drago, Akainu is full of killing intent towards Luffy. Now, with Luffy showing his unparalleled aptitude, the killing intent in Akainu's heart has reached its peak. Gu la la la, Magma Boy is not the time to pay attention to others, Lao Zi is still here. Hearing Akainu's words and noticing Akainu's expression, Whitebeard laughed out loud, and Kong Yunki in his hand suddenly kicked hard on the ice. Carrying a little oscillating power, the ice surface below Kong Yunkai splashed some ice chips. Humph, Whitebeard, I'll kill you soon, and I'll kill you too, Straw Hat. 35. Hot lava began to flow on Akainu's arms, and from time to time magma fell on the ice, making a sizzling sound. Facing Akainu's outburst of anger, Whitebeard was unafraid and laughed again. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki stunned the two executioners, buying the Whitebeard pirates some time. If Sengoku wanted to face, he would have to rearrange the execution of the soldier instead of personally executing it. Therefore, the Whitebeard pirates must work harder next. Don't stay in a daze, take advantage of this time, and quickly rescue Ace. Under Whitebeard's loud roar, those pirate marines who were still awake came back to their senses, and now is not the time to be stunned. Luffy. Under the execution stand, Sabo glanced at Luffy in the distance, then glanced at the executioner who had passed out on the execution stand, and suddenly had an idea. Then, Sabo quietly disappeared and ran in a certain direction. Such a man of haki is indeed a man whom my concubine likes. Boya Hancock glanced at Doflamingo, who was silent at the moment, but instead of sneering, he held his slightly flushed cheeks and looked at Luffy in the distance. Although it was abrupt, the man who dared to do something to celestial dragons still deeply attracted Boya Hancock's attention. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to have this qualification. Gecko Moria stared at Luffy through gritted teeth. Is she destined not to return to Perona? Soldiers, send people over again. Conqueror's Haki can't be released continuously, the execution continues. Years. On the high platform, Sengoku instructed the soldiers beside him. At this moment, Sengoku's eyes were fixed on Luffy's direction. What a terrible person! Facing the awe-inspiring Luffy, Kizaru's eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity. If Kizaru didn't face Luffy in a hurry before, now, maybe he will go all out. They were the pirates who were worried before, but now, although they should be worried, the Luffy in front of him made Kizaru clearly feel something different. The gun of Elbaf. Luffy didn't look at the situation on the execution stand again, and then it was left to Sabo. Now, it's time for you to actually implement your own goals. The body squatted slightly, and when the right fist was pulled back, it quickly expanded in a circle, and the airflow surging in the fist. Armament haki flows, forming a sakura pink film from the fist to the forearm. Once the master has the Elbaf's gun, how to use it is up to Luffy's will. Whether not using haki, or haki hardening, or the current emission haki, 0.4 follows Luffy's wishes. Although Kizaru was fast, Luffy was one step ahead in terms of observation haki. In the blink of an eye, Luffy appeared behind Kizaru. Then, there was a flash of red in Luffy's eyes, and at the same time that Kizaru's body turned into a flash, Luffy's body flashed again. Short distance movement, and the prediction of observation haki, don't care if you are the speed of light. Kizaru, who was showing his body, shrank his pupils sharply when he felt Luffy, who had already appeared in the position where he was standing. It was too late to turn into a flash to evade, and the haki in the body could only flow, covering the part that was about to be attacked. Fist. Boom. It was also a loud bang, but this time, the two sides who were attacked changed one by one. Kizaru's body flew upside down with this blow. Chapter 360 The Continued Battle, continued. Although this time Elbaf's gun is wrapped around emission, but Luffy is too lazy to change his name, it is armament haki anyway. Ahem, see the future? And the flowing haki, what a terrifying talent. And in the corner not far behind the two, a person wearing only a lining passed out there. It wasn't just the two marines beside Kizaru who were surprised. Not only Conqueror's haki, but observation haki and armament haki have reached the top level. When the soldiers who led the way heard the compliment from the other side, they couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed, but they didn't expect that one day they would be admired by others. Thinking of it this way, it seems that I don't need to be angry, don't you think? Kizaru Admiral is all at a loss in Luffy's hands? As the urging soldier walked out, he muttered to Marine, whose hat had been tidied up, but with a low brim. Of course, Luffy didn't think that this blow could defeat Kizaru, but it was a revenge for Kizaru's laser shot in the chest just now. Don't worry, since Marshal Sengoku sent us. It's definitely not going to happen again. Or anger him. Kizaru thought to himself, then shook his head. They immediately rejected the idea that suddenly popped into their minds. However, his lowered head still did not mean to raise it. Watching the executioner already in place again, Doflamingo let out his signature laugh again. Observation haki has reached the point of predicting the future, which is too bad for Kizaru. A person like him would not easily prepare himself for anger, and besides Ace, no one else had anything to do with him on the field, and he couldn't do it if he wanted to rely on hostage threats. Although they didn't know each other, they both wore the costumes of the executioner, so it seemed that the two of them were going to execute Ace together. Instead, he looked at Luffy, who was fighting with Kizaru again. Then the photons condensed again and turned into the original form of Kizaru. Luffy retracted his right fist back to normal size, and the pink film of Sakura flowing on it also dissipated at this moment. Ace's brother. Yellow. Kizaru Admiral. Boiled, the executed soldier has appeared again. So, Straw Hat Boy, what are you going to do? Kizaru's silhouette that flew backwards turned into photons and shattered when it hit the ice. Although he was just threatened by Luffy, he also saw the scene where Kizaru was kicked away by Luffy. Kizaru raised his head, those eyes under the sunglasses looked seriously at Luffy. The soldiers in the back nodded quickly, as if grateful for the way the soldiers in front were leading the way. You don't have to be too nervous. Execution is no different from killing high 710 thieves. You can just follow my actions. Kizaru glanced at the two marine soldiers in a daze, without explaining anything. Or, does he think Luffy can't survive this war, so he doesn't care about Luffy's previous threats? Their marine admiral actually prepared a rookie pirate and flew away. Makes sense. However, Smoker's face darkened when he heard Hina's question at this time. I really didn't expect that Straw Hat Boy to still have Conqueror's haki. You said that we were knocked out by him if we couldn't go back. But then, they smiled bitterly again, obviously the other party is Ace's younger brother, but his strength is similar to their father's. This kind of thing is really too mysterious. The urging soldier grunted, then glanced at the somewhat strange colleague. Despite the fact that there was blood on the corner of Kizaru's mouth, looking at Akainu at this time, his face was also covered in blood, his body was tattered, and his injuries were obviously more serious. How did he know Luffy would be so strong? I don't know if it's because of Luffy's young age, or if he's Doflamingo's arrogance. The soldier who pressed his hat brim very low, followed behind with his head down, and said, "After all, he is also very nervous, but looking at the other party's appearance, it may be the first time that he has done the work of execution." Compared to the unconscious Marines, the smokers were significantly stronger and didn't faint under Luffy's conqueror's haki. That guy Kizaru was actually beaten up by an Ace's younger brother. It's hard to do now. He also ignored Hina's teasing, and just threw the 10 pieces in his hand into a bucket of a pirate who approached him. Logia devil fruit is this good, after the elementalization, at least it will not suffer the secondary damage of the impact. Presumably, observation haki's prediction of the future should cost a lot, right? But Doflamingo still looked at Luffy with a good show. "Hey, how are you? Marshal Sengoku is already urging us." 35. He thought that the other party was nervous because he wanted to execute the bloodline of One Piece, but he didn't take it too seriously. Does this mean that Luffy's strength may be stronger than their father? "Hey, smoker," Hina is curious, "how did you think you could stop someone like that?" The pirates of the nearby Whitebeard pirates were equally astonished that Luffy was able to knock Kizaru away. On the high platform, Sengoku glanced at the execution soldiers who were already standing on the left and right sides of Ace, but did not immediately order the execution. Instead, he wiped the corner of his mouth and glanced at the bloodline stained on his sleeve. Kizaru couldn't help muttering to himself. Moreover, looking at the blood left on the corner of Kizaru's mouth, it was obvious that Kizaru was not able to completely block 14 hits just now. Now, to deal with Luffy, it may only be possible to rely on constant consumption. No, it can't be. Then, you can only rely on your own sparkling fruit's speed to deal with him. Still, Smoker shook his head, dismissing the hopeless thought. Maybe, he can save Ace. Although because of Devil Fruit's ability, Kizaru's observation haki is also a grandmaster, but it has not reached the level of predicting the future. Iska, who was on the side, glanced in Luffy's direction. Although she was Marine, she was relieved for no reason when she saw Kizaru being shot into the air. Even their father couldn't knock out Akainu, who was also the third admiral. In the temporary base behind Marine, a Marine wearing an executioner's uniform urged another soldier who was hurriedly sorting his hat. Where Kizaru flew backwards, the two Marine soldiers looked at Kizaru in disbelief. Although Whitebeard's injuries are not light, but in comparison, their father is obviously stronger, right? Okay, thank you senior. Moreover, he was taught a terrible lesson at the beginning, but, I didn't expect that even Admiral had prepared him to fly. Chapter 361 Medicine. Hey, Whitebeard, you Whitebeard pirates are not very good, you haven't been able to go to the square after so long. He met Sengoku who was looking over here, but Luffy didn't pay much attention to it, instead he turned his head and spoke to Whitebeard not far away. Hey, Straw Hat Luffy, even if you were Ace's younger brother, we'd be pissed if you said something like that. But it was not Whitebeard who answered Luffy, but Marco who was on the other side confronting Aokiji. Although Marco is not Aokiji's opponent, he has Skewered's help. In addition, Izzo will fire 2 shots at this side from time to time, and he is also dragged by him when he arrives. How dare you say it, Straw Hat, you bastard with haki, if you look at the target, now the pirates have already succeeded. Although Luffy did bring down some of the pirates with haki, he also brought down some of the Marines. And these people who will be stunned by Luffy Conqueror's haki can't affect the battle situation. Continuing this stalemate is extremely unfavorable for the pirates. After all, even if Ace was rescued, he would still have to face Marine's pursuit. Once the consumption is too large now, even if you can run, it is estimated that you will not be able to run very far. Next, Whitebeard. Luffy took a small bottle out of the waistcoat pocket and threw it towards Whitebeard. Although I don't know if it will help, but there is no other way now, I just don't know if Whitebeard dares to eat it. Although the two were not far apart, with Luffy's strength, it was still easy to throw a bottle from this distance. Most importantly, no one stopped him, which Luffy didn't expect. Luffy was ready to take Kizaru's face. Whitebeard caught the bottle that Luffy threw, and glanced inside. It was a golden pill. Hey, Straw Hat, you don't give Dad some forbidden drugs, right? Dad's body can't bear that kind of thing. Seeing Whitebeard take a small pill from the bottle that Luffy threw, Marco immediately thought it was some kind of life-threatening drug. Luffy didn't explain anything, just looked at Whitebeard, wanting to see if he would eat it. Perhaps with Whitebeard's physique, taking this pill would not necessarily increase his strength. But the pills made from the horns of the unicorn lion contain strong vitality. This is also the reason why this pill can increase a person's physique. As long as Whitebeard takes this pill, it may be helpful for Whitebeard's declining physique due to aging. But even if it doesn't work, it's just a waste of a pill, at least it won't have a bad effect on Whitebeard. Goo la la la, there is actually such a thing, it seems that you have a good doctor there. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Although he didn't know the specific medicinal effect, a fragrance poured into his nose after opening the bottle, which should be quite rare. Akainu! Sengoku on the high platform shouted, no matter what medicine Luffy gave Whitebeard, he couldn't let Whitebeard take it. Although the battle is now deadlocked, it's still in the Marine's favor. If the medicine Luffy gave Whitebeard was to improve his strength or restore his injury, the situation could be turned upside down for Marine. So, Sengoku yelled at Akainu, wanting him to stop Whitebeard from taking the pill. However, by the time Whitebeard caught Luffy's bottle, it was too late to stop it. Whitebeard didn't hesitate and threw the pills he had taken out into his mouth. Long before coming to Marineford, Whitebeard was ready to sacrifice himself. Even if Luffy really gave him a life-threatening drug, Whitebeard didn't care. As long as Ace can be rescued and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates can be safely evacuated, then everything will be worth it. Besides, for some reason, Whitebeard didn't think Luffy would be the type to ignore life. There is a high probability that this pill will not be the kind of drug that overdraws life and enhances strength. The moment the pill entered, Whitebeard felt a warm current pouring out of his heart. And the feeling of weakness caused by getting older that I could clearly feel at first seems to be gradually disappearing. But now is not the time to feel the effects of the medicine carefully. Akainu's attack has arrived. Hot lava fists shot out at Whitebeard's head. Dark Hound! Akainu shouted loudly, and the bloodline flowing on his face was full of hideousness. The outstretched lava arm shot at Whitebeard with great speed. Under the moisturization of the warm current in his body, Whitebeard felt that Haki, who was originally quiet, seemed to loosen a little. The trajectory of Akainu's rushing lava fist was clearly visible under Whitebeard's perception. However, Whitebeard did not choose to dodge, but raised his right fist, and the fist wrapped in the white aperture slammed into the air fiercely. Ka. The sound of glass breaking sounded, and cracks began to spread in the air in front of Whitebeard. Boom! The lava fist hit the air like a broken mirror, making a huge roar. However, the blow that was enough to smash the steel, but at this moment, he could no longer make an inch. Feeling that the punch he just threw was completely different from before, Whitebeard glanced at Luffy somewhat unexpectedly. The effect of this pill may be much better than I imagined. Moreover, that medicinal power seems to be constantly repairing the various dark wounds left over from the battles over the years. Thanks, Straw Hat, Lao Zi owes you a favor. Although he had promised Luffy to hand over the Fishman Island to him before, it was a deal after all. Moreover, Whitebeard's thoughts at that time, Zhao does, actually had another layer of intention. He may very likely die in this war, and there are 2 islands under his command that Whitebeard cannot rest assured. One of them is the Fishmen Island. Rather than being dead when the time comes, the Fishmen Island falls into the hands of others, it is better to leave it to Luffy to be cold. How to say Luffy is also Ace's younger brother. From Ace's usual words when talking about his younger brother, you can roughly know what kind of person Luffy is. After the meeting, Whitebeard confirmed this even more. That's why Whitebeard agreed to Luffy's seemingly robbery offer. But now, after taking the pill Luffy gave him, Whitebeard's strength seemed to have recovered to some extent. This gave Whitebeard greater confidence in saving Ace. If I can survive, I owe him the straw hat, and if I still die here. Chapter 362 Rescue. Maybe give the Whitebeard pirates to the Straw Hats if Marco and the others want to. When Sengoku called out Garp's name, Garp had already reached the execution platform at the same time. He was already ready to die, but at the moment of 710 Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, Ace rekindled his desire to live. Not good. Judging by the extent to which the ice surface was lifted, if it was hit, it would have to peel off the skin even if it didn't die. The huge explosion sound and the permeating smoke made the situation on the execution platform undiscovered. But even so, was he still reacted by Whitebeard? Luffy's observation haki has been covering the audience, and although it has been consumed a lot in the fight with Kizaru, the execution block has always been in Luffy's perception. Beside him, although another execution soldier noticed Sabo's strangeness, he just thought he was nervous and didn't care. At this moment, looking at Luffy and Whitebeard off the court, Ace's eyes lit up with hope again. Although he may not be able to fully demonstrate his strength, it is almost enough. Luffy. Daddy. Sengoku, who transformed into a great Buddha, pulled his right hand into a palm, and then slammed it towards the shocking force. Haha, well, now is not the time to catch up, we've made Luffy wait a long time. Seeing that the execution platform was about to be destroyed by this shocking force, Sengoku didn't hesitate, and his body kept getting bigger as he jumped down. With Whitebeard's right hand, Kong Yunki slashed hard on the ice. Damn, what kind of medicine did that guy in the straw hat give Whitebeard? The sudden change made the soldier's eyes widen, but the huge pain that followed made him faint without making any sound. If you can live, who wants to die? Sengoku let out a loud shout and called out to Garp behind the execution stand. After all, when he executed the prisoner for the first time, he was similar to the other party. Ferocious shock waves gushed out from the giant palm of the great Buddha Sengoku. At the height of the execution platform, Sengoku looked at Whitebeard, whose injuries seemed to be improving, and his face became ugly again. Sengoku, you are so eager. The sound of the shackles shattering came, and in an instant, Ace felt that all his physical strength had returned. Seeing that Whitebeard's strength seemed to have recovered, Sengoku no longer hesitated, and ordered to the 2 soldiers on the execution platform. The execution blade in Sabo's hand suddenly turned around and slapped the senior fiercely. At this time, Sengoku, who was in the form of a big Buddha in front of the execution platform, suddenly changed his face. His hands were strangely claw-shaped, and the dark armament haki covered them, grabbing hard at the sea stone handcuffs that locked Ace. But if he knew that his little brother was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, he didn't know how he would react. The 2 forces collided, the execution platform shook violently, and huge smoke and dust spread. Just now, the 3 auras that originally existed on the execution platform have all disappeared. Hearing the order of Sengoku's execution again, Whitebeard no longer watched helplessly as before. Garp's heart was slightly relieved, but then he looked around again, trying to find the other 2 figures that disappeared. Soldier, execute. 35. Sabo threw the execution blade in his hand and quickly ran to Ace and squatted down. Among the men who could block the Marine, the 3 Admiral were each watched by Whitebeard, Luffy and Marco. Violent vibrations spread from the ice surface where the cloud-cutting blade was in contact, toward the execution platform. "Hey, Whitebeard, it's time to prepare to retreat." Ace broke free from the shackles and hugged the man in front of him. At this moment, Ace also recognized the man who appeared in front of him, and was a little excited for a while. The power of concussion reached the front of the execution platform in an instant. But looking at the familiar face with excitement in front of him, Ace's eyes widened in an instant. Whitebeard's move just now seems to be the same as before. Although I haven't had a full meal for a few days, the feeling of weakness is gone. But that was Akainu's attack when he took the medicine, and the speed of Darkhound was quite fast. And this also gave Sabo a chance on the execution platform. Clang! Moreover, it seems that the effect of the medicine seems to be exerting very quickly. Just after taking it, Whitebeard seems to be a little different. Boom! Sabo, who was also very happy, patted Ace on the back, and now he can't waste time reminiscing about the past. Sabo breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that he might not be able to break the sea stone handcuffs. Garb! Now, the smell of Sabo and Ace on the execution platform has disappeared, and Luffy immediately turned his head and shouted at Whitebeard. Soon, a golden Buddha statue stood in front of the execution platform. The sudden change made Ace not react for a while. Looking at the young playmate in front of him, Sabo's hand holding the execution blade trembled slightly. Look at the fallen soldiers on the execution platform, and the sea stone handcuffs that fell on the execution platform. Before Akainu attacked again, Whitebeard's left-handed Naginata Kugamaki swung hard, and a white halo wrapped around the blade. Sabo! At the back of the execution stand, Garp wanted to step forward to stop it, but it was probably too late. The execution blade in his hand has been raised high, unlike the senior who trembled in fear as he watched Whitebeard's attack. Moreover, Whitebeard also wanted to see if Straw Hat Luffy was the man Roger was waiting for. Boom! Recalling what Roger had said after he returned from the Island of the End, Whitebeard glanced at Luffy thoughtfully. However, before Sabo finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ace. The power of shock moves forward all the way, and no one stops the progress of this power. After leaving and escaping here, everyone has time to have a good chat. However, is that guy Blackbeard really not going to show up? Sabo and Ace took this opportunity to quietly run down the still shaking execution platform. On the two sides behind him, one of the executed soldiers lowered his head, but if you can see his face, you will find the excited look on his face at this time. Along the way, Marines and pirates jumped towards both sides of the torn ice. However, he would have to die here, and now, having eaten the pill that Luffy threw, Whitebeard felt that he might not have to die here. At this time, the only person who could prevent this shocking force from destroying the execution platform was Sengoku himself, who was standing high on the execution platform. Hey! Fortunately these sea stone handcuffs are not purely made by sea stone, otherwise. Chapter 363 The Three Brothers. In the end, what happened? Bureau G. Garp didn't respond to Ace, but looked at Sabo. Observation Haki unfolded with all his strength, and soon, two escaping auras appeared in Sengoku's perception. This is not good news for him, Blackbeard 4. Is it because of the medicine Straw Hat gave him? While there is so much to say, Garp has his responsibilities as a marine. In the eyes of many pirate marines, the Revolutionary Army, as an armed force that causes riots in various countries, is Marines' #1 enemy. Boom! He took a look at the sea stone handcuffs that had fallen on the execution platform, and then threw the handcuffs away. Ace's hands were ablaze with flames, and he looked at Garp with piercing eyes. Mr. Garp, long time no see, I just didn't expect to meet in this way. But now, looking at Whitebeard's condition, he didn't look weak at all, and his breath was even stronger than before the war. The pirate next to him was stunned for a moment, but then looked at him in surprise. And those pirates who were still talking about each other quickly looked back at the screen. At this time, many pirates showed a greedy look in their eyes. And he himself is the captain of the 2nd Division on the ship of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard pirates. Yes, after this war, as long as the Straw Hat escapes Marineford alive, he is a real pirate. A pirate asked the pirate next to him. Not only the marine pirates in the execution square, but also the audience of Sabayati Archipelago were shocked by what Sabo said. Although I don't know if there are any side effects, but looking at Whitebeard's situation, the efficacy of this medicine is definitely not comparable to those of ordinary wound medicines. The presence of the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, does it mean that the Revolutionary Army is ready to go to war with Marine? Not to mention that the real enemy of the Revolutionary Army is the world government and not Marine. Now is definitely not the time for the Revolutionary Army to clash with Marine. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect our Captain Ace to have such 2 brothers. No, I didn't come here on behalf of the Revolutionary Army, just as a younger brother, to save my elder brother. And the act of Luffy throwing a bottle to Whitebeard just now was also broadcast live. Seeking flowers. Hey, you don't want to trouble the Straw Hat Pirates, are you? Are you sure you're good enough? Blackbeard, who was hiding in the dark at this time, was smiling, but his expression was a little grim. Fire Fist Ace is not only a brother with the Straw Hat Boy, but also with the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Although there is a chance of failure, there is also a good chance of success. Hey, the scene seems to have changed. After watching the live broadcast for so long, how dare you think like this? Do you think you should be better than Marine Admiral? Cough, don't I just think about it? Hee hee. Ace's younger brother? What's the matter? Isn't Ace's younger brother a Straw Hat Boy? Why is even the second in command of the Revolutionary Army Ace's younger brother? After sacrificing so many companions, if he gave up easily, it would be a blasphemy to those who have died. Old man. Moreover, whoever said that you have to eat it yourself, if it really has side effects, then find a loyal subordinate to eat it, and it will also have the desired effect. Didn't see that Kizaru was beaten and vomited blood? Are you in a hurry to die? If these 3 people successfully escaped today, once the 3 of them have the idea of joining forces, then this sea may really change. And you can also take this opportunity to get Whitebeard's shock fruit. Although he hadn't seen him in years, Garp recognized the man who saved Ace at a glance. Even once he begins to expand his power, perhaps, New World will usher in the 5th Sea Emperor. On the Sabayati Archipelago, the audience couldn't help showing wonder and surprise as they watched Whitebeard go from panting and scarred to recovering, even stronger than at the beginning. For those of you who are not yet, it is common to be injured at sea or even to be desperate. If you have this medicine in your hand, even if there will be side effects, it is better than dying right away. Ace glanced at Garp with a complicated look, but then his eyes firmed again. How could these 3 people be brothers? One is a big pirate who is strong enough to compete with Marine Admiral. Sengoku regained his human form and jumped to the execution platform. Not only because they exercised together when they were young, but also because the man in front of him appeared on Marine's bounty. This time, I won't be caught off guard, I want to live. Say, do you still have the Straw Hat medicine? The development of things has deviated from his expectations. At this time, Whitebeard should have almost run out of fuel. I have to say that Lafitte of the Blackbeard Pirates is quite dedicated. This is another big news. The other was Marine's #1 enemy, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Then the pirates such as Whitebeard were taken aback for a moment, while the expressions of the Marines changed drastically. Ace and Sabo stopped and looked at the old man who appeared in front of them with complex eyes. Damn, who is it? 35. Everything that happens on the battlefield, as long as the sight is not obstructed, everyone's every move is captured. However, it can be seen from his wildly rolling eyes that the guy may really have some ideas. At this moment, those who had been staring at the screen suddenly exclaimed. Don't forget, they are pirates. Don't people want to get on the boat when they go anywhere? At this time, Garp had already taken a step forward, his aged body was still strong, and he caught up with the two fleeing figures in one leap. The fist wrapped in thick armament haki slammed into the ground in front of Ace and Sabo. For Sabo, although he did not meet Garp many times, he did receive Garp's care at the beginning. Second in command of the Revolutionary Army? How did he come here? Is it really like what Mr. Garp said, the Revolutionary Army is ready to go to war with Marine? 99. That Straw Hat Boy actually has such a magical medicine. The pirate was a little embarrassed by the question, and quickly waved his hand to say that he was just joking. The rest can be discussed later, and the most important thing now is the result of this battle. Ace, and Sabo. On the screen at this time, Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, suddenly turned his head and said to Whitebeard. The solid ground exploded directly under this blow, forming a large pothole. Chapter 364. Is the situation clear? The guys around him are already ready to move, and if he doesn't do anything, Blackbeard estimates that these people will run away. Originally wanted to see if Blackbeard can summit here. If it is successful, they will naturally stay, but if the loss fails, these guys will not show any sympathy. They are all heinous bastards, so how can they care about the so-called life-saving grace? Whitebeard may have no choice. Judging from his appearance, he was only going up to deliver food. Although his own dark fruit can restrain demon fruit power to a certain extent. But just like the last match against the Straw Hat, Shock Fruit's long-range attack was much more powerful than the Straw Hat's. As for the Straw Hat Boy, he was not so easy to deal with at this time, even Admiral Kizaru couldn't take him down, and even July 13th was beaten and vomited blood. Can we only continue to attack Ace? On the current battlefield, the only Ace that Blackbeard is confident can take down is the Ace who just got out of trouble. Originally, I could catch Ace by myself, but now Ace is in a weak stage, so it shouldn't be difficult for me to succeed. But Garp beside him, and the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, who didn't quite know how strong he was, were also troublesome. Also, as for Maramara fruit, Blackbeard really doesn't have much interest. The fruit of Logia, which is extremely powerful to others, means little to him, Blackbeard. What he needs is the kind of fruit ability that can make a final call, and Maramara fruit is obviously not enough. Just looking at Akainu's lava fruit who fought back and forth with Whitebeard, I must love Maramara fruit much more powerfully. Blackbeard does not allow his devil fruit to have the restraint of the upper fruit. Do you really want to give up? Blackbeard bit his thumb and lowered his head in thought. Behind him, Pizarro and the others were waiting for his answer. With me here today, I won't let you go easily. Without too many words, Garp's eyes fluctuated slightly when he heard Sabo say that he is Ace's younger brother. Even his sworn brother, whom he had not seen for many years, was able to rescue Ace regardless of his identity. And my grandfather, because of his identity, wants to stop his grandson from escaping here? Garp's fists clenched and loosened and tightened, and didn't let go, and didn't make a move right away. Garp, don't forget you're a Marine. Sengoku's voice reached Garp's ears from behind Ace and Sabo. The targets of execution have already escaped, and it doesn't make sense for Sengoku to continue to direct the battle there. All you have to do now is to recapture Ace, or simply kill it here. Also, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army cannot be let go. If we can solve it together here, the Revolutionary Army will surely have a peaceful time, right? The first time he heard Sengoku behind him, Sabo turned around and turned his back to Ace. The current situation is very unfavorable for them. A Marine Marshal, a Marine hero, such a lineup, the last time faced this situation, it seems that the legendary Golden Lion. Unexpectedly, I and Ace have such an honor to let Martial Marine and Hero Marine work at the same time. He laughed self-deprecatingly, but Sabo didn't want to be caught off guard. It's hard to save BB, but I can't just give up. That thunderbolt attack that hit Doflamingo just now was the ability of the last person on Luffy's ship, right? At this time, can you help yourself and Ace? Is it blocked so easily? Those two guys are too stupid. Luffy silently looked at Ace and Sabo, who were blocked by Garp and Sengoku. Originally, I thought that I might be able to evacuate immediately, but now it seems that there is still some play. Hey, now is not the time to talk about this. What to do? We have to find a way to save them. Hearing Luffy's words, Marco couldn't help but be speechless. Is it time to scold them both? Hey, Straw Hat, what do you say now? Even Whitebeard couldn't get to Ace and Sabo immediately when he was restrained by Akainu. With the strength of Garp and Sengoku, it would probably take a few minutes to kill Ace and Sabo. Now, Whitebeard can only ask to see if Luffy has any other backers. For example, the Thunder Fruit ability just now, can you provide support and so on. Hey, dignified Whitebeard, do you want to ask my junior for advice? Luffy rolled his eyes at Whitebeard angrily. Did he really think he was omnipotent? Whitebeard was choked by Luffy, and a little embarrassed. But now is not the time to be embarrassed. If there is nothing to do, Ace and Sabo will really be finished. At this time, even if Whitebeard tried his best, it was too late to save the two from Sengoku and Garp. By the way, isn't that Shanks guy here yet? Do you really want Nami to come here for a bit? At that time, if Kizaru gave up entanglement with himself and set his goal on Thousand Sunny, then he might not be able to stop him. Luffy looked up at the sky, where Thousand Sunny was floating in a transparent state. Straw Hat Luffy, what are you going to do now? Kizaru stared at Luffy eagerly. As long as Luffy made a move, he would immediately take action. Now, when Marine can make a final decision, as long as Marshal Sengoku and Mr. Garp can win Ace and Sabo, then this war can basically be declared as Marine's victory. So, now the three admirals' task is to keep an eye on Whitebeard and the Straw Hat. Even Marco and the others can ignore them. Guru. On the square of Sabayati Archipelago, the people watching couldn't help swallowing. In this case, the Whitebeard pirates and 0.4 Straw Hat Luffy can't do anything, right? On the pirate side, the main players Whitebeard and Luffy were closely watched by the three admiral. And the fuse of this war, Fire Fist Ace, is being surrounded by Marshal Marine, the Marine hero, along with his revolutionary brother. If nothing else, this war may be over soon. Is this the end? Luffy, at this point, don't you want that girl's abilities to be exposed? Now, only Lion Fruit's ability may be able to affect the current situation. Are you worried that the girl will be the target of public criticism? Rayleigh watched Luffy look up on the screen, and he probably understood what Luffy was thinking. However, if the crew wants to grow up, they can't hide under the captain's protection all the time. Chapter 365 Goal Change. It's boiling, it's really going downhill. Straw Hat Boy, what are you going to do next? Looking at Ace Sabo surrounded by Garp and Sengoku, Doflamingo had a mocking smile on his face again. I thought that Ace had escaped, but I didn't expect that I was caught up, and the person who caught up was Garp, which is really interesting. Prepare to run away, or face Garp, Sengoku and San Admiral forcibly. Before the Dressrosa matter is fully exposed, there is still room for Doflamingo to turn around. And the premise of this not being exposed is that the Straw Hat Boy died here. The world government turns a blind eye to its control of Dressrosa. But if they know the truth of the matter, even if their identity is special, it is estimated that they will not be able to please. As long as the Straw Hat dies here, if Marine wants to investigate, he can let Virgo do something about it. However, Doflamingo may not know that his most trusted subordinate, Heart Virgo, is already on Marine's must-kill list at this time. However, because of the sudden capture of Ace, Sengoku delayed the capture of Virgo 14. This war requires the use of Shishabukai's power, and after this war, it is not too late to carry out the reckoning. Bartholomew Bear stood there with an expressionless face. Even though the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army was besieged now, he still did not show any emotion. In the current situation, he is no longer able to interfere at will. Even if he wanted to use his ability to send Sabo away, he had to consider the subsequent impact. What's more, if you want to send people away in the hands of Sengoku and Garp, even if he has special abilities, it is difficult to do it. Garp, ready to start. You won't be unable to start because of your relationship, right? Ace and Sabo's nerves were tense, and Sengoku's words no doubt made them nervous. Now, the one who can save them is probably themselves. Even if they wanted to wait for aid, they had to last until that time. Now, we can only hope that the Thunder Fruit person on Luffy's ship can deter Sengoku and Garp a little. The old man's name is Marine. Garp shouted and replied to Sengoku, but this sentence seemed to be said to himself. The fist wrapped around armament haki was raised, and Garp rushed towards the ace facing him. On the other hand, Sengoku also rushed towards Sabo. However, he did not transform into the form of a big Buddha. In the current situation, if he uses the form of a big Buddha, it will make his movements dull. If Ishin wanted to escape, he would instead provide convenience to Sabo and Ace. Boom! The rolling thunder sounded again, and the thunder that struck Sengoku was much smaller than the one that struck Doflamingo before. But looking at the degree of condensed, the power is undoubtedly much greater than the previous one. The thunder and lightning like the judgment of the sky approached in an instant. Sengoku turned his body to the side as expected, and lightly dodged the attack, but his movements were also interrupted. Boom! The ground was once again blasted out of a deep pit, and dust splashed everywhere. Sure enough, the Thunder Fruit-capable person should be a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sengoku looked down at the deep hole that had been blasted out, then looked up at Luffy. As for why he didn't think he was from the Revolutionary Army, Sabo just said that he came here as Ace's younger brother. Under such circumstances, the Revolutionary Army would not have sent such a strategically capable person to covertly protect him, would it? What's more, if the Revolutionary Army really has such a number one person, it is impossible for Marine to get no information at all. As for just joining the Revolutionary Army, it is even more impossible. When you just joined the rescue and got involved in such incidents, you will only do this when your brain is broken. Straw Hat, are you really going to fight Marine? Sengoku, who stopped during this attack, looked at Luffy and asked word by word. Boom! A punch knocked Ace back a little. Garp, and also stopped the attack. At this time, he didn't understand what Sengoku wanted to do, so instead of arresting the two in front of him, he paid attention to Luffy. Even if the owner of that Thunderbolt attack is really a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, but looking at the strength of the attack, it shouldn't make Sengoku helpless. Hey? Wasn't it always your Marines who were bothering me? At this time, the focus of the audience was already on Ace and Sabo. Hearing Sengoku say this, they also wondered why Sengoku would say such a thing at this time. Did the Straw Hat really make Sengoku so jealous? Or is it because of Garp that Sengoku doesn't really want to do it? Marines who knew about Garp and Luffy's relationship couldn't help but guess. But Sengoku, as Martial Marine, shouldn't be impatient, right? However, the Straw Hat's words are a bit intriguing. Although the Marines present were at least at the school level, only a few people really knew the reason. Luffy also didn't understand what he meant when he said that to Sengoku at a time like this. But it doesn't matter to Luffy. Even if Sengoku really wants to do it to himself, he won't be afraid. 713 Since the last battle with Aokiji, Luffy no longer has to worry about meeting powerful people. Because Luffy himself is already a strong man. Really? I see. Sengoku nodded and glanced at Garp across from him. Garp, who was glanced at by Sengoku, had a bad feeling in his heart, and then heard Sengoku speak again. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, don't bother with the others, and do all you can to deal with Straw Hat, Luffy. Shishibukai, if you still want to continue to enjoy your rights, stop Whitebeard for me. Other Marines, watch over the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. 99. Gendarmerie ordered the pacifists to watch the exit and prevent the pirates from escaping or entering. A series of orders spit out from Sengoku's mouth, and under Sengoku's series of orders, the pirates and Marines in the audience fell into a brief silence. At this time, Garp also looked at Sengoku in disbelief. He couldn't believe why Sengoku would issue such an order. After Sengoku gave these orders, he also looked at Garp. Besides giving those orders, he had one more thing to do, and that was to keep Garp in check. As for Ace and Sabo, at this moment they have become insignificant roles. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 366 Boya Hancock and Number 039, S Decision. How is this going? Sengoku just glanced at the two running, but did not stop him. However, Doflamingo sees why Boya Hancock is doing it at this time. Boya Hancock's Sundara cocked her head, as if it really was Doflamingo's actions before revenge, as she said. Seeing all the Marines standing there, Sengoku shouted loudly, and at the same time he walked over to Garp's side and put one hand on Garp's shoulder. But it's obviously easier to face 3 Admiral plus Shishibukai with 2 people than Luffy alone with 3 Admirals. Kankin dodged the kick, and Doflamingo looked at the attacking master with a gloomy face. At this time, in front of Sengoku and Garp, Sabo gestured to Ace with his eyes. Whitebeard frowned. Even after dealing with him for so many years, he didn't understand the reason for Sengoku's order. No matter how much he treats himself as Marine, Garp can't stand idly by in this situation, right? Sengoku asked if Luffy really wanted to fight Marine, and immediately turned to Luffy, which is not normal, right? You guy, don't you really like that Straw Hat boy? This is not a wise choice. 35. It was obviously a war with the Whitebeard pirates, but now it has become a solution to the Straw Hats? You know where you stand, don't you? Garp. Even if he doesn't make trouble himself, with Marine 3 Admiral's strength, it won't be too difficult to keep the Straw Hat boy. Boya Hancock can't help but smile. She is the Queen of 9 Snake Island, why should she obey others' orders? Do you think the Straw Hat is too threatening? So you want to take this opportunity to kill him? It doesn't make any sense. When you attacked me before, you made the concubine very uncomfortable, so now the concubine has to return it. Aren't you going to do it yet? 35. Sengoku, you better hold me tight. Although Sengoku ordered Shishibukai to restrain himself, doing so could make Shishabukai's target also on Luffy. Doflamingo was worried about how to deal with Luffy, and Sengoku's sudden appearance was very much in line with his wishes. Also, the fact that the Straw Hat is Garp's grandson is no secret in Marine. Gecko Moria also laughed out loud, thinking secretly, just waiting to see if there would be a chance to smack the Straw Hat boy. Although it can't deal with Marine Admiral, it's not a problem to deal with some small knights. There are also quite a few people in his Whitebeard pirates, and the wave of conquerors Haki just shocked by Luffy was more than the one that Marine fainted. He wanted to see what the woman's expression would look like when she saw the one in the Straw Hat being killed by Marine. Marco, whatever Sengoku wants to do, stop those guys for me. Although the Straw Hat also had Whitebeard's help, it was 3-on-2 after all, and Doflamingo didn't think Luffy could resist this attack. Sengoku, what the hell do you want to do? The Straw Hat's flag, after he said that, had lost the protection from Marine's side. And at this moment, Garp looked at Sengoku's familiar face, and a look of anger finally appeared on that resolute face. Ace understood, and the two ran at the same time, running from 2 different directions towards Luffy and Whitebeard, who were surrounded by 3 admirals. Marine's target became Luffy. However, now was not the time to think about the purpose of Sengoku's order, and Whitebeard jumped to Luffy's side first. Thinking of what Luffy said just now, and the figure of the two celestial dragons lying at their feet in the newspaper. Order of the Five Elders. Boya Hancock bit her thumb again, and at this moment, she was thinking about which side she should be on. Sengoku looked into Garp's eyes, the short words made the veins on Garp's forehead burst. At this moment, the other marines also stared at the surrounding pirates. What is the reason for Sengoku to issue such an order? Hearing Sengoku's order again, the three admiral took the lead and surrounded Luffy and Whitebeard from three directions. You bastard, Sengoku, how could he do this? Damn, Boya Hancock, what do you mean? 35. However, in the current situation, it is estimated that it will be difficult for Luffy to survive or even escape. If that's the case, isn't he Whitebeard less of a threat? Sengoku gave such an order at this time, isn't he afraid that Garp will do something out of the ordinary? If the kick with the sweet fruit ability hits, it will be petrified and shattered. This is the order of the Five Elders. Sengoku, what's going on? Now, he himself may not necessarily be able to survive this battle. With a playful smile on the corner of Doflamingo's mouth, he looked at Boya Hancock and said, the content of the agreement is only to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. If you want to fight the Straw Hat, I will not accompany you. Because he had already felt that the shoulder pressed by his right hand was slowly exerting force. Ace and Sabo were equally stunned. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. What is the situation now? Moreover, such a man, even in this vast sea, doesn't exist anymore, right? The captains and captains under his command are enough to deal with Shishibukai and those marine vice-admirals. Not only because of the red-haired friendship, Hawkeye also wants to see how far Luffy, who has grown so fast, can go in the future. If it was out of consideration for Nine Snake Island, Boya Hancock should obey Sengoku's orders at this time. Thinking of this, Boya Hancock kicked Doflamingo, who had just made a move. After all, unlike his Whitebeard pirates, these marines don't have many opportunities to face conquerors' haki, but they don't have as many experiences as their Whitebeard pirates. Zhao Di Hao, he, God helped me, Perona, don't worry, as long as the Straw Hat Boy dies here, I will definitely save you back. Instead of catching the blood of the Pirate King and the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army in front of him, he has to concentrate on killing the grandson of Hero Marine, this. But, that man. Since Sengoku didn't do anything, they didn't need to waste time here, they could go and help Luffy. You know, unlike Ace, Luffy is Garp's grandson. Even Marine didn't immediately respond to Sengoku's order. Since this woman wants to play, let's play with her. You really have your style, but, for such a good thing, I am very happy to join, panting. Chapter 367 Respective Thoughts. Otherwise, I might rush over to kill Sakazuki and the others. Garp wasn't kidding, and he was capable of doing it. Maybe 1v3 or something, but don't forget, Akainu and the others are still facing off against Luffy and Whitebeard. If Garp had rushed to help Luffy and the others now, it would have been a different story. Do you want to betray Marine? Garp. 39. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku couldn't help shouting, and the hand grabbing Garp's shoulder couldn't help but get harder. Betrayal? By doing nothing, I have already betrayed my grandson. 35. Garp turned his head sideways, glanced at Sengoku viciously, and roared at Sengoku as well. Under Garp's roar, Sengoku couldn't help but fell silent. How long has it been since you saw Garp like this? Marine and his family, these two mountains are always on Garp's shoulders. Whether it's Durag or Ace, this is the path they choose. If the day of confrontation comes, Garp may hesitate, but he will still take Marine's side. But Luffy is different. The reason why he became a pirate is because the bastards of the 713 government of the world do not allow a new powerful force at sea. They want to control this power, or destroy this power. Sengoku. Garp lowered his head slightly, and softly called out the name of his old friend. Do you think this world is really right? If the world government is controlled by a group of normal people, even if there are some deficiencies or a little corruption, the world should not fall to this level, right? Watch your identity, Garp. Sengoku's eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't know the sickness of this world. Of course the five elders' orders could not be disobeyed, but what difficulty would it be for Marshal Marine to do something about it? However, Sengoku also has answers he wants to know. Luffy. On Thousand Sunny, everyone looked nervously at Luffy, who was surrounded by Marine's 3 admirals below. At this time, they hoped that they were strong enough to help Luffy. However, they also understand that with their current strength, they can't do anything except distract Luffy in such a battlefield. Although they were invisible, they all knew that at this moment, their faces must be filled with daze and annoyance. Nami's hands tightly grasped the edge of Thousand Sunny's boat, and the slightly swaying hull showed Nami's restless heart at the moment. At this time, she wanted to throw all the islands and sea water that she controlled down. But, Luffy has said before, it must not be done without his approval. She knew he was there to protect her, and she knew he didn't want her to be the real executioner. However, he may not know that if something happened to him, it would be the most painful thing for her. Calm down, Nami, Luffy will speak if he needs our help. My observation Haki can hear Luffy, he knows that. Mary's voice reached Nami's ears. Before going down, Luffy had told Mary that he would remind him if he and Nami were needed. And now, Luffy didn't speak, that is to say, now is not the time for Nami to do it. What happened suddenly? Why did Sengoku suddenly give such an order? In the square of the Sabayati archipelago, those watching the live broadcast were somewhat unaware of what was going on. Why all of a sudden, Marine's target has become the Straw Hat? Leaving aside the blood of One Piece and the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, instead, he gathered the power of the 3 admiral and prepared to deal with the Straw Hat boy with all his strength? Could it be that there is a secret on the Straw Hat that everyone does not know? Although he was very upset that the Straw Hat's bounty was higher than his own, at this time, Kid couldn't help but secretly sweat. In such a situation, even if you can face 1 admiral without defeat, but 3 admiral, what should you do? The Straw Hat, you don't want to die there. Trafalgar Law looked at Luffy, who was surrounded by 3 admirals on the screen, and muttered to himself. Luffy, do you have any other secrets about you? Allows Marine to drop Ace and Sabo and attack you first, knowing that you are Garp's grandson. It shouldn't be just because you've grown up too fast. If that's the only reason, with the relationship between Garp, Sengoku wouldn't give such an order. Rayleigh, who has also dealt with Sengoku a lot, understands that Sengoku will not give orders like that for no reason. Well, that is to say, there must be something else secret about Luffy. Let the world government not hesitate to give up the blood of One Piece and the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and also take Luffy. However, now that you are surrounded by yourself, are you still determined to hide your friends at this time? Bastard, how does the Sengoku guy do things? Doesn't he just let him deal with it quietly? Why do such a thing with a big fanfare? Between the powers of Marie Joyce, the 5 elders looked angrily at the live screen on the table. They just wanted to not let the world know the specialness of the Straw Hat Boy, so they wanted to hope that the Straw Hat Boy would die accidentally in such a chaotic battle. What's going on now? That guy Sengoku made such an order in a pretentious way. Does this clearly tell the world how special the Straw Hat Boy is? This is the end of the matter, and it's too late to stop it. However, there are 3 admiral shots at the same time, so the Straw Hat Boy should also be able to escape. Indeed, as long as the Straw Hat Boy dies, even if someone notices something is wrong, there is no way to prove anything. However, that fruit seems to have its own thoughts and is always hiding from us. I don't know if it can be recovered this time. No matter what, as long as the Straw Hat Boy is dead, even if the fruit can't reach us, don't worry too much, people like the Straw Hat Boy can't appear continuously. Before Luffy came on stage, they never thought that the strength of the Straw Hat Boy had reached this level. Fortunately, the Straw Hat Boy appeared there, allowing them to find out in time and issue an order. While the process might be a little unsatisfactory for them, as long as the Straw Hat ends up dead, none of that matters. Then, do you want to report this matter to Imam-sama? 66. There was a brief silence, but then it was broken. Wait until the war is over and the Straw Hat's death has been confirmed before reporting. Chapter 368. Gu la la la, Straw Hat, it seems that you still have some great secrets. Even surrounded by 3 Marine Admirals, Whitebeard didn't have any worries, still thinking about laughing at Luffy. I'm also wondering what secrets there is in me that's worth Marine doing. 99. To be honest, Luffy is also a little confused at the moment. How can he be so good? Sengoku suddenly ordered the 3 generals to beat him. You must know that although Luffy does have the capital to wrestle with Admiral, but 2 on 3, even if his teammate is Whitebeard, Luffy doesn't think he can still be intact. No matter what the previous Life Network talks about the strength of Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors. But now that Luffy has used observation haki to perceive it himself, he knows that he will definitely not be the opponent of 2 or more Admiral joining forces. Luffy is confident that he can do it if he fights for a while or runs away directly, but if it is a head-to-head confrontation, sorry, there is only a dead end. However, Luffy is now curious as to what is the reason for Sengoku to give up capturing Ace and Sabo and instead let the 3 admirals attack him at the same time. If it is because of his identity? Although he is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Drago, he is also the grandson of their marine hero Garp. Seriously, shouldn't the identity of One Piece's bloodline be more meaningful than that of Drago's son? Besides, Sabo is still the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Isn't it more meaningful to arrest him than to kill himself? So it shouldn't be a question of identity. Could it be that Marine and the world government are afraid of the strength he has shown, so he wants to kill him now? If Akainu was already the marshal, then Luffy might believe this reason, but now the marshal is still Sengoku, and the order was given by Sengoku himself. With Sengoku and Garp's relationship, would he not know how Garp would react when he gave such an order? That said, Sengoku did it knowing that it would provoke a violent reaction from Garp. If it's just because of his own growth, Sengoku wants to get rid of himself. That should also be secretly giving orders to the 3 admiral. Instead of giving such an order directly in front of all the Marines and pirates present, even those watching the live broadcast. In other words, is Sengoku doing this for some other reason? However, apart from these 2 points, is there anything else worth Sengoku to achieve this level? Is it because he knew the news that his pirate group could intercept the reborn devil fruit? Not right? If that's the case, then Sengoku shouldn't have given such an order. You know, if they were killed here, the Marines might never know how the Straw Hat Pirates did such a thing. It is even possible to force his crew to the Revolutionary Army for the sake of killing himself. Isn't that the equivalent of giving the Revolutionary Army a great gift? Wait, devil fruit? Shouldn't it? Luffy shook his head, amused at the sudden thoughts that popped into his head. The food he ate was not like OPOP fruit. Even though Trafalgar Law ate OPOP fruit, he didn't see any special action from Marine. And, if it was really because of devil fruit, shouldn't they have done it earlier? He has never hidden what devil fruit he ate. However, Luffy suddenly remembered the sound of the 7-star sword he heard when he smashed it. A freer force? Whatever the reason, now facing the siege of the 3 admiral, even with Whitebeard's help, the pressure is enough. Perhaps, his devil fruit, who was already on the move, could wake up today? As for whether Luffy could escape his life today, Luffy felt that there should be no problem with Nami's whole card. Unless Sengoku wants to kill himself, he can take these marine elites or even the entire marine fort to bury himself with him. Otherwise, he will always have enough bargaining chips to negotiate with him. However, Sengoku even let Ace and that Sabo escape, but he has to keep Garp in check. It seems that you have a lot of secrets, Straw Hat. Whitebeard glanced sideways at Luffy, then to Sengoku and Garp in the distance. Regarding the relationship between Garp and Luffy, Whitebeard also heard the redhead mention it, and now looking at Garp's appearance, it is obvious that the redhead is telling the truth. Flowers 0. However, to be able to make Sengoku give such an order at the risk of falling out with Garp, it seems that Luffy's secret is not small. Even though Luffy himself didn't know this secret, Whitebeard still believed what Luffy said. Eyes can't deceive people, and, for people like Straw Hats, they don't bother to deceive people. If you have it, you have it, if you don't have it, you don't have it, and you don't have to find out what your secrets are and what to hide. Hey, I'd really like to know what kind of secrets I hide, but now doesn't seem to be the time to dig deeper. 55. Luffy looked up at the 3 Marine Admiral who were surrounding him, and lava was already bubbling up from Akainu's hand. Obviously, Marine Admiral, who upholds absolute justice, has no plans to wait any longer. Akainu really didn't intend to continue the stalemate. Just now, he had a slight advantage in one-on-one, but after Whitebeard took the medicine given by the Straw Hat, he was able to press himself and fight. This made Akainu very unconvinced. It was just right now that the two of them were surrounded by 3 of them. Whether it was Whitebeard or Luffy who gave Whitebeard medicine, they could solve it together. I didn't expect it would turn into such a situation. One is the strongest man in the world, and the other is a man who can hurt me. Both are quite terrifying opponents. 99. Kizaru's hands were also crossed in front of his chest, and the golden glitter had condensed on the tips of his fingers. But the way he pouted, gave Luffy and Whitebeard the urge to punch him hard. I didn't expect to meet again. You already have such strength, you are indeed a terrible man. Although Aokiji didn't move, it could be seen from the eyes he stared at the two of them that he was obviously ready. However, Aokiji's words caused a question mark to slowly appear on Kizaru's head next to him. Aokiji has seen Straw Hat before? Maybe even had a fight with Straw Hat? Otherwise, there wouldn't be the feeling that the Straw Hat's strength has improved so quickly. And Aokiji fought with the Straw Hat boy but failed to win the Straw Hat boy, which means that Sengoku knows the strength of the Straw Hat. 4. Chapter 369. In the case of already knowing the strength of the Straw Hat boy, he also let himself deal with the Straw Hat boy. Compared with Aokiji and Akainu, he is like a paddling person. Shouldn't Sengoku wear small shoes? A huge lava fist formed, Akainu took the lead, and the arm that turned into lava quickly expanded dozens of times. The shock wave formed by the collision spread rapidly in the air and swept to every marine and pirate in the Crescent Moon Bay. At this time, Kizaru still has the mind to think about those who have or not, but he can only say that he is really good at being a human being. Nice job, Straw Hat. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy's just outstretched arm and complimented faintly. Boom! Ace has successfully escaped, and Whitebeard is not so anxious at this time. 2 huge collision sounds came from mid-air into the ears of everyone present. Just before the 3 admirals' attack came, Whitebeard's right fist, clenched hard, slammed into the empty air. Whitebeard needn't say 0.4, after all, he has the title of the strongest man in the world. Wanting to break through their siege, for the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, July 17th is not an easy thing. These Marines are basically Rear Admiral Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Looking at the constantly falling lava and ice thorns, whether it was Galen or the pirates, they were a little dumbfounded. Not to mention the large-scale attack just now, maybe they don't even have the qualifications to escape. But the Straw Hat is a bit unacceptable, although the Straw Hat injured Kizaru before. However, what is the purpose of Marshal Sengoku doing this? Really strange ability, the ability of rubber fruit, how could it be able to do such a thing? Boom! Is it just because the Straw Hats threaten celestial dragons? The sound of glass breaking came, and the cracks like spider webs spread rapidly in the air. The other captains did the same, and while worried about Whitebeard, they themselves were also surrounded by a number of marines. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the huge lava fist smashed towards Whitebeard and Luffy, who were surrounded by 3 people, with the force of thunder. Even in this sunny day, it is still clearly visible and dazzling. The outstretched arm was enveloped in a blazing flame in an instant. This really makes me look at me, it's such a big surprise to come up. Kizaru murmured as if complaining, and his body quickly took a few steps back. At the same time, the light bullets that had been condensed between his fingers shot at Whitebeard and Luffy. Fire fist! Whitebeard squatted down slightly, and the right fist that was not holding Kong Yunki was wrapped in a circle of white light. And Luffy is facing the giant ice bird shot by Aokiji in the other direction. A giant bird formed of ice blocks forms in front of Aokiji. The 2 people in front of them are not easy to match, even if it is 3 on 2, if one is not careful, they may overturn the car. Crackling. I don't know if Marine really gave up on executing Ace, or if Sengoku was confident enough to keep the Whitebeard pirates and Luffy here. The giant lava fist didn't even avoid both Aokiji and Kizaru. The lava exploded, the ice cubes shattered, and the scalding lava bombs and sharp icicles formed continuously poured out to the surroundings. 3 admiral attacks formed simultaneously, targeting Whitebeard and Luffy in the encirclement. Although I don't know Sengoku's plan, since Sengoku has given such an order, I just need to follow the order. Daddy, Straw Hat. Rollo. If Akainu is partnered with another marine who is less powerful, he may be injured or even killed by Akainu's move. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly, although the attack of the 3 looked powerful, it was deadly enough for ordinary people. Armament Haki's fist covered, with the second gear's extreme speed blessing, attacked the huge ice bird flying towards him with lightning speed. Great eruption. Moreover, this was the joint attack of the 3 admirals, and although Whitebeard helped to bear part of it, the result was quite shocking to them. Although the entire Whitebeard pirates are still surrounded by marine, at least, the Whitebeard pirates are no longer so passive. Marco wanted to go up to help, but as soon as he made a move, 2 marines stood in front of him. But the battle with Kizaru before was not as exaggerated as it is now. This seems to be the only reason, right? And looking at it this way, whether it is Whitebeard or the Straw Hat Boy, they are also strong like a monster. He didn't even tell himself about the strength of the Straw Hat Boy. Did he offend Sengoku in some way, so he was ready to wear small shoes? Although he thought nonsensically about those who had and didn't, Kizaru didn't dare to be careless. Ice Cube, childish mouth. Not only because of Garp's relationship, but also because the Straw Hat Pirates have never done anything harming civilians. However, Ace and Sabo, who were escaping to the pirate camp at this time, had no marine to stop them. Really, is this trying to kill us too? However, Mr. Garp should be very satisfied, right? Such an order has never been given before, and even for the Straw Hat Pirates, one eye is open and one eye is closed. Although I feel sorry for Mr. Garp, as a marine, I have to have this awareness. But whether it's Luffy or Whitebeard, with this level of attack, it's still far from enough to take down the 2. Compared to the battle between Admiral and Luffy Whitebeard, the battle in other places was much calmer. The power of concussion suddenly erupted at this moment, colliding with the magma fist that was attacking from the front. Such an attack, when they were replaced, not to mention breaking it, it was a question of whether they could dodge it. You must know that even these ice thorns and lava that are constantly spilling, for them, as long as they accidentally touch it, it is enough to kill. 6699. Kizaru watched this scene speechlessly, always feeling like he was a superfluous person. If he is not careful, Aokiji guesses that he will suffer too. Aokiji also stayed away a bit. Both Akainu and Kizaru, both of them used large-scale coverage attacks. You are not the same. Gu la la la, since Sengoku looks up to you so much, shouldn't you also repay Sengoku's attention? These marine admirals, as expected, are all monsters. Because the speed was too fast, the dark arm that was stretched and wrapped in flames cut through the sky like an aurora. And Kizaru's light bullets, which should have been faster, were actually a step slower at this moment, and they were blocked by these ice thorns and lava bullets. Chapter 370 Prepare to break through. How could Sengoku give such an order? Could it be that there is some secret about the straw hat? Blackbeard, who had been hiding in the dark, was still observing the situation on the field. Blackbeard couldn't help but startled when Sengoku gave the three admirals order to deal with Luffy the Straw Hat first, but then saw Whitebeard's action, and his face turned bright again. This may be an opportunity. Three admiral besieged Whitebeard and the Straw Hat boy. Even Whitebeard would not be so easy to deal with, right? Blackbeard glanced at the guys behind him, their separation already evident. If they didn't do anything before the war ended, they would leave without hesitation after the war ended. While none of these guys are ideal crew members, there is no other choice for me now. In any case, these guys still have strength, and I still have to try my best to let them stay. Otherwise, wouldn't this trip to Impel Down be a waste of effort? Now I can only hope that the three admiral can do a little bit more and try to beat Whitebeard, so that he may have a chance. However, that guy in the straw hat actually has a partner with Thunder Fruit ability, which is quite troublesome, and he has to be more careful. It's just that Blackbeard didn't expect that at this moment, every move of himself and others was completely exposed to Mary's observation haki. As soon as they had the intention of attacking Luffy and Whitebeard, Mary would land a thunderbolt to attack them. Just being beaten passively is not in my character. After shattering Aokiji's attack, Luffy looked at the three admiral who were still able to surround himself and Whitebeard, and muttered to himself. However, the three admiral are all Logia demon fruit power, such as the long-range attack method of Zhixiang, which can't pose any threat to them at all. Still have to attack at close range, the long-range release of haki consumes too much. However, if you take the initiative to attack, you may have to face two admirals, which is difficult. Hey, Whitebeard, what are you going to do next? Neither wanting to be beaten, nor having a particularly good solution, Luffy could only ask for Whitebeard's opinion. After all, the age of others is there, and the combat experience must be much richer. What should I do? Is there any other way besides a frontal attack? However, Whitebeard obviously has no better way. In this situation, those outside can't help himself and Luffy. Since they can fight more with less, how about we join forces to kill one first? Although when attacking the same admiral, the other two admiral will definitely keep attacking themselves and Whitebeard. But the admiral who was attacked would also be a breakthrough for Luffy and Whitebeard. Okay, but can you withstand the attack of the other two? Don't hold back, Laozi. 35. Hey? Then please do more. Luffy didn't refute either, although he was confident, there was no benefit in talking big at such a time. However, you have to give it a try anyway. Otherwise, being surrounded by three admirals would only be a dead end. At that time, Luffy may have to let Nami take the shot and try to negotiate with Sengoku. Gu la la la, why is there no haki from the negotiation with Laozi just now? Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard was slightly startled, then laughed, but did not reject what Luffy said. After all, in the face of three admiral, you still need to have self-knowledge. Luffy is not as arrogant as Blackbeard, although now he has mastered the Conqueror's haki entanglement, and he is only one step away from the awakening of Devil Fruit. But after all, Devil Fruit has not awakened, Conqueror's haki also needs to be able to attack talents to be useful. So, has the target of the attack been decided? Whitebeard glanced at the three admiral and asked Luffy. But seeing that he finally fixed his gaze on Akainu, he probably understood what he was thinking. And not just because Akainu is very hard on their Whitebeard pirates. Kizaru's sparkling fruit is too fast, and if you want to attack him together, it is estimated that a lot of time will be wasted. As for Aokiji, frozen fruit's control ability is more troublesome. Although it was easy for Whitebeard and Luffy to break free even if they were frozen in ice, even that moment of control could have allowed them to be attacked by the other two admirals. In contrast, although Lava Fruit has the most powerful attack power, it has no means of restraining people. Moreover, with Akainu's character, he will definitely defend the attack of the two head-on. Luffy nodded, his body was slightly charged, and his feet were hard. While smashing the ice surface, the figure also disappeared in place. When Luffy nodded, Whitebeard's clenched fist was already tapping in the other direction. At the same time, the huge body also exploded with astonishing speed, rushing towards Akainu closely behind Luffy. Want to focus on breakthrough? It won't let you succeed so easily. Although I didn't hear what Whitebeard and Luffy said, I understood what they were thinking after seeing their actions. Kizaru's fingers were raised again, and observation haki also locked onto Luffy who was rushing towards Akainu. However, the shock wave formed by the punch that Whitebeard slammed forward before smashing the airlock hit Kizaru and Aokiji at this 717 ticks. It may not be able to hurt the two who can be elementalized, but it is enough to block the attack of the two. If Kizaru and Aokiji want to continue to attack Whitebeard and Luffy, they have to go in the same direction, and this is also an opportunity for Luffy and Whitebeard. Don't underestimate Marine. As expected by Luffy and Whitebeard, Akainu did not choose to retreat. Instead, he gathered his magma arms and attacked Luffy who had arrived earlier. The dog bites the red lotus. The magma arm turned into a flaming dog's head, biting at Luffy. There was no retreat, and no retreat, because once they retreated, Whitebeard and Straw Hat were out of the three-person encirclement. When the time comes, they want to escape, but Marine may not be able to stop them. Moreover, Akainu only needs to hold back for a while, and when Aokiji and Kizaru arrive, the situation is still in their favor. However, as Luffy and Whitebeard face three admiral and need to focus on the breakthrough, and Akainu faces the combined attack of Whitebeard and Luffy, how can it be possible to get a good deal? Black and red lightning had wrapped around Luffy's fist and arm as he slammed into Akainu. At this time, what is needed is a thunderous strike to directly break through the siege of the three admiral. It is not the time to continue to hide and tuck. Chapter 371 Seriously Injured Akainu. This is Whitebeard, who followed Luffy, noticed the black and red lightning wrapped around Luffy's hand, and his pupils contracted slightly. However, now is not the time to be surprised. Aokiji and Kizaru are already on their way, and the chance may only be this one. If the two of them failed to break out of the siege with this combined blow, and they tried to focus on attacking an admiral, the other party would not give this chance. Whitebeard restrained his mind, and held the handle of Qingxuan with both hands at the same time. Strands of black and red lightning also began to spread from Whitebeard's hand to Qingxuan. As Luffy said before, not only observation haki, but also armament haki and conqueror's haki, Whitebeard has been rarely used. The old body has been weakened to a certain extent, and with the dark wounds left by the early battles, Whitebeard's haki has indeed regressed. However, the pill Luffy gave him just now could not help but revive his body's vitality, and even Conqueror's haki had a certain recovery. At this moment, Whitebeard felt Qingxuan cut into his swirling haki. Even with his mentality, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. This long-lost feeling made Whitebeard want to scream in the sky. And he did, an old but firm voice from Whitebeard's mouth that filled the ears of everyone on the battlefield. The hands that were holding Qingxuan had blue veins protruding on the upper arms. Luffy glanced at Whitebeard at this time, and had a new understanding of the pills made from the horns of the unicorn lion. When the Chopper Master has the cloning technology, this medicine may be used as a regular wound medicine for the Straw Hat Pirates. It's still the kind of medicine that is extremely effective and has no side effects. At this time, Akainu felt really bad. Facing the two attacks entangled with Conqueror's haki, even he had a feeling of wanting to avoid its edge. The entanglement of Conqueror's haki, as Marine Admiral, has learned from various intelligence bears even if he has not faced it himself. Even among the owners of Conqueror's haki, only very few people can master this skill, but I didn't expect to meet them all at once. To make matters worse, the two attacks also attacked him at the same time. Now Akainu can only hope that Aokiji and Kizaru can arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise, oneself alone cannot resist these two attacks. And if he retreated, then Whitebeard and Straw Hat Luffy would break through directly. At that time, it would not be so easy to think about forming an encirclement. Looks like we're one step ahead. Kizaru's voice came from behind Luffy and Whitebeard, and a little later, Aokiji also appeared behind them. The gleaming light and the icy chill had condensed behind Luffy and Whitebeard. But the corners of Luffy's mouth twitched, and he didn't mean to avoid it at all. The target of the fist wrapped around Conqueror's haki remained unchanged, still facing Akainu's arm that turned into a lava dog's head. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth also pulled into a smile, and the cloud in his hand was castrated. Boom! 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 4 consecutive explosions sounded. Luffy and Whitebeard wrapped around the attack of Conqueror's haki, directly smashing the two Akainu's condensed lava dog heads in the air. At the same time, Akainu's body flew upside down with blood from the corner of his mouth under these two attacks that did not weaken much. Behind Luffy and Whitebeard, Ace and Sabo blocked Kizaru and Aokiji's attack. Ace. In the distance, Marco, whose heart was hanging, finally fell back to his original position after Ace and Sabo blocked Kizaru and Aokiji's attack. Aokiji Kizaru's attack just now, but it scared Marco. But he was being dragged by 2 Marine Vice Admiral at this time, and there was no way to go to the rescue. Daddy, Luffy. 99. At this time, Ace was also a little excited, and this time he got out of trouble, which gave Ace a different feeling. It's not time to hold a banquet yet. Luffy glanced sideways at the excited Ace, and reminded lightly. Although Akainu was seriously injured by the two, Aokiji and Kizaru were still standing there. Although Ace and Sabo had just helped Whitebeard and Luffy block their attacks, they were also exposed to Aokiji and Kizaru at the same time. Don't look at the two just blocked Kizaru and Aokiji's attack, but if they really want to fight, the two will not be Marine Admiral's opponents. In other words, Luffy and Whitebeard can't take on the seriously injured Akainu now. Otherwise, it is likely to be a 1-for-1 or even 1-for-2 situation. In that case, the rescue operation of the Whitebeard pirates would be a complete failure. The one just now, is the entanglement of Conqueror's haki. At this time, Kizaru looked at Akainu lying not far from Luffy and Whitebeard, a little dazed and a little strange. Is Marshal Sengoku really wearing small shoes for himself? Straw Hat Luffy has mastered even Conqueror's haki, but he didn't tell himself this information. Could it be that he found out about his work and fishing? Aokiji also glanced at Akainu, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up for half an hour, his eyes full of solemnity. The original Luffy mastered Conqueror's haki under his own pressure. But how long has it been since then, has he been able to use it so skillfully? Such talent is a bit horrifying. If Luffy continues to grow, what heights will he reach? What kind of future will this bring to the sea? Home Marine Admiral was defeated. In the square of Sabayati Archipelago, the pirates looked at Admiral Akainu lying on the ground on the screen in amazement, whispering incredulously. Although Luffy and Whitebeard teamed up, they were able to seriously injure Marine Admiral with just one, Zhao Dezeo, blow, which was somewhat incomprehensible to them. Moreover, the attack of Whitebeard and Straw Hat Luffy just now, although one was a naginata and the other was a fist, the black and red lightning wrapped around the naginata and the fist was exactly the same. Moreover, even across the screen, they had a dizzy feeling when they looked at the naginata and fist wrapped in black and red lightning. What exactly is this attack? Being able to be used by two people at the same time is obviously not the devil fruit ability. If you can master it yourself, does it mean that you also have the capital to fight against Admiral? For these pirates, knowing Conqueror's haki is already well informed. As for Conqueror's haki entanglement, it can only be said that they have never even heard of it. If those pirates who fantasize about being able to master the attack method themselves know that this is an advanced use of Conqueror's haki, they don't know what they would think. Chapter 372 Conspiracy. Is Conqueror's haki entangled? I didn't expect you to master this one. Rayleigh stared blankly at Luffy on the screen. The figure with the straw hat seemed to merge with the figure in his memory. So, where will the situation in this war go next? 3 Admiral is temporarily out of the game, Ace and Sabo are also out of crisis, so what are you going to do? Sengoku. Damn, can't even take off a straw hat in that situation, and even got one badly wounded by him and Whitebeard? These Marines are really useless. Doflamingo looked gloomily at the meeting of Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and Whitebeard. Then, he glanced angrily at Boya Hancock, who was staring at him. When Luffy and Whitebeard attacked Akainu just now, he wanted to attack Luffy again, but this woman actually stopped him at that time. The bastard straw hat, what kind of ecstasy soup was poured into this woman, to achieve this level? The shadow spear in Gecko Moria's hand dissipated, and the pirate who had been stabbed to death on the shadow spear fell to the ground softly. At this time, Gecko Moria's face was not very good looking. He originally thought that this would be an opportunity, but he didn't expect that even the 3717 will join forces to kill him right away, and they even killed one of them instead. Have you been able to do this already? Straw Hat Boy, then, what's the point of that swordsman on your ship? Although I know people like Luffy, even if you look at the whole sea, there are not many. But Hawkeye couldn't help but look forward to when that young swordsman who was so weak but dared to draw a sword against him would challenge him again. However, Hawkeye would not have thought that he and Zoro would meet soon. However, it was not Zoro who challenged him, but practiced with him. 66-99. Bartholomew Bear glanced at the Luffys who were facing each other at this time, still without any expression. On the opposite side of him, Izang looked in the same direction as him with a happy face on the woman's face. For the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, it was definitely a joy to be the first to seriously injure an admiral. In this way, their father's pressure will be much less. However, Ace's younger brother has really come to this level, no wonder the old man said that. Now that Ace has been rescued, Dad and Ace's younger brother have also broken through the encirclement. Does that mean they can retreat? How come Akainu Admiral was defeated? Although Whitebeard and Luffy joined forces, the Marines never thought that their admiral would be defeated so simply. Although Akainu has been fighting against Whitebeard for a long time, he shouldn't be defeated so easily, right? Or, is the attack from Whitebeard and Luffy just now so powerful? Different from the audience across the screen, those who were on the scene had a clearer sense of the power contained in the 2 attacks by Luffy and Whitebeard just now. It was a more formidable coercion than the shock of Conqueror's haki. As if just looking at it, the brain can't stand it and has a feeling of fainting. So, what kind of attack is it? Damn, the guy in the straw hat has already mastered this kind of thing, and the guy in Whitebeard is actually able to use that kind of move again. 35. In the dark, Blackbeard's face was ugly. Whether it was Luffy or Whitebeard, although the 2 of them seemed to be out of breath, they were no longer able to move. As a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, how could he not know what the attack with black and red lightning was? It's just that he hadn't seen Whitebeard use that kind of attack in years. Originally, in his opinion, Whitebeard should not be able to use haki because of his body. I just didn't expect that Whitebeard would actually use that kind of attack again. Is it because of the pills the guy in the straw hat gave Whitebeard? Blackbeard didn't think that Whitebeard's original body could reach that level, so the only explanation was the straw hat's pill. A glint of greed flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, the kind of pills that can heal even Whitebeard's body. And looking at Whitebeard's current appearance, it doesn't seem to have any side effects. If this kind of pill can be obtained or even produced, it will definitely be very helpful for one's hegemony. How come all the good things are taken up by the guy in the straw hat? A trace of resentment flashed in Blackbeard's eyes again. He thought that he would definitely stand at the apex of this era when he got dark fruit. However, now there is a straw hat boy, not only so young, but even the strength has reached the peak of this sea. Now there is still the magic medicine that can heal wounds. Is he the protagonist of this era? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Akainu not far from Luffy and Whitebeard, and Blackbeard's eyes flashed a ruthless look. At this time, Akainu fell to the ground and couldn't move, which was a good opportunity for him. Although lava fruit is not the best choice for him, it is at least the strongest attack in Logia. If you can get it, it is not unacceptable. However, how to get close to and get lava fruit is a difficult problem. Marine couldn't just watch himself do it, and, with Whitebeard's character, if he appeared in front of him, he might give up on others to come and kill himself. Damn it, obviously the opportunity is right in front of you, but there is no way to seize it. This feeling makes Blackbeard mad with hatred. Moreover, if they don't make a move, the Whitebeard pirates are likely to be evacuated. At that time, if they want to make a move, they won't have that chance. How, Garp, how's it going? If it's up to you, it should be the most appropriate, right? At this moment, not far from the execution platform, Sengoku's hand on Garp's shoulder had already been released. His eyes were fixed on Garp, wanting to hear his decision from Garp. No one noticed the conversation between the two, and just now everyone's attention was attracted by Luffy, Whitebeard and others. Even now, everyone's eyes are still focused on the fallen Akainu. At this time, Garp's face no longer had the anger he had before. At this moment, Garp looked at Sengoku with 3 points of shock, 6 points of relaxation, and 1 point of understanding. Immediately, Garp nodded slightly, and his face returned to a calm look. Chapter 373 Identity. Gu la la la, Ace, are you alright? I'm fine, Dad, I'm really sorry, it's because I'm too self-willed to. Whitebeard shouted, interrupting Ace directly. But, what's going on now? Is Garp finally ready to take action on his grandson? 4. Now, what came out of Garp's mouth made them wonder what was going on. If they can't leave alive, let them decide whether they want to inherit the Whitebeard pirates. It's no wonder that Garp hasn't shot before, and it's no wonder that Sengoku presses Garp's shoulder strangely. In the past, what he thought about was always carrying everything by himself, thus ignoring the growth of his sons. Luffy's strength just now is obvious to all. In a one-on-one situation, Marine Admiral can't help him at all. Since Marshal Sengoku didn't stop him, he probably didn't come to help Straw Hat. Garp finally walked up to Luffy and Whitebeard. The Marines may all know more or less, but the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, and even the people watching the live broadcast on Sabayati Archipelago, do not understand the relationship between the two. Turns out, is that the reason? However, this is not right. If you feel unwilling, then try to become stronger, otherwise, you can only hide behind others. 99. Without looking back, Luffy said to Ace and Sabo, who had just arrived. And his sons, too, enjoyed the peace of mind that Whitebeard brought them. Flowers 0. What's the matter? Isn't that Marine Hero Garp? Why does he sound like he knows the Straw Hat? 35. But, Mr. Garp is not. Perhaps Ace quickly rose to fame at sea because of the Logia Maramara fruit. Although it did help Luffy and Whitebeard to block Aokiji and Kizaru's attack just now, it was just Aokiji and Kizaru's attack to stop Luffy and Whitebeard. Garp of the Marine Hero, is the grandfather of the Straw Hat? Is this kind of thing true? Whitebeard just glanced at Ace slightly, and repeated the previous words. This is not the kind of understatement attack just now. Marine, who can still stand on the scene now, is regarded as the pillar of marine strength and identity. Those who died here will not die here either. Just as Whitebeard and Luffy were concerned that Ace and Sabo would be distracted by staying, they were equally concerned that they would be seized by them by taking a shot at Ace and Sabo. And it is precisely such a person who plays a pivotal role in Marine that he has a grandson who is a pirate. Since Sengoku's latest order is Straw Hat, their first task is to watch Straw Hat. Ace was a little ashamed. If he had followed Whitebeard's advice, perhaps none of this would have happened. Compared with Ace's sensibility in front of Whitebeard and Luffy, Sabo, as the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, is undoubtedly much more rational. I never thought we'd come this far, Luffy. Not everyone can be as monstrous as the Straw Hat in front of him. Luffy, we. But which of the three Admiral is not the Logia demon fruit power? But it looks like someone doesn't want us to leave. Then, there was an incredible voice of discussion. Ace. Ace, let's go, staying here will only cause trouble for Luffy and Mr. Whitebeard. 39. How many people on this sea grew up listening to the legend of Garp? How many people joined Marine because of Garp's name? After all, the battle just now had told them that the strength of the Straw Hat Boy was not inferior to them. Aokiji and Kizaru didn't stop Ace and Sabo from leaving. However, I just don't know what Mr. Garp intends to do at this time. What's more, this Marine Vice Admiral is not an ordinary person, that is Garp, who is known as a Marine hero. Grandpa? Did I hear it wrong? I originally thought that killing an admiral first would make things easier, but now it seems that the situation is more troublesome. After this Teach incident, Whitebeard had a decision. Their ability to develop devil fruit is not comparable to Ace, a rookie who has just obtained Maramara fruit for 2 years. They couldn't believe it, a big pirate who was offered a reward of more than 300 million and nearly 400 million Bailey by Marine could actually be the grandson of Marine Vice Admiral? Whitebeard's words are a bit heavy, which is not in line with his usual behavior. Just listen to the Straw Hats, it's too early for you to face Marine Admiral. 35. Whether it is Admiral or Garp, for the current Ace and Sabo, they are unmatched existences. If the two of them insisted on staying, it might instead distract Luffy and Whitebeard. Luffy's voice came from the screen, but it directly caused the square to fall into silence. Gee! Ace bowed his head, and the flame that was burning on his arm gradually went out. Sooner or later there will be such a day, won't it? Grandpa. Looking at Ace who just appeared behind him and blocked Kizaru's attack for him, he asked with a big smile. If everyone can leave alive this time, he has already planned to step back behind the scenes and let Marco and others take charge of the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu couldn't get up for the time being, but if it was just 2-on-2, Whitebeard didn't worry at all. But one thing is for sure, since Sengoku let Garp go, Garp is definitely not here to help Luffy. Ace, Sabo, let's meet up with everyone first. Ace stared blankly at Whitebeard, unable to utter a single word. Moreover, the key is that this Straw Hat Boy has actually reached that level of strength. Luffy's eyes were fixed on Garp who was walking slowly, and he didn't understand what he meant. I asked you to catch Teach back then. Basic understanding of the relationship between Garp and Luffy. The power is not large, the purpose is only to hinder the actions of Luffy and Whitebeard, and the pursuit is a speed. But now, if they stay here, they're going head to head with Marine Admiral. Hey, now is not the time when your father and son are deeply in love. Let's find a way to get out of trouble. 5. At this time, Whitebeard also saw Garp coming, and he glanced at Luffy, also not understanding Garp's purpose at this time. However, now Garp is standing opposite the Straw Hat. Is he planning to kill his relatives righteously? Are you really putting Marine's responsibilities first, and even ready to take a shot at yourself? Could it be that Garp Vice Admiral is about to do it? Chapter 374 Garp ready to start. But then again, Luffy is the grandson of Straw Hat Garp, and Straw Hat is Ace's younger brother. Sengoku just announced that Ace's biological father is One Piece Gore Roger, so, is Garp Roger's father? Hiss, that's really scary. And, now that Whitebeard is Ace's dad, doesn't that mean? It's wonderful. Can't think about it. The guy in the straw hat still has such an identity. To say who cares about Luffy the most on Sabayati Archipelago right now, it's undoubtedly Kid. Even Rayleigh, who is looking forward to Luffy, or Trafalgar Ro, who wants to ally with Luffy, can't compare to Kid's attention to Luffy now. The dissatisfaction when we never met, to the surprise when we hijacked celestial dragons for the first time, and then to the shock of the Straw Hat and Kizaru's draw. The last is the eagerness after seeing the Straw Hat boy really showing his strength. Now, Kid has regarded Luffy as his biggest opponent on the road to becoming king. He wanted to see Luffy reveal more, so he would be more motivated to catch up. In this way, the strength is also shown, and the identity is also shown, so, Luffy, are you ready to leave? It was surrounded by 3 Admiral before, and Ace Sabo was not out of danger, so Luffy had no way to escape. But now, Akainu is already lying there, although there is more Garp, but if you Luffy wants to escape, if you want to come to Garp, you will not chase after him. As long as he can go back to Thousand Sunny, with the ability of Lion Fruit, at that time, there is no way for Marine to arrest anyone. Would you just run away, though? Luffy. Garp's ability to stand in front of Luffy should not be the reason why Sengoku couldn't stop him. Presumably Luffy should know this too, so what are you going to do next? The old man said at the beginning that once you become a pirate and meet again, the old man will not show mercy. Although that is what you said, when you were in the Seven Waters capital, didn't you still do nothing? Luffy muttered to himself. Although me did say so, but the reason why I became a pirate is your reason. 55. Luffy said at the beginning that as long as he is not rewarded, he will not take the initiative to hang the pirate flag. However, Luffy was offered a bounty by the world government before East Blue even came out. It can only be said that once he has the power, as long as he is not controlled by the world government, the so-called adventurer becomes a joke. And if there is no strength, sailing on this sea, apart from sinking, will not have any other results. Luffy's words silenced Garp for a while, and Sengoku frowned in the distance. I'm fat. Garp didn't let them gossip in the past. There were some things he had to figure out. To this end, he was ready to resign as Marshal Marine. You're still as eloquent as ever, then let this old man see if your strength is equally strong. 35. Did you really come here for the sake of doing it yourself? Then, what is the reason for you to do this? Luffy glanced at Garp, then at Sengoku in the distance, his body tense slightly, ready to continue fighting. Unlike the 3 Admiral, the fight against Garp is a real hacky fight. Although Garp is his grandfather, Luffy has never seen Garp in full strength. Moreover, the situation is not very favorable for oneself. Next, Whitebeard may not have the opportunity to help himself. After all, what he has to face is probably the combination of Kizaru and Aokiji. Whether it was himself or Whitebeard, even after taking the pills, after repeated battles, his physical strength also dropped a lot. However, Luffy had no plans to run away immediately. Bang bang! Raising his hand to touch his chest, feeling the stronger heartbeat, Luffy looked at Garp full of fighting intent. Aokiji, Kizaru, Whitebeard will be handed over to you, but don't let him disturb the old man's time to educate his grandson. 99. Seeing the fighting intent in Luffy's eyes, Garp grinned and said to Aokiji and Kizaru. It's been a long time since I beat this stinky boy. Today, let's beat up the past together. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, a look of helplessness flashed in their eyes, but they were relieved at the same time. How to say Luffy is also Garp's grandson, if he really died in his own hands, even if this is Marine's own job, it will make them not know how to face Garp. After all, this is the way of the world. Now, for Garp to do it himself, that would be best. For Whitebeard, they will not have any burden, and, how many people, the strongest man in the world, don't want to meet in person for a while? Hello, isn't this a joke? That guy in the straw hat is Garp's grandson. At this moment, even Doflamingo couldn't help but be a little surprised. Does that mean that Garp has seen everything he did before? Doflamingo felt that he wanted to send it, although he always looked like a lawless outfit. If he really messed up with Garp, Doflamingo was still a little self-aware. Originally, as long as Marine could kill Straw Hat here, he would be fine. But now it seems that this is not the case. If the Straw Hat boy died here after this battle, will Garp take out his anger on himself? Doflamingo Luffy, this is very likely. It seems that he will have to hide later. What? Feeling scared? It's not like you, Lord Heavenly Yaksha. Boya Hancock's slightly sarcastic tone rang in Doflamingo's ear. Looking back, he saw the disdain on her face. Doflamingo's face turned dark. This damn woman, she really took the opportunity to make fun of herself, didn't she? But Boya 0.4 Hancock didn't say anything more after mocking one sentence, but put his eyes on Luffy at this time. In any case, his actions just now should have been seen by Sengoku. After this war is over, maybe he will no longer be the 7 warlords of the sea? However, will you survive? Luffy. 9 Snake Island, you're still waiting to plant your flag. Damn it, how could that guy in the straw hat be Garp's grandson? Speaking of anger, there is also Gecko Moria. He never thought that Luffy actually has such a layer of identity. No, who would have thought of this before? Could it be that I really can't get Perona back? Unbeknownst to Gecko Moria, Perona was looking at him with complicated eyes in the sky above Marineford. Chapter 375 Sengoku and Number 039, S Conjecture. Moria-sama. On Thousand Sunny, Perona looked down at the battlefield below, to be precise, at Gecko Moria on the battlefield. Although Perona is now a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Gecko Moria is also the one who raised Perona from a young age. Also, Gecko Moria does treat Perona like a daughter. It is impossible to say that this kind of feeling can be put down just because I became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, while still worried about Gecko Moria's situation, Perona has no plans to return to Gecko Moria's side. Not just because Luffy couldn't have promised himself to let himself go. During these few days together, Perona felt a feeling that Gecko Moria had never felt before. On Gecko Moria's side, except for Gecko Moria himself, there are only compliments from the zombies. Even if it is Absalom and Hogbark, who are also 3 weirdos, the relationship between the 3 is more like a stranger. In the Straw Hat Pirates, although Luffy is tough on staying here, being with them makes Perona feel very relaxed. This way of getting along with 14, and then Perona is relaxed and happy. Now, Perona just hopes Gecko Moria doesn't shoot Luffy. It's not that Gecko Moria will hurt Luffy. Luffy's strength is not something Gecko Moria can compete with, but he doesn't want the two to conflict. Mr. Luffy is really bold. At this time, Koala also looked at Luffy below and muttered to himself. What she was talking about was not only the courage of Luffy to face Whitebeard, the courage to face Marine Admiral, but also the previous speech to Celestial Dragons. That kind of thing, even the Murloc hero who saved him, Fisher Tiger, never said. Moreover, Luffy's strength has greatly exceeded Koala's expectations. No wonder Luffy borrowed himself from the Revolutionary Army. I thought that Sabo was already considered a very strong group among his peers, but I didn't expect that Luffy would outperform Sabo so much. How did he cultivate? But then again, Luffy is Garp's grandson, and as far as she knows, the leader of the family, Drago, is the son of marine hero Garp, right? So Luffy is actually Durag's son? Their family is really amazing. Mr. Garp, how? At this time, Nami did not understand why Garp wanted to shoot Luffy at this time. Just because Luffy was there to save Ace? Probably not because of that. Luffy, please don't have any trouble. What is that guy Garp trying to do? Shouldn't he want to take the opportunity to let go of the straw hat? The 5 elders also looked at Garp, who was standing opposite Luffy, in confusion, and the 5 elders with the knife spoke up. Probably not, and if Garp really intends to do that, Sengoku won't let it go. 39. They still believed in Marine Marshal Sengoku, but now Garp's behavior really puzzled them. However, as Garp dashes towards Luffy on screen, there is a bit of consternation on their faces. It really did work. In the eyes of the 5 elders, in this war, as long as Garp stayed there quietly, it was enough. But they didn't expect that at this time, Garp would actually take the shot himself, and the object was to kiss his grandson himself, which greatly exceeded their expectations. Anyway, if Garp can make a shot, that would be the best thing, but it still has to be guarded. 99. While Garp did make a move, the 5 elders didn't believe Garp would kill Luffy. It's too late to send the CPO, tell Sengoku that he must take down the Straw Hat Boy, and if Garp can't take it, he will do it. 35. They had no doubts about Garp's strength, but the 5 elders needed to make sure nothing was wrong in this matter. As for whether Sengoku will refuse, if they want to continue to receive military funds from the world government, Sengoku must agree. Sengoku put down the phone bug in his hand and looked at Luffy and Garp not far away, his eyes twinkling. The 5 elders wanted Luffy's life so desperately, there must be something he didn't know about. Status, strength, age, these are unlikely to be so important to the 5 elders. So, what else is there in Luffy for the 5 elders to care about? Get rid of those, there's only Devil Fruit. With OPOP fruit in front, Sengoku easily wondered if there was something wrong with the rubber fruit that Luffy ate. Moreover, Sengoku still remembers that the world government once sent someone to deliver a devil fruit, but for some unknown reason, that devil fruit disappeared. The CP member who transported the devil fruit was also imprisoned by the world government, although the man finally escaped and became a subordinate of Kaido of the Beasts. Sengoku, as Marshal Marine, still knows a little bit about this. After all, it was the red-hair pirates who grabbed the devil fruit, one of the 4 emperors today, the red-haired Shanks. But linking all of these together, the incident of transporting the devil fruit was indeed full of doubts. I remember Garp once mentioned that the red-haired Shanks stayed for a while in the village where he was born, and Luffy's rubber 720 fruit was eaten during that time. A gleam of light flashed in Sengoku's eyes, something that could be admired by the world government and the 4 emperors' pirates at the same time. Shouldn't it be something simple? If the 5 elders hadn't given such a bizarre order, Sengoku probably wouldn't have thought of it. But at this time, the 5 elders issued such an order. It is not without reason that Sengoku can be called the resourceful general. Through all kinds of unreasonable places, they are all linked together, and the thing that finally points to is the devil fruit. So, what kind of secret does that devil fruit hide? Although Luffy's ability to develop rubber fruit has shown that he will develop rubber fruit very deeply. But Sengoku doesn't think that's enough to get the 5 elders so concerned. Then, devil fruit's further progress is only at the level of awakening. Is this the reason? As long as the Straw Hat Luffy is forced to the point where he has to wake up, he must be able to know the answer, right? As for whether Luffy can awaken or not, Sengoku has never considered it. It would be strange if someone who can master Conqueror's Haki at this age can't wake up after eating devil fruit for so many years. No, Sengoku suddenly looked up at Luffy. Chapter 376 Prepare to evacuate. With Straw Hat Luffy's talent and strength, it stands to reason that devil fruit should have awakened long ago. If rubber fruit is really rubber fruit, the difficulty of awakening should not make Luffy, who is so talented, unable to awaken. However, until now, he has not shown the ability of rubber fruit to awaken. Want to stay as a whole card, or for some reason, haven't awakened yet? Sengoku prefers the latter. And that's probably why the 5 elders are so desperate to kill Luffy. They are afraid of the awakening of Luffy's devil fruit, so what is the secret behind the awakening of rubber fruit? Garp, you have to work harder, the order of the 5 elders has come. Boom! The 2 pitch-black fists collided violently, and an invisible air wave spread from the place where the fists collided. At the same time, near the 2 fists, there was a constant dark red current raging. This is the visual effect of the collision between Luffy and Garp's armament haki. The fists of the 2 quickly separated after the collision. Although they were only separated by a touch, the shock wave generated by the collision still shattered the surrounding ice surface. For a while, the ice shards flew, shining brightly under the sunlight. Has armament haki cultivated to this point? Garp felt a slight soreness from his fist and sighed a little. However, it is understandable that armament haki can reach this level when Master Conqueror's haki can be wrapped around. Tisk, your fists are still so hard. Luffy felt like his fist was punched on steel by the punch just now. If it weren't for armament haki's protection, Luffy was sure that his right hand would have been abolished with just that one blow. Still, even with armament haki covered, Luffy felt a sharp pain. Luffy was sure that if he had done this a few more times, his hand would probably have swelled up like the original in Katakuri. That's the armament haki quality gap. Even though Luffy's current armament haki is much stronger than ordinary people, it still seems a little underwhelming in front of Garp. After all, is he the man who beat the sea with a pair of fists? Perhaps, armament haki really has a higher level. Haha, now you want to rely on armament haki to fight this old man head-on, but you're still a little short. To hear those words from Luffy's mouth, for some reason, Garp always had a very happy feeling. However, his purpose is not to test Luffy's haki. Still have to use 4th gear? Luffy thought to himself. Although he didn't quite understand what Garp meant, from the fight just now, Luffy knew that Garp was really moving. Gear 4, as a unique move that needs to consume all of his armament haki, is undoubtedly the strongest state of Luffy at the moment. Ultimate speed and power, combined with Conqueror's haki twist, doesn't make it impossible to win against Garp. But it's more likely a tie in 4th gear before haki drains back to normal form. At that point, Luffy would be entering a period of relative weakness. Unless you hit the road before haki runs out, you will not be able to face Garp with all his strength in the weak period. However, once they run away, the Whitebeard pirates and Ace Sabo estimate that they will have to send it, and everything they do will be useless. Moreover, this kind of live broadcast scene, if it finally escapes, is not what Luffy wants. You are still the same as before, thinking too much. Even though you have already reached this level of strength, you still have to care about this and that. What are you worried about, Luffy? Garp's voice interrupted Luffy's thoughts, and the hard iron fist covering armament haki swung towards him again. Luffy raised his hand and threw a fist, trying to block Garp's attacking fist, but was directly knocked back several steps by a punch. Obviously it feels similar to just now, but the power is much greater. Hey, Straw Hat, aren't you guys worrying about us? Gu la la la, Lao Zi isn't weak enough to need a little guy like you to worry. On the other hand, Whitebeard, who had not yet met Aokiji Kizaru, also saw the hesitation in Luffy's eyes, and laughed at Luffy. Afterwards, the handle of the cloud cutter knife in Whitebeard's hand stomped on the ground. Now, the Whitebeard pirates obey. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates who were confronting Marine looked in Whitebeard's direction at the same time. Ace has been rescued, and our goal has been achieved. Now, everyone is ready to retreat. Here, it is up to me and the Straw Hat 5. Whitebeard's voice reached every Marine and pirate's ears. However, the pirates don't want to leave Whitebeard and Luffy alone to face all the Marines here. Dad, do you want to stay here alone? We're not the ones who abandon our family. Some pirates shouted directly. That's right, Dad, aren't we a family? How can we leave you alone? With one voice, other voices soon followed. The pirates agreed one after another. Now that they have come here, they will not be afraid of these marines. What? You didn't even listen to the captain's orders, Kabuto? Or do you think you won't distract me by staying? Although the path was blocked by those pacifists, if the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates rushed out together, those pacifists would not be able to stop them. As for the interception of the marines in Crescent Moon Bay, it was easy for Whitebeard to stop it. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but startled, and then you looked at me, I looked at me, and for a while I didn't know whether to evacuate. Marco, take Ace with them, and leave with the rest of the crew. Looking at the performance of his sons, Whitebeard's heart, Zhao Liao's, is somewhat relieved, but now is not the time to be indecisive. Dad. Originally, because he couldn't help Luffy and Whitebeard share the ace, he wanted to refute after hearing Whitebeard's words. Enough, Ace, do you want our efforts to be in vain? Whitebeard interrupted what Ace was about to say, then looked at Marco again. Marco, move faster. I see, Dad. Although he also didn't want Whitebeard to stay alone, Marco also knew that he and others could not live up to Whitebeard's decision. Don't try to run, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates must die here today. Some marine reacted and saw the Whitebeard pirates who were about to evacuate, and wanted to stop them. However, crackling. The sound of the ice and the ground breaking sounded, and a huge crack ran between Marine and the pirates. Chapter 377. The ability of Whitebeard's shock fruit was activated, and the frozen Crescent Moon Bay broke off from the junction of the coast and the ice surface at this moment. A chasm spread across the entire Crescent Bay was formed, completely separating Marine and pirates. However, it can also be seen from here that Aokiji's frozen fruit ability is indeed powerful, and the Crescent Moon Bay, which was frozen by him, was directly frozen from the sea surface to the bottom of the sea. Brothers, prepare to withdraw and kill those pacifists who block the exit. Looking at the marines who were temporarily unable to cross the gap, Marco did not hesitate and shouted directly at the pirates in the Crescent Moon Bay. Are you ready to run away? It won't let you run away so easily. Kizaru, who was on the same side of the gap as the pirates, slowly raised his hands as he watched the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates who were about to evacuate. However, a dazzling flash formed, but Kizaru was unable to fire it. Shadows shrouded Kizaru, and the figure of Whitebeard appeared behind him at some point. Kizaru is sure that if he shoots these flashes at the pirates at this time, he will be greeted by the blade of Kong Yunkai. It's really scary. However, even if the rest of the Whitebeard pirates run away, as long as you, Whitebeard, are left behind, this battle will still be Marine's victory. 720. Perhaps the significance of the execution of Ace is significant, but in comparison, addressing the actual threat is more meaningful than addressing the potential threat. Maybe Ace will be another Roger in the future, but at least for now, he doesn't have that ability. In comparison, if Whitebeard can be solved here, then the Whitebeard pirates will soon become a mess. Moreover, perhaps without Marine's action, the pirates of New World would have wiped out Whitebeard's forces. After all, the territories under Whitebeard's command were so greedy. When Whitebeard was around, they would still be afraid to act because of Whitebeard's reputation, but once Whitebeard was gone, it was time for them to act. If you can do it, you Marines can give it a try. Can you keep Laozi? Aokiji on the side ignored the retreating pirates, but stared at Whitebeard closely. As Kizaru said, they just need to keep Whitebeard in fashion. It might not be possible to say the war was won, but at least Marine wasn't doing a futile effort. Hey, as expected, Zhang is still old and hot, and since that's the case, then I'll do my best. However, if the situation is not good, I can just leave. While the Whitebeard pirates were in action, Luffy and Garp didn't do anything for the time being. Now that Whitebeard has made up his mind, Luffy doesn't care anymore. Gu la la la, if you want to go, you can go now, even if Laozi is alone, he can break up for you. Whitebeard didn't mind what Luffy said about escaping. At this time, it was not a shame to be able to escape. Also, a guy like Xiang Straw Hat shouldn't die here. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, already made up his mind. How dare you say it, Whitebeard, is it possible that you don't take this old man seriously? Others might not doubt Whitebeard's words about breaking up alone. Even Aokiji and Kizaru didn't mean to refute anything, however, Garp didn't give Whitebeard any face. Gu la la la, Garp, it's been a while since we faced off like this. For what Garp said, Whitebeard was not angry. The two belonged to the previous era, and it was a joy to be able to fight again in this era. Come to think of it, since Roger turned himself in, it seems like they haven't seen each other again, let alone confront each other as they are now. You will die here, Whitebeard. Either way, Whitebeard and Ace, one of them is going to die here. Since Ace ran away, Whitebeard, Marine, who stayed here, couldn't let go. Otherwise, after this live broadcast war is over, how many people still believe that Marine can have the strength to protect them? And, Garp believes, Whitebeard has no intention of leaving here alive. Although he didn't know how effective the medicine Luffy had given him before, Garp could see the will to die in Whitebeard's eyes. People are always going to die, and my life has been more exciting than many people's. Whitebeard didn't say anything about Garp saying he would die here. Just as Garp thought, Whitebeard had already planned to die here before coming here. Although Luffy later gave him that magical pill, it only repaired some dark wounds in his body and gave him a certain vitality, but it did not restore his peak strength. Moreover, with the change of times, there will always be the departure of the old man before the new man will appear on the stage. I am a remnant of the old era. In this era, there is no ship that can carry myself. However, if you want to keep Laozi here, it's up to you Marines to have the ability. Likewise, although Whitebeard has stayed on with immortal consciousness. However, if Marine didn't show his true skills, it wouldn't be easy to keep him here. Is it because I'm getting old and like to talk nonsense? If I don't fight, I'll be leaving. To leave is to leave, of course, but not now. Luffy came here for several purposes, and now Ace is basically out of danger, and his purpose of becoming famous has also been achieved. Then, in the end, only Devil Fruit's awakening remains. In the previous match against Kizaru, Kizaru couldn't give him enough pressure one-on-one. It's not that Kizaru can't beat himself, but the same level of play can't generate enough pressure on himself. Later, the encirclement of the three Admiral was only a matter of one move, and he and Whitebeard teamed up to open a breakthrough. Now facing Garp, Luffy doesn't know if he can put enough pressure on himself. Although Garp's armament haki is indeed stronger than himself, the real strength will only be known after the fight. So, Luffy directly interrupted Whitebeard and Garp's emotional conversation. Armament haki was already covering his arms. Luffy took a deep breath, and his body began to change at this moment. White steam wafted from where Luffy covered Armament Haki's arm. Then, starting from the arms, Luffy's body began to swell. The height of about 1.8 meters originally swelled to about 2.5 meters at this moment. The muscles, which were already good, grew even more explosively at this moment. Chapter 378 Blackbeard ready for action. The haki covering the hands and feet is dark red, and there is also a dark red armament haki pattern on the chest. Although he said so, Garp was quite satisfied with Luffy's strength. At this time, they also saw that this might be an opportunity. You definitely won't be your opponent in a head-to-head confrontation. Will you continue to stumble in secret like you did just now? Seeing Luffy and Garp split up again after a fist fight, Sengoku couldn't help frowning. Fight, it's best to lose both, and then I'll be able to reap the benefits of the fisherman. 35. Is it not good enough, old man, if you try it? However, because it is a marginal zone, even if they are found, it should be enough time for them to act for. However, at this level, it shouldn't be the awakening that Sengoku was talking about, right? As long as the Smile Factory is still in his hands, Kaido will not allow himself to be killed. However, that woman. However, when he appears at this time, he may be attacked by a group. The top-down attack, although smashing Garp into the ice, did not cause substantial damage to Garp. It's a lot more powerful and faster, but the quality of the haki doesn't seem to be much different than before. 35. Flowers 0. Luffy pulled his right fist back, his fist shrunk slightly into his muscles, and his calm face before entering fourth gear was now a bit hideous. Not like Luffy, but his image has changed. If the Straw Hat Boy hadn't died here, then after this war, he might really be killed by him. And Sengoku, on the other side of the chasm that Whitebeard just made, may be the easiest time to get it. However, don't look at Garp getting smashed into the ice by Luffy's punch, but that's because Luffy is attacking from the air. Even if he is arrogant, he knows that the power of two admirals is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The lingering white mist was the vapor formed by the evaporation of Luffy's sweat, wrapping around Luffy's neck and arms like auspicious clouds. 0. But the few people present were all powerful to a certain extent, and they could easily see that it was similar to the principle of moonwalk, one of the Marine Six styles. However, even though haki's quality didn't change, the sudden increase in strength and speed made Garp's expression dignified. If one is not careful, he may have to fall into Luffy's hands. This is also normal. That form should only be the form developed by rubber fruit. If it can really improve the quality of haki, that is a strange thing. Hearing the voice in his ear and seeing the figure in front of him, Garp was not surprised at all. Only the kind of power that is enough to destroy the world is worthy of his ambition. Pizarro and the others looked at each other and did not object to Blackbeard's words. Click. Although they were a little unhappy that Blackbeard had not acted for so long, if they could, they would also like to see if Blackbeard's so-called dual fruit ability could really succeed. It really doesn't work, so I can only ask Kaido for help. They don't require them to defeat Whitebeard, as long as they can seriously injure Whitebeard, or deplete Whitebeard's power, then he will be able to obtain the power of shock fruit. As the air waves rolled, the ice surface under Garp's feet shattered, and his feet sank into the ice, as if Garp's entire body had shrunk. However, this is not Luffy's full strength. If Conqueror's haki is attached, Luffy's attack will be even more terrifying. Moreover, now that Whitebeard is facing off against the two admirals, he is not without a chance for Blackbeard. Lava fruit may look tough, but after spending so many years on the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard knows that shock fruit is the ability that suits him best. Let's get ready, maybe soon, when it's time for us to play. It looks quite bluffing, but I don't know if it's a good idea. Doflamingo glanced at Boya Hancock, who was staring at him, with a headache. With his feet hard, Garp pulled his feet out of the ice and looked at Luffy, who was still in the air even though he retreated. He asked himself, Luffy in this form, he couldn't take the punch just now. Garp's fist clenched slightly, and Luffy took advantage of the force to step back a little. Although the color seems to be more intimidating, Garp can still feel that Luffy's haki has not changed due to the change in body shape through the punch just now. This guy, actually still has such a form. Fourth gear. Boom. With his feet trembling slightly, Luffy's body was suspended in the air. And, deep down, Blackbeard still doesn't want to give up shock fruit. If Luffy hadn't died here, Doflamingo would have gone to Wano Kuni to find Kaido. The fist had been thrown out as expected, and it collided with the fist attacked by Luffy again. Although Garp himself is not a demon fruit power, he still knows a little about the awakening of devil fruit. This is not what Garp wants to see, losing in the hands of grandson or something, let's talk about it later. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help but wonder if there was any way to make Luffy die here. Even if rubber fruit hasn't awakened, is it possible to achieve this level? Blackbeard was still watching the situation on the battlefield in the dark, his eyes from time to time aimed at Akainu, who was sitting up. Most of the awakening of Paramecia devil fruit should affect the environment and assimilate the surrounding environment into the corresponding appearance of Paramecia devil fruit. If you don't look carefully, you might think that Luffy is floating in the air. There are no marines and no pirates around Akainu now. Aokiji Kizaru is confronting Whitebeard, and Garp is fighting the Straw Hat again. Luffy spit out a steam, and his body officially entered the fourth gear. When the last three words were uttered, Luffy's figure had appeared diagonally above Garp, and the voice sounded directly from Garp's ear. Understood. At that time, it is not too late to decide to stay or stay. But there is one more trouble. They are now on the other side of the divide, which is where Marine is. If they want to pass, they will be easily discovered by Marine. Doflamingo's face was black enough to drip ink. Blackbeard turned his head and said to the few people behind him, "There is no way, if he doesn't express his position, these people will probably turn against him. Even if they are in different camps, Garp will undoubtedly feel more at ease if his grandson has enough strength to protect himself." A punch in Luffy's form that not many Marines can resist. Chapter 379. If you use up all armament haki in one go, how long can you last in this state? Luffy's fourth gear, for Garp, can see the fame at a glance. At least if I want to run, you can't stop me. 9. While speaking, Luffy's attack did not stop. As Garp said, Luffy's fourth gear won't last long, so there's no time to waste while fourth gear is still on. Bang bang bang! The sound of the collision kept coming from the place where the two were fighting, and the air waves generated by the collision continued to destroy the ice surface. If it weren't for the ice layer freezing directly to the bottom of the sea, just a fist fight like the two of them would be enough to destroy all the ice layers in the Crescent Moon Bay. For ordinary people, they can only hear the sound of bang, bang, and 723. Even Marine and the pirates who are still standing at the scene can only barely see the two of them flashing. Passing shadows. What a fierce battle! Aokiji, who had not yet started, sighed as he looked at the cracking ice surface in Crescent Moon Bay. I don't know what Marshal Sengoku said to Mr. Garp. Mr. Garp actually fought the Straw Hat Boy so seriously. There is still such a terrifying move yet to be used. It seems that you are still showing mercy when you fight with me. 35. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses, and although he said so, no one could really see what he was really thinking. However, the fight is so fierce over there, shouldn't we also start? It was in a questioning tone, but just as Kizaru finished saying those words, a golden flash shot towards Whitebeard. You're so old, and you're still doing sneak attacks, as expected of you, Kizaru. 35. Despite his relatively large size, Whitebeard easily dodged Kizaru's attack while still sneering at Kizaru. Although Kizaru is still not older than himself, he is almost 60 years old after all. Moreover, looking at Kizaru's face, Whitebeard couldn't call him a boy, instead he had the urge to punch him in the face. However, opponents like Kizaru are more difficult for Whitebeard. His huge size, although it gave Whitebeard more power, it also brought certain limitations. Unlike Akainu's head-to-head fight against Go, Kizaru obviously won't face Whitebeard's attack head-on. There is also Aokiji harassment next to it. Such a fight is undoubtedly very uncomfortable for Whitebeard. However, if you want to kill Whitebeard with this constant harassment, it can only be said that they have too many chapters. There might have been a chance before, but now, after taking the pills that Luffy gave, Whitebeard's stamina can be said to be quite abundant. At least for a short time, Aokiji and Kizaru don't try to take themselves. Moreover, Whitebeard is not a clay figurine that anyone can handle, and the ability of shock fruit is not for display. He stomped Kong Yunkai's knife handle heavily on the ice, and Kong Yunkai was inserted straight into the ice. Letting go of the cloud-cut Whitebeard, the freed hands clenched fists at the same time, and hammered hard at the sides of the body. Two cobwebs formed on Whitebeard's side, shattering the lasers and ice spears that flew towards him. The shock wave formed at the same time was castrated unabated, and attacked in the direction of Aojuo and Kizaru. With just this level of attack, Aokiji and Kizaru naturally dodged easily. When Aokiji Kizaru didn't dare to get close to Whitebeard easily, the battle here fell into your fist, my punch, your ice cube, and my fist still stuck. It's not that they are still in the mood to test each other at the moment, but the attention of both sides is more focused on the situation on the Straw Hat and Garp's side. Because Garp's actions were so strange, both Whitebeard and Aokiji Kizaru wanted to know why Garp did it. Obviously, this so-called reason should show up in the battle between the two. Ape King Gun. As the muscles expand, the fists contract slightly into the arms. Luffy's fist collided with Garp's. The arm, which was compressed like a spring, released the compressed elastic force when it collided with Garp. A greater force passed from Luffy's fist to Garp. Garp's pupils shrank. He thought it was the same move as before, but he didn't expect that after the fist collision, a new force would be formed. It's different from the usual kind of force, although Garp just also blasted Luffy a few steps away after the collision. But that kind of force is through other parts of the body, not like Luffy now, the rest of the body has no trace of movement at all. Just relying on the force of the spring-like compression and rebound, the power of the fist is further strengthened. However, this power-generating technique seems to be the ability of rubber, right? Sengoku must have guessed wrong? Garp, who was taken a few steps back by the punch, couldn't help but ponder. The abilities that Luffy showed, although they seemed strange, were actually developed based on the principle of rubber. Whether it is the ability to stay in the air, or the current Ape King Gun, what they use is nothing but the elasticity of rubber. However, it's still a little strange. In the few collisions just now, Garp could clearly feel that his attack really deformed Luffy's body. It stands to reason that the place covered by armament haki should not have that kind of deformation. The so-called hardening, but and soft are two opposite concepts. However, these two relative concepts are contradictorily combined in the form of Luffy at this time. Don't look at Garp's usual carelessness, but in terms of combat, he is extremely sharp. This is probably the only similarity between the current Luffy and the 0.4 Garp. But anyway, you have to beat this kid until he wakes up, otherwise, wouldn't Lao Zi suffer him so much in vain? In the few short steps back, Garp has already thought a lot. However, those so-called business affairs were suddenly forgotten by Garp. Now, he just wanted to teach Luffy a good lesson and let him know how to respect his grandfather. Garp stomped hard on his feet, forcibly stopped his body that was still retreating, and looked at Luffy with a malicious look in his eyes. The armament haki on both fists has not faded, but it seems to be slightly different from just now. Although I don't know how far Garp's armament haki is, one thing Luffy is sure about is that he is definitely stronger than his current self. Chapter 380 The Strongest Blow. Good, so strong. At this moment, in the square of Sabayati Archipelago, the pirates who were watching were speechless. The large-scale attacks of Whitebeard, Aokiji, and Akainu before may have brought them a visual shock. But now, Luffy and Garp's fist-to-meat fight made them feel even more excited. After all, there are still many non-demon fruit powers in this sea, and most of their battles are like this. Although Luffy is demon fruit power, and that stance is also devil fruit's ability, his fight with Garp doesn't have any bells and whistles. Although to some people, haki's existence is also quite unfamiliar, it does not affect their perception. It can be said that this kind of battle is the most exciting battle for them. Although they didn't understand why the two were obviously related to grandfather and grandson, they fought so fiercely, but it didn't prevent them from cheering for the battle. It was as if at this moment, whether it was Marine's victory or the Whitebeard pirates' victory, Kabuto didn't care. Now they just want to see how Luffy and Garp fight. 14 is actually playing so seriously. Garp, Sengoku, what are you trying to do? Although Sengoku has never been in the fight scene, Rayleigh is sure that Garp's reason for doing this must be something Sengoku said to him. However, Ace has been rescued. Next, how are you going to leave? Whitebeard. Rayleigh looked at Whitebeard on the other side of the screen, who was still fighting with Aokiji Kizaru, and thought to himself. In Luffy's words, he is able to fly based on his current state. As long as he wanted to, he could leave the battle and return to Thousand Sunny at any time. Even if Garp wanted to stop him, he probably wouldn't be able to stop him. At that time, as long as he goes back to Thousand Sunny, with the ability of Lion Fruit, Marine will hardly be able to catch him. But Whitebeard is different. After breaking up for the pirates under his command, facing the siege of Two Admiral, even Whitebeard, if he wants to escape, it is probably impossible, right? Or, you didn't want to leave naval headquarters alive? Boom! Another punch with Garp. However, this time, Luffy failed to block Garp's punch. Luffy's body, which was enlarged from fourth gear, flew backwards with Garp's punch. The body that landed on the ice jumped a few times because of the elasticity, but Luffy quickly regained his stability. Standing up from the ice, Luffy's calm eyes suddenly became solemn. Damn old man, he still has such strength at such an age. Why didn't Whitebeard recover so well after taking the medicine he gave him? Could it be that Marine's medical system is so powerful that it keeps people of their age in such peak condition? But that's fine. Luffy reached out and touched his chest, where his heart was beating more and more forcefully. That feeling as if something is coming is getting stronger and stronger. It's as strong as a monster. Looking at Garp, who was about to continue the attack, Luffy couldn't help but murmured something that someone often said. How dare you say that about your grandfather? If I don't beat you down today, I'll take your surname in the future. At the same time Garp rushed forward, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he also said something that made the corners of his mouth twitch. What do you mean if you don't beat Luffy down, just take the surname of Luffy? Could it be that your grandson takes his mother's surname? Luffy's eyes twitched slightly, but thinking about Garp's character, he decided to ignore his words. Moreover, now is not the time to be entangled in that kind of thing. If I can't go any further, I might really be beaten down by him today. At this moment, Luffy was no longer thinking about running away. After all, he has already reached this point. If he still can't awaken Rubber Fruit, even if Luffy runs away, he will not be happy. Moreover, who knows when the next time will be when there will be such an opportunity. After all, Luffy didn't think Garp would actually kill him. This kind of situation where there is both pressure and no need to worry about life safety has not always existed. Since armament haki can't compare, then Conqueror's haki is always entwined. Luffy couldn't believe it, and under the entanglement of Conqueror's haki, he couldn't fight Garp himself. In fact, under normal circumstances, Luffy wouldn't be really embarrassed. Even if you really can't beat Garp, with the speed of fourth gear, it is enough to deal with Garp for a long time. But now, Luffy wasn't fighting to escape. If you want enough pressure, it is useless to just run away. Only fighting with one punch and one punch like this is the right way. Only by pushing yourself to the limit can you go further. An existence like Garp has the strength to push himself to the limit without really killing himself. Such a good thing is not something that everyone can encounter. As for why Luffy is sure that Garp won't kill himself, didn't you read in the original book that Garp was beaten down by Luffy with one punch? If Garp really wanted to shoot at Luffy, how could he be beaten by Luffy at that time? Even a marine hero is also a human being, how could he not have feelings? If it is Luffy himself, if he is 723 stronger than Garp in the future, it is impossible for him to really kill Garp when the two are hostile. Besides, Luffy is not some evil bastard who needs Garp to kill his relatives righteously. Black and red lightning flashed around Luffy's fists and arms again. Is the Conqueror's haki entangled? Let me see if the path you're walking on is as magnanimous as you say it is. Looking at the black and red lightning wrapped around Luffy's hand, Garp couldn't help but speed up a bit, and his face couldn't help showing a dash of solemnity. Although the words are said, but the so-called Conqueror's haki, if the owner's will is not strong enough, how can it get to this point? The arms that had already swollen muscles swelled again, this time, the right and left hands that were originally coordinated. At this moment, the right hand swelled suddenly, almost as big as Luffy's whole person. The dark red armament haki, the Conqueror's haki embodied in the form of black and red lightning, the huge fist collided with Garp's fist without fear. BA, Gun of Elbaf. In fact, it is also the twisted version of Conqueror's haki of Elbaf's spear, Tyrant Fist. However, Elbaf's spear can already be regarded as the strongest attacking move that Luffy can perform. Gear 4, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki. This is Elbaf's gun. It's no exaggeration to say that it is Luffy's strongest attack at present. Chapter 381. The monstrous power spread from Luffy at this moment, and the invisible gale blew across the cheeks of every marine and pirate in Crescent Bay. At this moment, both the pirates who were fleeing towards the exit, and the marines who were trying to get through the huge gap created by Whitebeard, all stopped. At this moment, Sendomaru, who was guarding the exit, also forgot to order the pacifists to attack the pirates. They all stared blankly at the two fists that were about to collide. Under this blow, it should be able to decide the winner, right? There is no reason, everyone has such a feeling. Whitebeard and Aokiji Kizaru also temporarily stopped their respective attacks. Looking at the two completely different cheeks, one old and one young, at the moment, both faces are hideous, and their eyes are firm. As the two got closer and closer, the two faces seemed to merge into the same one. At this time, the Sabayati archipelago also fell into a dead silence. At this moment, no one dared to speak, and no one dared to blink. The pirates stared at the two people who were getting closer and closer on the screen, for fear of missing this earth-shattering duel. Between the powers of the Holy Land Marie Joyce, the five elders stared equally hard at the screen on the table. Although I don't understand why Garp put such a heavy hand on the straw hat, it can be seen from this move of the two that they definitely tried their best. I just didn't expect that the Straw Hat Boy not only mastered the Conqueror's haki twist, but also mastered the strongest spear of the giants. Now, haki is combined with Elbaf's gun. Whether it's haki, the development of devil fruit, or the fighting skills. Undoubtedly, they were all talking about the Straw Hat's talent, and at this moment, they wanted to kill the Straw Hat even more. But for now, I can only hope that Garp can directly kill the Straw Hat with this blow. After the Straw Hat was seriously injured, Sengoku and the others started. In any case, be sure to leave the Straw Hat in Marine Ford. As for capturing the Straw Hats alive, the five elders have no plans to do so. If it was just captured alive, the variables would be too great. The devil fruit seemed to be hiding from the world government. The five elders have reason to believe that even if the Straw Hats are captured alive, there will be unpredictable variables. Instead of unpredictable variables happening at that time, it is better to kill the Straw Hat Boy directly. Even if the devil fruit is reborn again, the five elders will not believe it, and there will be another Straw Hat Boy. If people like the Straw Hat Boy really appeared so easily, then the five of them wouldn't have to be the five elders, they could just go to the enemy directly. Thief, ha ha ha, Hero Marine's full blow, Straw Hat, can you go next? Blackbeard hid in the dark, looking excitedly at Luffy and Garp who were about to collide with each other, with a ferocious expression on his face. Although I was curious about why the two of them would go all out like this, it didn't stop Blackbeard from hoping that both of them would be hurt. It would be better if the guy in the straw hat could be killed directly. Although it's a pity that he can't take revenge in person, but compared to the Straw Hat Boy who needs to take risks and can't be beaten by himself, he doesn't need to care about the fact that he can't do it himself. It's really a shocking newcomer, his strength has already reached this point, but unfortunately, Pizarro and others don't think Luffy can beat Garp. Even though Luffy's strength has been so strong, they always believe that Garp can definitely kill the Straw Hat Boy. It's not that they believe Marine so much, but they don't want to believe that a newbie pirate who is so much younger than them can defeat the peak of the older generation. Luffy. Nami held Thousand Sunny's railing tightly with both hands, his eyes fixed on Luffy's rushing figure below. His lips were bitten, tears flashed in his eyes, and his face was full of worry. The other people almost all wore worried expressions. Although they couldn't see the other's face because of the transparent fruit, everyone's mood was the same. Garp, don't let me down. Sengoku looked at the two people who were about to bump into each other with the same solemn expression. At this moment, he was even more nervous than the two of them. The purpose of this war, Sengoku is about to forget, and now, he just wants to see with his own eyes whether the answer is as he imagined. Bang bang! Facing Garp's fist covered with the rich armament haki, Luffy's mood was surprisingly calm at the moment. The abnormal heartbeat also entered Luffy's ears more clearly at this moment. Just a little bit harder. Drink! At this moment, Luffy finally couldn't help but let out a long howl, and the fist that had been stretched out seemed to be even more ferocious under this roar. Don't die, Luffy! Garp yelled at Luffy as well, and there was a flash of determination on the old face. Dash! When the fists of the two were about to collide, they suddenly stopped again, as if the two had stopped attacking at the same time. However, the crashing sound of the collision and the shock wave that continued to spread between the two fists showed that the two were indeed attacking together. Click click! The sound of ice cracking came, centered on the place where the two collided, and the ice condensed to the bottom of the sea, shattered layer by layer under the continuously spreading shock wave. From the center where the two fists had not yet collided, there was also a wave of air rushing into the sky. The originally clear sky, under the power of this collision, the clouds rolled over. But for a moment, a chasm larger than Whitebeard's ice-shattering gulf appeared in the sky. The sky is torn apart. In the Crescent Moon Bay, the marine pirates stared blankly at the huge gap that appeared in the sky, and swallowed hard. Zhao, can such an attack really be caused by humans? Even if it wasn't for the collision of Conqueror's haki, it still ripped apart the sky. This level of attack was worthy of being the legendary Marine Brother. However, at this moment Luffy didn't have time to think about those. The power coming from Garp's fist was eroding Luffy's haki wave after wave. Don't look at the stalemate between Luffy and Garp at the moment, it seems that no one can do anything about the other. But Luffy can clearly feel that his power is constantly being consumed. Black and red lightning constantly roamed between the fists and arms of the two. The monstrous air waves continued to spread around. At this time, some pirates and marines were already being pushed away under this wave. The ice layer shattered and the ice shards flew. The Moby Dick was still in the Crescent Moon Bay, and the flag of the Whitebeard pirates fluttered under this air wave. Chapter 382 Injury. What kind of attack is this? Unlike the marine pirates in the Marineford battlefield, the pirates of the Sabayati archipelago can only watch the battle scene through the only communicator. Their fists don't seem to touch each other. Although Luffy and Whitebeard also used Conqueror's haki to attack Akainu before. But it was only a split second that Akainu was knocked out, so they didn't notice anything different. But now, Luffy and Garp's fists are actually in front of them. It was like two fists slamming against an invisible wall, the black and red lightning that constantly roamed between the two fists and the arm. As well as the layer of broken solid ice, at this time, in addition to not understanding, they want to see the result of this battle. And just as they were staring at each other, the only screen left in the square moved the screen away from the stalemate between their fists. What's going on? Why did the screen move away? Some pirates couldn't help but speak, this critical moment, why did you move the camera away? Do you understand, little brother? However, they soon learned why the camera moved away. The picture on the 723 screen was not interrupted, but moved slowly from the place where the two were facing each other, presenting everything around them in front of everyone. Finally, the picture on the screen moved up, and finally stayed in the torn sky. The sky is torn. Although they were not at the scene of the war, just through the screen, they could feel how strong the attack of the two was. A blow that can tear apart the sky, such an attack, if it hits oneself. In Crescent Moon Bay, Luffy and Garp were still at a standoff. It seemed like a moment, and then it seemed like a long time. The monstrous power was slowly dissipating, and the sky that had just been blown away by the air waves formed by the attack of the two men had slowly recovered at this time. That invisible gust of wind is no longer as capable of pushing people down as before. The ice is no longer broken, but the ice chips are still flying. Black and red lightning flashes on and off, and it seems to be about to disappear. If you can't break through, then, Luffy, you'll have to stop there. Garp grinned, and he could already feel, that Luffy was nearly exhausted at this point. However, even though he was smiling, Garp couldn't help but have a hint of doubt in his heart. Luffy's situation, Garp could sense, really seemed to be close to the door. But even under the pressure of his punch, he still didn't seem to want to break through. Could it be that Sengoku guessed wrong? However, even if it fails to break through, this punch is not far from the apex of this sea. However, the gap is the gap. If this point cannot be broken through, then Luffy will have a distance from the vertex after all. This distance, perhaps in ordinary battles, can be compensated by various methods. But at this level of battle, this distance is enough to tip the balance of the battle. Just like now, whether it's strength or haki, Luffy's attack power is about to be broken by himself. Luffy could also feel the difference, but the damn devil fruit just wouldn't respond to him. Boom! Finally, the two fists that were originally facing each other in the air finally collided together. The fist covered with the rich armament haki slammed directly into Luffy Conqueror's haki, leaving only armament haki's fist. Then, the originally evenly matched confrontation finally tilted towards one side at this moment. Luffy only felt a force coming from his still stretched fist. Then, a sharp pain spread from the fist to the arm. Blood slid from the corner of Luffy's mouth, and then, Luffy's entire body shrank sharply at this moment, returning to its original size. Then the whole person flew backwards under Garp's attack. Puff! Luffy slid off the ice for some distance, eventually crashing into Marine's raised perimeter wall before coming to a stop. At this moment, Luffy has a feeling that his whole body is falling apart. For a while, there was no way to get up from the ice. The icy cold continued to invade Luffy's body from the back. Feeling the condition of his body, Luffy couldn't help laughing bitterly. How long has it been since I cultivated into armament haki? How long has I not been injured to this extent? The last time you suffered injuries of this magnitude was several years ago, right? That was the only time he nearly lost his life. It's just that the original self didn't even think that in the forest where he usually cultivated, there were actually beasts that were so strong. Also that time, Luffy awakened armament haki. However, that injury not only brought armament haki's awakening, but also Makina's tears. So what about this time? Luffy lay on his back on the ice, staring straight at the empty sky. Even without observation haki's perception, Luffy seemed to be able to see the tears streaming down that bright face. And, those figures with anxious faces, who seemed to want to get down from Thousand Sunny regardless of everything. Bang bang! The strange beating of the heart continued, but Luffy had a feeling that he was about to pass out. The knot, is it over? 35. On the battlefield, I don't know who it is, and stammered and murmured. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the figure lying there. Whitebeard looked at Luffy lying on his back, staring blankly at the sky. Is this really the end? Whitebeard didn't believe that, in his opinion, Luffy would be the leader of this new era. How could he possibly fall here? Luffy. 35. Ace, who had already retreated to the pirate side with Sabo, looked at Luffy lying there, and finally couldn't help shaking off Sabo who was pulling him. With a loud shout, he rushed towards Luffy's location. At this moment, no one stopped him. Luffy, you won't disappoint, will you? After knocking Luffy into the air, Garp, who had consumed the same amount of strength, sat down on the pile of crushed ice. His hands were on his knees, but his eyes were fixed on Luffy lying there in the distance. At this moment, Garp had no choice but to believe that Luffy could break through that shackle. The Straw Hat has no power to resist. What is that guy Sengoku waiting for? Between the powers of Marie Joyce, the 5 elders were a little anxious at the moment, although Garp had certainly beaten the Straw Hat. But, why hasn't Sengoku shot yet? You know, this is the best time to deal with the Straw Hat. Chapter 383 Nami and Number 039, S Decision. Somewhere in the New World, a huge elephant is walking aimlessly on the sea. This elephant is huge, with extra long legs that have one more leg joint than ordinary elephants, and many ragged holes in the ears. Skin folds Madara, eyes hidden in deep sockets, as if there were no eyes. A third of the giant elephant's legs are exposed on the sea, which is enough to see how long the giant elephant's legs are. On the back of the giant elephant, there is an island, and it can be seen from the buildings on the island that there are traces of life in it. Suddenly, the giant elephant, which was walking aimlessly, lifted its slightly lowered head slightly. The eyes that were originally hidden in the deep eye sockets were also revealed at this moment, and they were a pair of green eyes. Those exposed eyes stared straight in a certain direction, and then, the giant elephant, which had not roared for a long time, suddenly raised its head and let out a long howl. The giant elephant, which was walking aimlessly, suddenly began to move in a certain direction. At this time, Luffy, he fell into a strange emotion. It was a feeling of wanting to laugh out loud. Bang bang! Even if he was lying on the ground and could not move for a while, his heart, which had been beating abnormally since before, was beating even more violently at this time. It was as if he was about to jump out of Luffy's chest. He clearly felt that he should still have strength, but at this time, Luffy couldn't even get up from the ground. Luffy! Ace's voice came from not far away, and soon, Luffy felt that he was being helped up. Damn it, Luffy, you can't have an accident. 35. Lifting up Luffy, who was lying on the ground, and leaning him into his arms, Ace checked Luffy's injury. Oddly enough, Luffy wasn't seriously injured, not even the fist that collided with Garp. But at this time, Luffy gave Ace a feeling that he would lose his breath at any time. Luffy! On Thousand Sunny, Nami screamed as he looked at Luffy, who was picked up by Ace and whose life was uncertain. At this moment, she no longer wanted to hide here any longer. Even though he had eaten devil fruit, he could only hide behind Luffy in this situation. So what's the point of eating lion fruit by yourself? By the way, lion fruit. Thinking of the devil fruit he ate, Nami decided not to wait any longer. Nami, are you all right? Nami's scream startled everyone on the boat, and Koala walked up to Nami and asked. Now only she can see the invisible people. I want to go down and bring Luffy up. Nami's tone was calm, as if the scream just now wasn't hers. Hearing Nami's words, everyone was silent. At this time, no one spoke out, and no one objected. Although Luffy told them, let them stay on Thousand Sunny not to act rashly. But now, with Luffy lying there in the middle of nowhere, how could they continue to stay here without seeing it? I'll raise Thousand Sunny high enough later. Koala, can I trouble you to come down with me? Nami asked Koala, who came to her side. This may be dangerous, and if Koala doesn't agree, Nami won't force it. Just the two of us? No, Miss Nami, this is too dangerous. Just as Koala asked, Sanji's voice rang out. If everyone goes down together, Sanji may not say anything, but if only Nami and Koala go down, then Sanji won't say anything. That's too dangerous, and although Nami ate the lion fruit, she doesn't have much fighting power herself. The enemies below are not people who can be easily dealt with. Mary can cover us, and in Mary's chariot 1, Mary can go down with us. 55. Nami ignored Sanji's objection, and at this time, no matter what they said, nothing could stop Nami's decision. Thousand Sunny has risen rapidly under Nami's control. As for Mary, Nami knew he would not refuse. If Koala agrees, then their move may not be too dangerous. All right, I got it. Koala nodded and agreed to Nami's request. Moreover, Sabo is still below, she can't just watch Sabo die. 4 flowers 0. To put it mildly, now that Luffy was defeated by Garp, it would be difficult for the Whitebeard pirates to successfully evacuate. Aokiji and Kizaru contain Whitebeard. Once Sengoku makes a move, no one from the Whitebeard pirates can stop Sengoku. By then, Sabo is likely to die here. After working together for so many years, it was impossible for Koala to watch Sabo die. So, for Nami's request, Koala naturally agreed. However, there is still a problem, that is, once something happens to Nami, Thousand Sunny and those islands controlled by Nami, etc., will fall because they lose the control of lion fruit. Damn it, is there no other way? Sanji couldn't help but slap the boat angrily at the fact that he and the others could only watch Nami and Koala go down and couldn't do anything. After all, the strength is still too weak. If he is strong enough, how can Luffy be allowed to fight alone in this war? The others were also silent, and at this time, they also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. However, while worried, the others did not speak to stop Nami. Some things, everyone understands, at this time, no matter what he says, Nami will not listen. Now, all they can do is pray that Nami and the others can successfully rescue Luffy. As long as Nami can get Luffy on Mary's Tank 1, which has the ability of lion fruit, the next thing will be much easier. Even if Kizaru, who ate sparkling fruit, wanted to stop him, Mary should be able to hold him back. And as long as Nami flies high enough, even Kizaru can't do anything about them. As for the people of the Whitebeard pirates, I can only pray that they can escape. They have nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates, even Ace, they only know each other because of Luffy. Now that Luffy has helped them block Marine Admiral and Marine heroes for so long, it has already helped them a lot, and they can only rely on themselves for the rest. Thousand Sunny had risen high enough that Nami was controlling the Mary One to fly out of Thousand Sunny's dock system. At the same time, Koala released the ability of the transparent fruit, and the figures of everyone and Thousand Sunny appeared in the sky of tens of thousands of meters. Chapter 384 Worry. Straw Hat, don't you only have this level? The murmur of a certain pirate resounded in the ears of everyone in the square. Those who had doubts about the news in the newspaper before, have now fully seen Luffy's strength. If he retreats, doesn't that mean Dad has to face both Marine Admiral and Garp and Sengoku? But the loss of the Straw Hats is undoubtedly encouraging news for Marine. Compared to Marine's excitement, the pirates were a little depressed. Boiled, Marine hero is worthy of being Marine hero, but he really solved the Straw Hat boy. However, future voyages may have to be more careful. Kira looked at Kid, who was furious and could probably understand Kid's mood. People as strong as the Straw Hat boy were defeated by Marine, so what about them? As expected of Garp Vice Admiral. But now, Luffy was lying there with unknown life and death, secretly pondering for a moment. Trafalgar Law suddenly turned around. Luffy, you shouldn't fall here, right? Through the battle just now, he also understood that he would not be the opponent of the Straw Hat boy. Now that he saw the situation of the Straw Hat boy, he was naturally relieved. Only at this moment did they realize how powerful the legendary Marine hero was. Now that Straw Hat is in a coma, he doesn't believe Marine can get him off. Sabo crouched down and tried to check, but couldn't see anything at all. They were also curious at the moment, what order Sengoku would give next. Trafalgar Law didn't expect things to change so quickly. He originally thought of teaming up with the Straw Hat pirates to deal with Doflamingo after the Peak War. Straw Hat boy, shouldn't you just die like this? But Sabo is still worried that something will happen to Luffy. A man like you shouldn't stop here. Ah! 35. Marine, who had lost his morale because of Akainu Admiral's serious injury, seemed to regain his spirits at this moment. Ace didn't say anything, just stared at Luffy blankly. What exactly is going on? Although I don't understand why Garp would give such a heavy hand to his own grandson 723. Now it seems to be the opposite of Doflamingo's role. She wants to go to Luffy's side, but Doflamingo stops her. However, this was the first time he had seen Kid so excited for a stranger. At the moment, the Sabayati archipelago is also silent. What a pity. It seems that Lady Empress is not good enough to see people, but she came to naval headquarters to provoke Marine arrogantly. Now, sigh. Hey? Didn't we watch it? He also wanted to see how far the person Roger was waiting for could lead this era. How could this be? Ace's younger brother was defeated like this. In any case, Luffy was on their side, and such a powerful Luffy was defeated by Marine at this moment, which undoubtedly cast a shadow on the faces of the pirates. However, what made them even more curious was how strong Garp's punch was to be able to hit the Straw Hat like this. He didn't believe that such a man would die there. At this time, should they continue to retreat? Peking and Shaky looked at each other thoughtfully. In this way, the top combat power that their marines will face is only one Whitebeard. However, if it is a man like the Straw Hat, no matter who it is, as long as the goal is the apex of the sea, then it should be regretful that the Straw Hat died there. Popo, Peking, Shaky, let's go. 35. Sabo also ran to Luffy's side and asked Ace. At this moment, many pirates have the idea of not being pirates anymore. But this kind of thinking is only fleeting. Let's not say what they can do if they don't become pirates, just say that the sea is so big, how can it be so easy to meet those strong marines? Luffy! Kid shouted loudly, and the railing he held in his hand snapped. At this time, the pirates who were looking at the screen came back to their senses one after another. The Straw Hat owner. Kid grabbed the railing with a slight force, the blue veins on the back of his hand burst, and his eyes stared at Luffy, who seemed to be unconscious on the screen. At this time, Doflamingo did not forget to sneer at Boya Hancock. Has such a strong Straw Hat boy been defeated? Aokiji and Kizaru didn't take the opportunity at this time either. At this moment, what she is worried about is not that Marine will settle accounts in the autumn, but how Luffy's injury is. It doesn't matter. Rayleigh looked at Luffy, who was being supported by Ace and Sabo on the screen, and muttered to himself. After finally finding a target, did the man who he regarded as his biggest opponent just succumb to naval headquarters? Doflamingo is in a good mood now. The Marines at the scene recovered from the shock of the two fighting each other just now. White Bear Bebo was taken aback for a moment, and quickly turned his head to look at Trafalgar Luo. How this woman mocked him before, he still hasn't forgotten. Ever since Luffy and Garp fought each other for the last time, Whitebeard, who had been looking at them, now looked at Luffy, who was hugged by Ace, with an incomprehensible meaning in his eyes. Straw Hat, is this defeated? Although looking at the previous movement, the attack of the two is indeed outrageous, but it will not directly knock the guy in the Straw Hat into a coma, right? At this time, no one dared to underestimate Luffy anymore. Has the Straw Hat been defeated? However, Kid did not leave immediately. He was waiting for the Straw Hat to stand up again. Just looking at Luffy's appearance now, it seems that there is nothing serious except for being in a coma. Whether it is to lock the Straw Hat into impel down, or kill him directly, Doflamingo doesn't have to worry about the threat of the Straw Hat anymore. Even though his clothes, hair, and clothes were still charred black, it still couldn't hide his mood at the moment. What a joke! How can a man like you die in a place like naval headquarters? It's not far from naval headquarters, and at the speed of their ship, it should be too late to reach naval headquarters. No, let's go to the scene to see. In contrast, the current Boya Hancock is worried. Ace, how is Luffy? The current situation, for him, Doflamingo, is definitely good news. In that case, even if they had more confidence in their dad, they didn't think Whitebeard could successfully evacuate. However, the man who was capable of fighting Marine Admiral was defeated by his grandfather, the Marine hero Garp. Chapter 385 The Shadow over Marine Ford. Did I guess wrong? The ability of lion fruit? Is it the golden lion? Anyway, the so-called devil fruit ability is also a gamble. His Blackbeard luck is so bad, it is estimated that it will end in failure at that time, right? Appearing here at this time, is he a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? As for whether the previous posture is an awakening, Sengoku thinks it should not be. Secretly, Blackbeard gnashed his teeth again as he watched the huge island that suddenly descended over Marine Ford. The shadows went from far to near, from high to low, and soon, everyone could clearly see what was shrouded above their heads. Although not on the scene, such a huge island appeared above Marine Ford, giving them an immersive feeling. Although the main lord has not yet appeared, Kid has a faint hunch that the current lion fruit person will not be the Golden Lion, but a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The sound of someone swallowing saliva continued, and at the same time, some people even shook their legs. Lion fruit, it's actually lion fruit's ability, damn it, who is it? If it was really because of his bad luck, then everyone would just break up. However, Marine and the pirates didn't know what to do for a while, but someone had already acted. On the battlefield at the moment, it is surprisingly calm, no one makes a sound, and no one makes a move. Look, what is that? At this time, even Pizarro had to wonder if Blackbeard had bad luck. Standing in front of the almost destroyed execution stand, looking at Luffy who seemed to have passed out, he muttered to himself. However, hasn't the Golden Lion disappeared for more than 20 years? Is he still alive? An attack of this level, even Marine Admiral, couldn't have shattered the island in the first place, right? A gleam of light flashed in Sengoku's eyes. He didn't come sooner or later, but it seemed that the Straw Hat Boy came when he passed out. At the stall where he was preparing to act, there was another accident. Was it destined that everything he had done before was useless? When the Straw Hats were not defeated before, they could still comfort themselves that with the Straw Hats, Whitebeard was not alone. 14. The one who can do this kind of thing is undoubtedly Demon Fruit power, and the only one that matches this ability is Lion Fruit. And the last known Lion Fruit capable person is the Golden Lion, the great pirate who once dominated the sea and broke into Marine Ford alone. Whether it is Marine or pirate, it seems that they are in some kind of confusion. However, now that the Straw Hats are defeated, are they really going to leave Whitebeard alone to face all Marines, and they can only run away? Lion Fruit? Even such an interesting thing appeared, who could it be? No, on the contrary, my guess should be right. That form, no matter how you look at it, is the combination of Devil Fruit's ability and Haki, not just Devil Fruit's ability. Compared to the Marine pirates who were still standing on the battlefield, these onlookers were even more unbearable. It's hard not to think it's to save the Straw Hat. If it was the Golden Lion, the island would not be as simple as being suspended there. It seems that at the moment above their heads, there is also a huge island suspended, and it looks like it will fall down at any time. Only in this way is it worth my pursuit. You don't want to die there, Straw Hat Boy. Thinking about this kind of thing, as long as it is a bloody pirate, a pirate who is a little grateful to Whitebeard, is not willing to do it, right? With such a large island, even the devouring ability of its own dark fruit would not be able to completely devour it before it fell. Now, Rayleigh wants to see if the little girl who ate lion fruit deserves the attention that Luffy gives. The huge island that suddenly shrouded the sky above Marine Ford just floated hundreds of meters in the air, and did not fall directly. Sengoku looked at the huge island suspended above Marine Ford, his eyes solemn, but denied the possibility of a golden lion. Damn, what's going on here? What should we do? If this island falls down, we will all die, right? No, it won't be the golden lion. The shadow of the sky shrouded the entire marine fort. At this moment, both marine and pirate raised their heads and looked at the sky. However, we can't jump to conclusions. Who knows if other forces will secretly get lion fruit and want to intervene. That's Piao Piao. Lion fruit 723's ability? It's hard. Could it be that it's Golden Lion Shiki? Rayleigh, who knew the truth, couldn't help chuckling as he listened to the intermittent conversations of the pirates around him. Shiki? Hee hee. It seems that the little girl can't bear it herself? But that's right. If you keep hiding behind the captain, how can you grow up? At that time, he will definitely be pressed into meat patties by the island first. Golden Lion? Isn't that guy dead yet? Hey, Blackbeard, it looks like you're out of luck. What happened to Kabuto when you came across it? So, what's even worse? If it is really a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, that would be really interesting. And the pirates, at this moment, also do not know whether to escape or continue to fight. With such a strong strength and such an excellent crew, this sea will be more interesting with you. Sengoku immediately shook his head, using a straw hat to develop rubber fruit. Even if he was forced to this level, he did not wake up, which just proved his guess. Is that an island? How could? When the appearance of the black shadow was really shown in the eyes of everyone, they all showed incredible expressions on their faces. The people who can appear in front of the gate of this new world are all people with some knowledge. The legendary big pirate like the Golden Lion has naturally been heard of, and many people still worship the Golden Lion. With his character, he will definitely smash the island down first. Or cross the gap created by Whitebeard, and work with pacifists to wipe out the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. The Marines are waiting for Sengoku's orders, should they take priority over the already defeated Straw Hats, or work together to defeat Whitebeard. In the square of the Sabayati archipelago, the picture on the screen also shifted to the huge island floating above Marine Ford. The Marine pirates on the battlefield, looking at the huge island that covers the entire Marine Ford, have a deep sense of panic. This era is not an era where old guys like Golden Lion can continue to dominate. Chapter 386 Nami appears. What's the situation now? This damn lion fruit, could it be that bastard of Golden Lion? How are they now? Even the Holy Land Marie-Joys may be attacked by the opponent. Moreover, daring to appear so brightly in front of everyone's eyes is obviously not afraid. Also, Whitebeard is also there. He shouldn't sit back and watch his sons get smashed to death. With his ability, if he wants to smash this island, it shouldn't be a big problem. Is that the navigator on Luffy's ship? Although I said earlier when I gave the order to Sengoku, even if I sacrifice those Marines, I will keep the Straw Hats. Every time he sees news about the Straw Hat Pirates, Sengoku can't help but think, if the world didn't have celestial dragons, Marine wouldn't have those worms either. I think it's okay to leave it alone, as I just said, the Whitebeard guy won't leave his sons alone. 5. If it wasn't for Garp returning to East Blue, the Straw Hat Boy told Garp such a thing, perhaps, that village would have been enslaved by the dragon pirates for an unknown length of time. As soon as the figure appeared, Sengoku recognized the other party, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Otherwise, just being a member of the pirate group with a bounty of over 100 million is enough for Nami to board Marine's bounty. But with that huge island hanging over Marine Ford right now, it's not a matter of sacrificing so much Marine if it does come down. If the other party really dared to smash the island down, wouldn't he be afraid of killing the Straw Hat Boy? Let's think about how to solve the situation in front of you first. Every time the world government gets involved with that devil fruit, it will happen frequently. Ace didn't know that Luffy and the others were now able to control Devil Fruit's rebirth. Therefore, even if they don't give Marine face anymore, in this case, the 5 elders would not dare to give up Marine easily. High-end combat power is only 1 Kizaru barely counted. Then let Sengoku leave Whitebeard untouched and try to negotiate with the other party. 35. Maybe this is the only island that can be seen in front of me, but who knows, are there other islands in the higher sky? Although he knew that Nami ate lion fruit, Sabo couldn't help feeling fertile when Nami really controlled such a big island and appeared in front of him. And Smoker was one of them. Right now, he was staring at Nami on the island with his mouth open in disbelief. He didn't even react when the cigar in his mouth dropped. Now in this situation, the other party is obviously coming for the Straw Hat Boy. Smoker can't help but feel powerless inside. Straw Hat, how the hell did you get to this level? Is the will in that devil fruit so tenacious? Remember when we first met, the other party didn't seem to have eaten devil fruit. Did he find lion fruit during the subsequent voyage? Ace raised his head and looked at the figure that appeared on the island, and couldn't help being a little surprised. At this moment, Smoker couldn't help thinking of the two people who had been subdued by his own move. So, will there be no Straw Hat Pirates? Even these people may become the pillars of Marine? Although Vegapunk is a scientist, the technology involved should not be difficult for him. Is he really a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? As for whether this medicine can be mass-produced, they believe that there is Vegapunk in it, and this kind of question does not need to be considered at all. It's the navigator on the Straw Hat, she actually ate the lion fruit. But they didn't expect to kill a Straw Hat Boy halfway. The key is that the Straw Hat Boy has grown to this point without their knowledge. The adoptive mother is Marine, and the village where she lives has been oppressed by the dragon pirates for 3 years, and the reason for this is because of the moths inside Marine. The situation one after another made the 5 elders, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, finally couldn't help but get angry. Originally thought that this war could not only execute Ace, but also possibly solve the serious problem of Whitebeard. In the current situation, the other party did not smash the island down immediately, and it was obvious that there was an idea of negotiation. That is definitely not an ending acceptable to the world government. Also, Sengoku wasn't the #1 person he knew when the Straw Hat Pirates were formed. Among the Marines and pirates present, not many people knew Nami, but there were still a few. However, they also knew about Lion Fruit's ability, and it would be too difficult to kill Lion Fruit's ability in a sky that is countless times wider than the sea. What about the Straw Hat Boy? After all, once someone really kills her, those things under her control will fall out of control, right? Marine is an integral part of the world government, and it is not something that can be accomplished overnight if you want to accompany such a force against pirates again. If we can get that kind of medicine, there may be a big boost on CP's side. But in this situation, if the Straw Hat really died in Marineford, then the 5 elders would be sure that it was not just an island that fell on Marineford. I thought that the Straw Hat Pirates only had one Straw Hat Boy who was not an opponent. What now? Straw Hat or Naval Headquarters? The problem is back to square one, they want to kill the Straw Hat Devil Fruit before he wakes up. Although Nami has not been rewarded by Marine yet, Sengoku knows about Nami, who has been on board since the establishment of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, now is not the time to sigh, since the other party has appeared, it must be for the Straw Hat Boy. At present, whether it is world government or Marine, the combat power against air is not perfect. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the island suspended above Marineford. This is why Nami has never been rewarded. And at the moment when the figure appeared, everyone on the battlefield focused their attention. A Straw Hat Boy is not worth the whole Marine, and since he can kill Joey Boy, he can kill Straw Hat Boy in the future. Speaking of this, what happened to the medicine that the Straw Hat Boy gave Whitebeard to actually restore Whitebeard's body to this level? It is even possible that the entire naval headquarters will be severely damaged. At that time, let alone the New World, even the first half of the Grand Line or the 4 Seas may have insufficient troops. Has the Straw Hat Pirates, who left from their own hands, become a giant now? As for Whitebeard's situation, the 5 elders naturally knew something through CP's investigation. Chapter 387 Blackbeard in Action. Lion Fruit? The last time we met, I didn't see you show it. Did you hide it on purpose? Or did you get lion fruit afterward? Garp, who was sitting on the ground, looked at Nami, who appeared on the huge island with a bit of astonishment on his face. The distance of several hundred meters is not a problem for these people, and none of the people present are ordinary people. This distance is not a problem for Garp at all. That's why Garp was so surprised when he saw that it was Nami who appeared. After all, Garp had sensed it with observation haki the last time we met, and at that time, except for Luffy, other people's breath was not that strong. And Nami, the one with the weakest breath among them. But now, looking at Nami standing on the huge island, Garp can't help but lose his mind. Compared to the island, Nami was incomparably small, but at this moment, no one dared to ignore her existence. Although from the perception of breath, there are many who are stronger than her on this battlefield, and there are many who can even kill him in this situation. However, at this moment, no one will take the lead in attacking her. That huge island suspended in the sky is no joke. Although it is only a few hundred meters in height, if such a huge island falls, if no one stops it, there are probably not many people who can successfully escape. Moreover, this is Naval Headquarters Marineford. If this place is really flattened, under the live broadcast of Blackbeard's group, then Marine's face will be lost. Navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, what do you want to do? Sengoku looked up at Nami on the huge island suspended in the air, and the voice was picked up by the phone bug's loudspeaker. Nami didn't answer, or even if she answered, the people below might not be able to hear what she said. Nami just looked straight in the direction of Luffy, those slightly flushed eyes, expressing her concern for Luffy. However, although Nami did not speak, he attracted the attention of everyone present. No matter whether there is anyone here who can solve this huge island that will fall down at any time, at least the people present are very nervous at the moment. However, by attracting their attention, Nami's purpose has been achieved. Don't look at Nami standing there motionless, just staring straight at where Luffy is. In reality, Nami was manipulating Mary's Tank 1, which had gone into a transparent state, near where Luffy was. In this battlefield, it is estimated that someone is driving observation haki at any time. If they don't attract their attention, even with the ability of transparent fruit, it is unlikely that they can easily get close to where Luffy is. Lion fruit, it looks like that bastard from Golden Lion is gone too? Whitebeard's eyes also stayed on the huge island. A flash of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, although the relationship with the Golden Lion was more hostile than the friendship on the same ship, but they were all from the older generation, so they were somewhat emotional. But it's not a happy thing for this little girl to just float an island over Marineford. Even if you know that the other party is for the Straw Hat guy, but your crew is still here. If she really let her smash the island down, Whitebeard wouldn't sit idly by. However, the premise is that she really smashes the island down, but looking at it like this, the deterrence is obviously a bit heavier. Don't worry about her smashing the island down, at least until the Straw Hat dies. Now, let's see what Sengoku is going to do. Aokiji and Kizaru didn't do anything, so they were waiting for Sengoku's order, right? And just when everyone's attention was on Nami in the sky, a deep darkness began to spread from a dark corner at this time. At this time, Blackbeard finally couldn't help himself. Overhead hung a huge island that could fall at any moment, and even the arrogant Blackbeard had to act. Although it is clear that with Whitebeard's character and strength, the entire island will not fall. But even with broken islands, how many pieces would there be in such a large island? Blackbeard didn't know about the Straw Hat Pirates, and he didn't know if the woman would actually smash the island down. Blackbeard didn't dare to gamble, he finally got dark fruit and defected from the Whitebeard Pirates. If he died here without a name at this time, why would he defect from the Whitebeard Pirates? So, now, his Blackbeard is ready for action. While shock fruit may be out of it, at least get a fruit ability that can escape from this situation. Although I am not 100% sure that I can succeed, at least I have to give it a try. And his target was naturally Akainu lying on the ground at the moment. Although Blackbeard also saw the extraordinariness of Luffy rubber fruit from the battle just now, in this case, the ability of rubber fruit could not help him too much. Moreover, Luffy's strength just now relies more on Haki's strength. Something like Haki can't be improved overnight. The devil fruit that has improved its strength the fastest is undoubtedly Logia's devil fruit, not to mention the top batch of lava fruit. In terms of attack power alone, lava fruit may still be higher than shock fruit. The reason why Blackbeard is obsessed with shock fruit is because of the power shown by Whitebeard. And the powerful destructive power of shock fruit, this kind of ability, the advantage in the battle at sea is really too great. On land, shock fruit's abilities may be even more powerful. However, there is no way out now. If he hesitates again, he is likely to die here, so it is better to do it directly. It is not unacceptable to pick a lava fruit that is easy to obtain and equally powerful. However, even Blackbeard's movements were secretive, and he was patiently controlling the spread of darkness slowly. But his moves caught Sengoku's attention. In this calm battlefield, there was a sudden increase in aura, which Sengoku, who was always turning on observation haki in order to observe the straw hat, directly sensed it. Sengoku, who was still waiting for Nami's answer, sensed the smell immediately after observation haki followed it. "How dare you appear here, Blackbeard?" At this moment, Sengoku was furious, and his body changed into the form of the Big Buddha again in an instant. Although his actions might stimulate the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, but now, Sengoku wants to deal with the mouse hiding in the dark. Chapter 388 Abrupt Voice. The huge golden Buddha shot out with one palm, and a violent shock wave formed between the palms, rushing towards the direction Sengoku perceived. Sengoku's sudden action startled everyone present. Standing on the giant island in the sky, Nami also looked at Sengoku suspiciously. Although observation haki didn't sense the danger coming, Nami, who was controlling Mary's Tank 1, was still taken aback. However, Nami breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Sengoku was not targeting herself or Luffy. Taking advantage of this time, continue to control Mary's chariot number 1 and slowly float in the direction of Luffy. Boom! What happened? When the shock wave shot by Sengoku hit the ground with a loud noise, the surrounding marine woke up from a dream and hurriedly looked over there. The successive events made Marine, who was present, particularly sensitive. The pirates also turned their attention to the place where Sengoku attacked, and they wanted to see what the hell Sengoku was doing. And when they looked at the past, several figures ran out of the ruins in embarrassment. Headed by the Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. After seeing the figure of Blackbeard, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were stunned for a moment, and then they all looked at the slightly fat figure. This bastard is actually hiding there. What is he trying to do here? I didn't find this guy in the fight before with Marine and the 7 warlords of the sea. It was strange before that this guy had become 7 warlords of the sea, but he didn't appear on the battlefield. Could it be that he was afraid that Whitebeard would take the lead in finding him to settle accounts? It seems that this is not the case now. This guy has been hiding here all the time, so what is his purpose? Whitebeard looked at the man who was forced out by Sengoku with gloomy eyes. Only him, Whitebeard would never forgive. Marshal Teach, you dare to appear in front of Marine, do you think no one can catch you? Sengoku, who became the Great Buddha, looked equally bad. When he heard Impel Down's report before, Sengoku had already listed Blackbeard on the list of must-killers. Now, he actually dared to appear here, and, looking at his actions just now, the target was Akainu, who was seriously injured on the ground. This guy really doesn't care about Marine at all. Pooh! Blackbeard, who was blown up by Sengoku, spat out the blood in his mouth and wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. The thief, ha 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 ha, has it been discovered? As expected of Marshal Marine, it must not be underestimated. 35. Shiryu of the Rain, Catherine Daime, the profound moon hunter, Obaro Pizarro, the evil king, and Basque Chote, the great wine, actually released these people. Looking at the people who had been forced out with Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Sengoku's gilded Buddha face already had an angry look. Although I was discovered, but you want to stop me, but it's too late, thief, ha ha ha. The location where Blackbeard and the others appeared was some distance away from Marine, and not very close to pirates. It can be said that these people are in a relatively less vulnerable place. However, on this battlefield, where can it be absolutely safe? Looking at Blackbeard, who suddenly appeared on the battlefield, Ace had an angry look on his face. If he hadn't been holding Luffy at this time, maybe Ace couldn't help rushing up. However, although Ace did not move, Whitebeard had already shot. Although there is a certain distance, the ability of shock fruit does not require direct contact. The cracks spread in the air, and the shock wave formed by the shock force hit Blackbeard and the others in an instant. Swish! The dazzling sword light flashed, and the figure of Shiryu of the Rain appeared in front of Blackbeard, blocking the shocking force. Is this the power of the strongest man in the world? It doesn't seem like much. Putting the knife back into its sheath, Shiryu of Rain held a cigar in his mouth and said casually, "Hey, Shiryu, don't be too careless, it was just a random blow from Whitebeard." As an old man who has been on the Whitebeard ship for so many years, Blackbeard naturally understands how terrifying Whitebeard's power is. Even if Whitebeard is old now, it is impossible for him and others to compete. That's why Blackbeard shifted his target. If he could kill Whitebeard by himself, why would Blackbeard hide now and then jump out? "Hey, I'll leave it to you next, but don't let them disturb me." Although the situation is very dangerous, but Blackbeard can't control so much now. Bang bang! Just when everyone's eyes were drawn to Blackbeard, a certain voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. The voice was not loud, but the crowd actually heard it. But at this time, no one paid any attention to the sound, because in this case, although the sound was abrupt, it was not a strange thing on this battlefield. Naturally, Blackbeard and the others also heard this voice. Thinking that someone suddenly made a move, Blackbeard looked around vigilantly. After finding that no one was making a move, he walked back to Akainu, who was not far from him. "It's really arrogant, and it's too arrogant to want to shoot Marine under my nose." Seeing that Blackbeard walked directly towards Akainu after being blasted out by himself. Although I don't know what he is going to do, there is no doubt that it is definitely not a good thing. The huge Buddha palm was raised again, and this move was obviously more powerful than the previous test. As for whether it will hurt Akainu, do you really think that Kizaru vomited blood after being beaten by the Straw Hat, and that he is just like that? Blackbeard wants to shoot Akainu, and even if Sengoku doesn't do it, Kizaru can completely take Akainu away. As for whether Whitebeard will take the opportunity to shoot? Didn't you see that Whitebeard shot Blackbeard just now? Those eyes seemed to be swallowing Blackbeard alive, and if they didn't shoot together, it would be considered Blackbeard's life. It can be said that the current Blackbeard, if placed in the various novels that Luffy read in his previous life, would definitely enjoy the treatment of the protagonist, and he would be besieged by everyone as soon as he appeared. However, Blackbeard can't possibly have the lives of those protagonists. Bang bang! The sudden voice sounded again, and this time, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. What's that sound? Even Sengoku couldn't help but stop the attack in his hand and looked left and right, as if he wanted to confirm the source of the sound. Chapter 389 Changes. This feeling. Now Luffy is in a very strange state. It was as if he was dreaming. He clearly had his own feelings and consciousness, but his body couldn't move at all. Also, there is absolutely no sense of what's going on in Marineford right now. But even in this state, Luffy still had the urge to laugh. Bang bang! The familiar heartbeat kept coming. This sound, as if it didn't need to go through any medium, came directly to Luffy's mind. And with the constant beating of the heart, some kind of familiar and unfamiliar force kept coming up. On the battlefield, Ace, who was holding Luffy, found something wrong. Luffy's hair was transforming into a strange state, lengthening 727 like a melting candle but not dripping like candle liquid. Luffy. Sabo, look, what happened to Luffy? Ace looked at Luffy's changes in surprise, not knowing what happened, so he could only ask Sabo on the side. Sabo looked down at Luffy in Ace's arms, and was equally surprised by Luffy's change. How so? Sabo also didn't understand what happened to Luffy's change, but he squatted down first and blocked in front of Ace and Luffy. Whether this change is good or bad, try not to let the Marines and the pirates see it. Avoid accidents, at least until Luffy wakes up. What was that sound just now? Sengoku looked around and found nothing special. Looking towards where Luffy was, because of Sabo's actions, Sengoku didn't see Luffy's change at the moment. And the sound just now, although clear, seems to be sounding directly in the mind, and it is impossible to identify the direction of the sound through this. However, this voice couldn't be ignored by Sengoku, and he probably wouldn't care for the first time. But the second time, and looking at the appearance of other people around, it seems that I heard this kind of voice. It is not something that can be ignored casually. However, this kind of voice that rises from the mind makes people unable to find the source of the sound. At this moment, Nami, standing at the front of the huge island, has a top-to-bottom line of sight, and Sabo's movements can't block her line of sight at all. He could also clearly see Luffy's changes at the moment. Even though he was hundreds of meters apart, Nami, who was fully focused on Luffy, could still see clearly. At this moment, Mary's chariot number 1 controlled by Nami has quietly stopped in front of Ace and Sabo. The appearance of the Blackbeard pirates just bought time for Nami. However, even Sabo, because he was watching Luffy's changes at the moment, didn't notice the transparent Mary chariot number 1 that had already arrived. The thief, ha 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 ha, to actually stop at this time, it's a godsend for me. Although he also heard the constant banging sound, at this moment, Blackbeard's thoughts were all on the lava fruit that plundered Akainu. Kizaru, who turned into a photon, appeared beside Akainu who was lying on the ground, and reached out to grab Akainu who had not woken up yet. However, before Kizaru's hand touched Akainu, a sharp long knife came first and stopped in front of Kizaru's outstretched palm. The dark blade can clearly see armament haki. If Kizaru continues to move, the sharp blade will definitely greet Kizaru. Former Warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, have you really defected? At this time, Kizaru also had a rare serious expression. Although he has always been used to catching fish, he wanted to hurt his colleagues in front of him, and the one who stopped him from saving Akainu was the former head guard of Impel Down. Even with Kizaru's temperament, he was a little angry at this time. He, betrayal, I just killed some prisoners, you put me on the 6th floor of Impel Down, there will be such a result, isn't it your fault? With a cigar in his mouth, Shiryu didn't retract the knife in his hand, and couldn't help sneering at Kizaru's question. At the same time, several other prisoners who escaped from Impel Down also surrounded him, as if they wanted to keep Kizaru here. At the moment, only Aokiji was watching Whitebeard, but after attacking Blackbeard once, he kept his eyes on Luffy's side. Although I couldn't tell where the voice came from just now, Whitebeard intuitively thought that it must have something to do with Luffy. After the second voice came out, because he had been paying attention to Luffy, Whitebeard immediately saw Luffy's change. Even though Sabo blocked Luffy for the first time, Whitebeard still saw it. Is Devil Fruit about to awaken? Although Whitebeard didn't quite understand this situation, there should be nothing else in the Straw Hat Boy that could cause this change except Devil Fruit. Sabo. Koala's deliberately lowered voice rang in Ace and Sabo's ears. Ace was startled and wanted to do something, but was immediately stopped by Sabo. Sabo calmly shook his head towards Ace. Sabo already knew about Koala's transparent fruit, so he wasn't frightened. While signaling to Ace not to be nervous, he glanced down at Luffy. At this time, Luffy's changes seemed to have stopped, and his hair had been melting like a candle. Although Koala and Nami appeared one after another, at this time, Sabo didn't know whether to leave with Koala or not. If a few of them suddenly disappeared in place, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. At that time, even if Nami's lion fruit is there, all kinds of accidents may happen. The main thing is that he is not sure about Luffy's state at the moment, whether it is suitable for transfer. And 0.4 Koala and Mary, who are now in a transparent state, also see Luffy's current situation. This is... Koala hurriedly covered his mouth. If he was not careful, he and Mary might be found out. And while Sabo was still struggling, Luffy's changes that had stopped, had new changes again. The hair, which had been melted, turned white at this moment and began to burn like a flame. However, even so, Ace's body did not show any burn marks. And on Luffy's closed eyes, the normal eyebrows were curled at this moment, exactly like the burning white hair. Not only that, for some unknown reason, Luffy's original red waistcoat and blue cropped trousers also turned into white like his hair at this moment. Chapter 390 Wake Up. 66 Pop. I saw those eyes with excitement and joy, and a bit of worry that has not dissipated. The familiar waistcoat, the familiar cropped trousers, and the familiar straw hat that is being carried behind him at the moment. A soft sound rang in the ears of Ace, Sabo, and Koala and Mary, who were in a transparent state. It was the sound of Luffy's palm on his forehead. Then, is that the Straw Hat Boy? As for Luffy, who faced that punch head-on, even if the power of that punch was greatly weakened, it was impossible for him to not be injured at all. But, does Rubber Fruit still have this ability? However, even though Sengoku guessed that Luffy Devil Fruit might be special, he was still stunned to see a completely different Luffy from before. Now, however, Luffy is eerily fully recovered. The square of Sabayati Archipelago changed from noisy to silent, and then from silent to noisy in just 10 seconds. Moreover, Garp's previous punch, others may only think it is very powerful, but he can see that the haki power contained in that punch is definitely the highest level 727. Kizaru too, doesn't he dare to move when he is pointed at by that cigarette man with a knife? But at least Luffy spoke up, which meant Luffy should be fine. That's what it is. Ha 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 ha. Luffy, who stood up again, could feel that his strength had gone a step further. However, the things that were originally familiar, aside from the straw hat, were still the same, whether it was the waistcoat, the pants, and even the hair, all turned into a completely unfamiliar white. Although I don't know why Luffy suddenly changed his appearance, I don't know what Luffy said. Rayleigh looked at Luffy's appearance on the screen at the moment, and couldn't help but secretly guess. The urge to laugh hasn't disappeared, but what these pirates at the moment want to know more is what happened to the Straw Hat Boy. It should be him, but has Straw Hat been beaten from time to time? The hand that was covering his eyes had been put down, and Luffy looked up at the huge island floating in the sky. But soon, they knew why Blackbeard and others on the screen became like this. That's the Straw Hat Boy. Luffy's image at this time was completely different from before. Even if he still didn't get up from Ace, everyone knew that it was him. Luffy covered his eyes with his right hand, and did not stand up immediately, but a big smiling face was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time he spat out such a sentence. No one knows why the Straw Hat Boy, who was in a coma a moment ago, suddenly stood there again with a big change in his image. But why do you even change your clothes? Does it really make sense? I don't know why, looking at the current Straw Hat Boy, I suddenly have a feeling of wanting to laugh. If you say change, change it. With the previous situation of getting bigger, it is understandable that the hair is turning white now. And, what's the matter with him like this? At this moment, even Blackbeard, who wanted to get Lava Fruit as soon as possible, could not help but stop his movements and looked at Luffy with a puzzled face. Although the color of clothes and hair has changed, everyone will not misunderstand that face. If it wasn't for Blackbeard's mouth still moving, these pirates would have thought that the communicator used for the live broadcast was damaged. Moreover, in this way, the Whitebeard pirates may also have a chance to successfully retreat. But if it's not rubber fruit, what are the characteristics that have been shown before? Under the dull eyes of Ace and Sabo, Luffy slowly got up from Ace's arms, and then slowly stood up straight. In this case, it's as if Luffy is still at his peak. The Haki effect Rayleigh knew that it was impossible to make people look like this. And Sengoku, who was still in the form of a Buddha, also looked at Luffy for the first time. However, as if the pause button was pressed, the picture suddenly stopped. Gollum. On the square of Sabayati Archipelago, the picture on the screen still stayed on Blackbeard and others. Even the consumption of the previous battle seems to have completely recovered. At this point, the changes on Luffy had stopped, and Ace and Sabo looked at Luffy, who had woken up in surprise. And even the Zoan Devil Fruit can only recover quickly if it doesn't attack. What's the matter? Isn't Blackbeard going to kill Akainu? Why is this suddenly not moving? In all of Rayleigh's years of experience, this has never been the case. This change has nothing to do with rubber. Go back, Nami, it's all right. However, Luffy is now recovering and shouldn't be easily killed or caught by Marine anyway. I still can't understand why the Straw Hat Boy suddenly stood up, and, looking at him, it doesn't seem to be hurt at all. 99. Moreover, the physical strength that was consumed before seems to have been completely recovered, and even the state is better. Apart from this explanation, there should be no other possibility. But how did he become like this? At that time, he was already gasping for breath, but now, he seems to have no consumption at all, his breathing is gentle, and he does not appear to be injured. Paramecia's devil fruit, unless it is a specific ability, it is impossible to have this effect. Hey, what's the matter with you, Straw Hat Boy? Is it devil fruit's ability? Luffy. The picture on the screen suddenly began to move, and soon, there was only one figure on the screen. Rayleigh clearly remembered that Luffy's stamina should have been almost exhausted by the time of Garp's final punch. And after hearing the movement here, everyone on the battlefield turned their gazes to this place in unison. It turned out that not only the person who said this sentence just now had the urge to laugh, but everyone who looked at the figure on the screen at this moment felt that way. This is the awakening of rubber fruit? But why did my appearance become like this? However, why do I have the urge to laugh when I look at the Straw Hat Boy whose image has changed drastically? But looking at Luffy's appearance now, he doesn't seem to be hurt at all. I don't know who it is, swallowed a bit of saliva, and then hesitantly opened his mouth. Whether it was Marine or a pirate, he couldn't understand why the Straw Hat Boy suddenly became like this. As soon as these words came out, Sabayati Archipelago, who was still talking and was extremely noisy, fell into a strange calm again. Chapter 391 Live streaming interrupted. Have you been successfully awakened by him? At this time, between the powers of Marie Joyce, the five elders looked at the figure appearing on the screen with an extremely ugly expression. Although they were ready to let the Straw Hat go, they never thought that the Straw Hat would wake up so soon. Also, its power seems to be stronger. Looking at Luffy standing proudly on the screen, feeling the urge to laugh inside, one of the five elders continued to speak. At least from the information they have learned, it should not be possible for this fruit to affect people at such a long distance. Rubber fruit, no, or Renren fruit Eudemon's Nika form, this fruit has awakened, maybe, we have to prepare. What are you ready to do? The five people present knew it. Whether or not Luffy intends to be an enemy of world government, as long as the fruit is still on him, there will inevitably be a battle between the two. It's pointless to watch this war any longer. Let's report this matter to Lord Yumu and let him decide. 35. When it comes to the awakening of this fruit, even they can no longer make their own decisions. Also, regarding Blackbeard, the information from Sengoku, and the prisoners we see with him, he is no longer fit for 7 warlords of the sea. 95. The shadow shrouded in the sky over Marineford has disappeared, and both Marine and pirate can't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. In any case, there is an island hanging overhead that may fall at any time, and it is impossible for anyone to ignore it. Then, they turned their attention to the figure that stood up again. They were very curious about what the Straw Hat Boy, whose image had changed drastically, was going to do next. Watching Nami leave, Koala and Mary, who came down with Nami, also left together in Mary's chariot number 1 under Nami's control. Now, the scene seems to be back to what it was before. If it wasn't for Luffy's completely changed image at this moment, those who didn't know might still think that Marine and the pirates had been confronting each other during this period of time. Luffy glanced at Garp, who was still sitting on the ground, without saying anything, and turned his eyes to the direction of Blackbeard and the others. After so long, can you finally bear it? It seems that the arrival of Nami before has made Blackbeard feel a sense of crisis and decided to take the risk. However, he just came out of the dark with such carelessness, as if he never thought that he would become the target of a group attack. Whether it's Marine, the Whitebeard pirates, or Luffy, they won't let Blackbeard go easily. Needless to say, the Whitebeard pirates, in the current situation, the culprit of everything is Blackbeard. And Marine, looking at the people in prison uniforms, Luffy could also guess what Blackbeard did. It was strange that Marine would let him go when he broke into Impel Down. And Luffy himself, out of vigilance for the future, didn't want to let Blackbeard go. What's more, the two had fought in Magic Valley Town, and Blackbeard suffered a big loss in his hands. With his character, he would definitely not let him go. Hey la la la, Straw Hat, you are really disturbing, you will be knocked out by Garp. Just as Luffy was looking at Blackbeard's group, Whitebeard's voice came from behind. Although Whitebeard wanted to kill Blackbeard immediately, in this situation, he was more concerned about Luffy's situation. Because only Luffy has the ability to continue fighting, their Whitebeard pirates have the possibility to escape. Otherwise, by myself, I might be able to stop it for a while, but it is impossible to stop it all the time. Once Garp is restored and Sengoku joins the fray, the Whitebeard pirates have no chance of winning. I didn't expect to have such a process to awaken a devil fruit. 35. Luffy replied without looking back. This sentence Luffy is not perfunctory, but really unexpected. He was kicked out by Garp before, and although he was indeed injured, Luffy was sure that it wouldn't cause him to faint. However, under the influence of rubber fruit, I fell into that strange feeling. To outsiders, Luffy really seemed to faint. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long, and Luffy quickly woke up and successfully crossed the door. The troublesome man has woken up again, which is not good news for Marine. 99. Aokiji, who was opposite Whitebeard, muttered to himself. Now Akainu is still seriously injured and in a coma, and Kizaru is temporarily restrained by the Blackbeard pirates. Garp also seems to be very physically exhausted. And Staff Crane needs to take into account the situation of the battle, and can't shoot at will. Now, Marine's high-end combat power seems to be only himself and Marshal Sengoku. There may be a few more admiral candidates, but with such a lineup, it is not so easy to keep the Whitebeard pirates and Straw Hat Luffy. Moreover, with the current Straw Hat Luffy, who knows what the strength will be. Listening to his tone, Devil Fruit seems to have awakened. In this case, the combat power is at least a little higher than before. Moreover, judging from his lack of breathlessness at all, it seems that even his physical strength has recovered. A Whitebeard that doesn't consume much, a Straw Hat that is stronger than before, Marine is a bit difficult to handle. Aokiji scratched his head helplessly, and now, it's up to Sengoku to arrange it. Boom! Just when Aokiji was still thinking about it, an explosion sounded suddenly. Aokiji looked up, and a winged man suddenly fell from the air. With the fall of the figure, there are also a pile of broken machine parts. Lafitte. Damn straw hat! Blackbeard, who was facing off against Kizaru with Shiryu and the others, shrank his eyes and couldn't help shouting at the figure who was shot down, Zhao Liao Zhao. At the same time, the look at Luffy was even more vicious. The crew members he recruited were killed by the Straw Hats one after another, making Blackbeard want to crush the Straw Hat boy directly. At this time, Luffy was slowly retracting the arm he just raised. The only remaining communicator was completely destroyed at this moment, and at the same time, the live broadcast of Sabayati Archipelago was interrupted. Sengoku, how about this war? Luffy decides to be the Face King once again, and it's up to Sengoku to give him face. Sengoku in the form of the Great Buddha glanced at the fallen man and machine, his eyes moving slightly. Destroying the communicator, did you want to save Marine's face? However, this approach was too contempt for Marine. If you want the war to end, then let me see your current strength. Sengoku's eyes flashed, he wanted to confirm whether his decision was worth it. Chapter 392 Doing on Blackbeard. What's going on? Although Sengoku was thankful he didn't do it together, Blackbeard didn't expect that Sengoku, as Marine, would actually let the Straw Hat mess around here. Also, is Dark Fruit really able to overcome all Devil Fruit? Shanks, you guys are really insightful. Let's go, continue to New World, but we can't be pulled too far by others. Although the other party may have appeared because he saw Luffy in a coma, his intuition told Boya Hancock that the relationship between the two was definitely not easy. At this moment, Doflamingo's mood is like riding a roller coaster, from low to high, and then from high to low. Hey, you Marines and pirates don't want to join forces to kill me, right? The Straw Hat guy is alive again, and seems to be stronger. Do I still have a chance to save Perona? Rubberizing the ice surface, this seems to be just the ability of the ordinary Paramecia Devil Fruit after awakening, right? However, some people are still unwilling to see the results, and seem to want to wait to see if they can wait until the live broadcast resumes. In any case, his own Dark Fruit will restrain Devil Fruit after all. Although he is in this war, and Marine is on the opposite side. Perhaps taking on Whitebeard would restore Marine's reputation a bit, but now, Sengoku has more important things to confirm. Now Luffy also has a trick he wants to try to see if Dark Fruit restrains himself or if his experiment can be successful. There is Straw Hat Sengoku in front, Admiral Kizaru in the back, and Whitebeard on the side. Blackbeard has no time to absorb Akainu's Devil Fruit. But at least when it comes to Blackbeard, they should all be on the same front. It's hard to find a man that he can like, Boya Hancock is not going to let it go. The direction of this war has completely deviated from continuing to entangle the Whitebeard pirates and there is no point. Luffy has recovered, and seems to be stronger than before. How does Doflamingo accept this? It seems that after the war, we must go to Kaido. Sengoku looked at the ice that Luffy was pulling up, a little puzzled. It stands to reason that since Luffy has become like this, the awakening of Rubber Fruit should be more than that. Awakened under such circumstances, damn it. At the same time, Luffy grabbed the ice surface with both hands, and saw that the originally solid and flat ice surface seemed to be alive at this moment, constantly twisting. That is a kind of desire to challenge the strong. It has not been much time, and the current Straw Hat has already reached this level. Then, the screen went black, and now, they couldn't see anything. And in the next moment he turned into rubber and was grabbed by Luffy. Luffy jerked his hands hard, tugging at the rubberized ice. But in this situation, if Sengoku and Luffy attacked him at the same time, then he would really have to explain it here today. However, the Straw Hat guy is so strong, so you don't have to worry about Perona's safety, and, looking at his behavior, it shouldn't hurt Perona, right? Gecko Moria's face was also not good looking, and he felt that he was getting farther and farther from Perona. After all, no Paramecia Devil Fruit would wake up with the ability to change its appearance. That part of the ice surface was directly pulled away by Luffy, while on the other side, several members of the Blackbeard pirates swayed left and right on the rubberized ice surface. At the moment, Boya Hancock ignored Doflamingo. She wanted to know more about the relationship between the woman who just appeared and Luffy. Perhaps his inaction may make Shiryu and others look down on him and leave, but at least he can survive. At this moment, he regretted jumping out of the dark. Blackbeard, who fell to the ground, cursed inwardly, and the deep darkness began to spread in his hands. Unlike those who want to see the outcome of this war, Kid just wants to make sure that Straw Hat is still alive. It's an incredible feeling. Since you want to know if I am qualified to end this war, just watch it. Kizaru's eyes and hands are quick, and when Luffy moved, his body turned into a photon, and he grabbed Akainu lying there, and left in an instant. And just after Kid and the others left, the other supernovas also left. Being stared at by Luffy and Sengoku at the same time, no matter how arrogant Blackbeard was, he would be in a cold sweat at the moment. Damn, that Sengoku guy is actually standing by and watching. Now Luffy, just standing there, makes Hawkeye have the urge to draw a knife. Kid flicked the coat draped over his shoulders, and left without looking back. It seems that the next thing is not ready for us to watch, but since the Straw Hat Boy is not dead, there is no need to continue watching. Sengoku also looked at Blackbeard's group, and Blackbeard's behavior obviously angered Sengoku more than drafting the Hat Boy. After Luffy pulled the ice off the ground, it fell to both sides. Even, Whitebeard may also come to add a kick. After all, whoever hates himself the most here is undoubtedly the Whitebeard pirates. Among them, the reporters are the most urgent, because such a major event is very difficult to encounter. If the result cannot be recorded, they will regret it. It's good for him that Sengoku doesn't shoot, as long as his darkness can grab the Straw Hat, he still has a chance. Since he had already stood up at the end of the picture, there was nothing to see in the rest. It's a really good proposition. Before that, why don't you get rid of the annoying guy first? Thinking of this, Luffy didn't wait for Sengoku to respond, but rushed directly towards Blackbeard. Kira looked at each other and followed at the same time. Luffy said something to Sengoku, and at the same time, Luffy also wanted to know how far the awakened rubber fruit can do. Rayleigh looked up at the sky, his eyes were hazy, and 727 never left for a long time. Everyone in the square of Sabayati Archipelago look at me, I look at you, just saw a transparent beam of light zooming in and approaching on the screen just now. This time, Luffy did not appear directly beside Blackbeard, but rushed towards Blackbeard and others at a speed that was not very fast. Gecko Moria could only pray that Luffy wasn't that kind of bastard pirate at the moment. Now, Blackbeard is stared at by Luffy and the Straw Hat, unable to continue his actions even if he wants to. The tide of the times has been rolled up. Next, this sea will welcome its king again. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 393 Ability Change. The white steam streamer passed through Luffy's armpit, suspended behind Luffy, and flowed slightly as Luffy ran. The ability to rubberize the ground just now should only be a general ability after the awakening of Paramecia Devil Fruit. Luffy, who has seen Doflamingo and Katakuri's awakening in his previous life, has a certain understanding of this ability. However, the use just now only made Blackbeard and the others stand unsteady. Luffy knew that after rubberizing an object, it was definitely more than that. The elasticity of rubber can be seen from oneself, so these things that have been rubberized by themselves should also have this elasticity. Moreover, Luffy can feel that his ability to rubberize objects seems to be more than capable of rubberizing objects, but he still has to experiment. Right now, Blackbeard is just right for him to practice his hands. Looking at Blackbeard with black smoke spreading over his body, Luffy was not worried about being touched by his black smoke. Even, Luffy wanted to take the initiative to touch it to verify his conjecture. In this case, thinking of this, Luffy stopped and continued to run. The right hand is stretched out, without any force of swinging, the arm automatically stretches out. At the same time, when they arrived in front of Blackbeard and the others, their palms suddenly became larger, and they grabbed all of Blackbeard and the others in their enlarged palms. "Hey! How dare you take the initiative to contact me, Straw Hat Boy, you are careless." Although he was caught by Luffy at the moment, Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief, and then, the black began to gather on Blackbeard's hands hidden in Luffy's palm. Dark Water. The ability of Blackbeard Dark Fruit was activated, and the palm of the hand that turned into darkness pressed against Luffy's palm. Luffy only felt a suction force coming from his palm, and then, it seemed that something was draining from his body. Luffy had a feeling that if he didn't let go, he might not be able to maintain his current state. However, unlike when he first read the original book, Luffy's rubber fruit ability did not fail the first time he was contacted by Blackbeard. On the contrary, it is losing bit by bit. The ability does not seem to have changed. It is still the expansion and contraction of rubber fruit, but it seems to be more arbitrary. Sengoku, who returned to his normal human form again, looked at Luffy who had captured Blackbeard and the others, and rubbed his chin in thought. Before, whether Luffy used the state where his body turned red or the state where Haki's package became bigger, there was a movement of swinging his arms. That was with the help of the power of the swing, thus achieving the previous state. But now, whether it is extending the arm or making the palm bigger, it seems to be able to do whatever one wants, without any extra help. Luffy just stretched his arm forward, and his arm was directly stretched, and when he was about to touch Blackbeard and others, his palm suddenly became larger. However, it seems that is not enough, right? If only this level of power, how could the five elders be so afraid? Or is it not because of Devil Fruit's abilities? At this moment, Sengoku thought a lot, but still couldn't understand the reason. Perhaps, after this war is over, I should go and find out if there is any information about rubber fruit. While Sengoku was thinking about these questions, Luffy had let go of Blackbeard and the others, and his arms had returned to their normal size. Luffy raised his palm and looked at it. The feeling that something was missing disappeared when Luffy's palm released Blackbeard. Moreover, his hand was not absorbed by Blackbeard's ability and could not be withdrawn. If this is the case, then Blackbeard, who only has the ability of Dark Fruit, is basically no threat to himself. Lack of effective means of attack, and even the attractive ability of Dark Fruit has little effect on him, then what qualifications does Blackbeard have to fight against him? Damn, I can't catch him. At this time, Blackbeard also had doubts about life, and he knew best about Dark Fruit's ability. The dark water that can seal the power of Devil Fruit can also have the gravitational effect of Dark Fruit. However, this ability to attract, failed to attract the Straw Hat's hand, which was completely beyond Blackbeard's imagination. Moreover, the Devil Fruit ability of superhumans like the Straw Hat should be restrained even more by oneself. However, he could clearly feel that his Dark Fruit ability took effect, but he didn't cancel his ability immediately. What is going on? 4 Flowers 0. Blackbeard's face was gloomy, and he thought that Sengoku would not take action, but looking at Dark Fruit's ability, he should be able to compete with the Straw Hat Boy. But as soon as they met, Blackbeard discovered that Dark Fruit, who was full of self-confidence, couldn't be as domineering as usual. Suddenly stopped. Is it because of Blackbeard's ability? 99. Sengoku knows something about Logia Devil Fruit. After all, the ability of Logia Devil Fruit is too powerful, even an ordinary person can dominate one side after eating Logia Devil Fruit. And Dark Fruit's ability, Sengoku also understands part of it. It may not be as detailed as the Devil Fruit illustrated book that Blackbeard has read, but he still knows some basic abilities. If so, how are you going to deal with it? Do you use the long-range attack method just now? Hey, Blackbeard, aren't we going to evacuate? Marines and pirates here, what's wrong with looking at us? 35. After breaking free from Luffy's hand, Pizarro and the others looked around and found that it was Marine. Or pirates, looking at them with an angry look at the moment. This made the few people who had just escaped from the big prison have a very bad feeling. They didn't know what Blackbeard had done before. On the marine side, they could understand, but on the pirate side, especially as soon as they appeared, Whitebeard attacked Blackbeard. It wasn't like the Whitebeard they once knew. This guy really hit a lot before. Although Blackbeard said that he wanted to capture Whitebeard's shock fruit when he rescued them, they never thought about confronting Whitebeard head-on. Now, let alone capturing Whitebeard's shock fruit, marine and pirates are eyeing at the same time, so it's a question of whether they can escape. At this moment, they somewhat regretted why they didn't leave directly. If they had left before, now they would have leaped by the sea, and the sky was high enough for the birds to fly. Thief, ha ha ha, I also want to withdraw, but in this situation, do you think we can still run away? Chapter 394 The War That Will End. Nami, Luffy, is he all right? Ace, are you okay? Everyone looked at the exposed Merry Chariot number 1. Nami gestured towards Koala, then, began to control Thousand Sunny, and flew towards the lower place again. But, at the moment, they were curious as to what happened to Luffy to make Nami and Koala say that they looked so different. Chopper didn't doubt Nami's words at all, and breathed a sigh of relief. When Thousand Sunny flew up, they saw Luffy passed out with their own eyes. Now that Nami is back, why didn't they bring Luffy back? I don't know the specifics, but Luffy is really okay, but now Luffy looks a little special, so I will say that it may be related to Devil Fruit. After attacking Blackbeard once, Whitebeard didn't move again, but the look in Blackbeard's eyes was still unkind. If the strength is not enough, let alone surpass anyone, and even implicate others. Now, the war may be over soon, but those who have died will not be resurrected. At this time, no matter who they are, they have a hunch that this war will end with the result of the battle between Luffy and Blackbeard. At this time, they were grasshoppers on a rope with Blackbeard. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Luffy couldn't help grinning, and this time, he couldn't let Blackbeard go. Even just now Sengoku's bizarre anger at Blackbeard. Although Luffy's appearance seemed to be fine, Nami still wanted to keep watching. Seemingly seeing that Ace's mood was a bit wrong, Sabo looked at Ace with concern and asked. The others were still a little worried. They didn't see that Luffy was okay, and they were very worried. However, since Nami is back, I guess Luffy should also bring it back? What the hell is going on? Why is it suddenly okay? At that time, Blackbeard really seemed to be hurt, and he seemed to be particularly hostile to himself. That deep darkness, as if to swallow everything up, began to spread towards the entire Crescent Moon Bay. But at least, they can be sure that the Blackbeard pirates will definitely not be able to escape this battlefield. And Shiryu of the Rain and the others also assumed a fighting posture. Straw Hat, you shouldn't lose to such a person. I saw the hatch of Mary's chariot number 1 opened, and Koala and Mary came out one after another, but Luffy was not seen. No, I'm fine. Although he was a member of the Whitebeard pirates, he killed the crew and defected to the Whitebeard 0.4 pirates. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, they could not see the situation below. The look has changed a lot. Is the gap between yourself and Luffy already so big? The blood of the Pirate King, the strongest man in the world, or the General Staff of the Revolutionary Army, at this moment, are not important anymore. Chopper, who had already prepared medical supplies, jumped into Mary's chariot number 1 at once. On the battlefield at this time, except for Luffy and Blackbeard who were still fighting, the rest of the people, whether it was Marine, Pirates, or Shishibukai, did not continue to act. Even though he is the 7 warlords of the sea, he wants to attack Marine Admiral Akainu at this time. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help being a little discouraged. Luffy was able to hurt Blackbeard at that time, but he couldn't even beat the injured Blackbeard. And all of this is because of him. After waiting for so many years, I finally got the devil fruit I wanted. I won't just fall here. My observation Haki could sense that Luffy was nothing, and even he was stronger than ever before. Ace regained his energy. Now is not the time to feel sorry for himself. If he can survive this time, Ace decides to continue to improve his strength. Well, Mary and I were right next to Luffy at that time, and Luffy's appearance changed a lot, but it really didn't look like something was going on. For these reasons, the Blackbeard pirates became the enemy of everyone on this battlefield. Facing the Marines and pirates who were staring at him, Blackbeard, who knew that he had no way out, became thicker with black smoke at this moment. At this time, Mary also inserted a sentence, "What's more, when he and Koala were still by Luffy's side, Mary would not feel wrong." Koala said to everyone who had entered a state of transparency. All three said that, and it meant that Luffy was fine. Nami explained, and when Thousand Sunny disappeared again, Nami controlled Thousand Sunny to continue to accelerate downward. Luffy fought that Teach guy last time? Could it be? He killed his partner, and even captured Ace and gave it to Marine, which started the war. Recovered? Great! When Luffy fell just now, he was taken aback. Only you, I will never admit that you are my son again. Hey, are you quite self-aware? I failed to keep you last time, which led to today's war. Today, I won't make the same mistake again. 5. As soon as Nami returned to Thousand Sunny, everyone on the boat gathered around. Hey? Where's Luffy? Why is Luffy gone? Moreover, Luffy not only reminded himself of Blackbeard's ability, but also injured Blackbeard, because he knew that he would never give up chasing Blackbeard. Moreover, Nami said that Luffy's recovery is a relationship with Devil Fruit, but, does Rubber Fruit still have the ability to recover from injuries? Also, it will be much more convenient when Luffy is ready to leave. Ace on the side, after hearing Luffy's words, couldn't help but be stunned, and then remembered the situation when he met Blackbeard. Even those pacifists did not continue to attack those pirates because Gendarmerie did not issue an order. He has always wanted to surpass his biological father, and now it seems like a joke. If he didn't do it himself, Aokiji and Kizaru might react, and Whitebeard actually wanted to deal with Blackbeard himself. But soon, as Thousand Sunny descended, they saw what Luffy had become. But looking at it now, it was clear that Luffy won at that time. Luffy is alright, I don't know why he recovered. 730s may be the reason for Devil Fruit. Perhaps the final result will be that the Whitebeard pirates and Straw Hat Luffy rescue Ace and successfully evacuate. Thinking about it now, he should have met and fought with Luffy before he found Blackbeard. Chapter 395 Ability. The ability of Dark Fruit erupted violently at this moment, spreading continuously on the ice surface in Crescent Moon Bay. Although in this state, Luffy has a feeling that as long as he thinks about it, he can continue. Perhaps elementalization is something that Luffy doesn't care much about because of Haki, but this attack range is unmatched by other Devil Fruits. Luffy has more than once lamented the ability of Logia Devil Fruit. This spreading darkness can not only devour objects, but as long as people stand on it, they will continue to fall into this darkness. If it is the former, then Luffy can only feel that this old guy is a real monster. This kind of resilience is more pervert than Zoan Demon Fruit power, right? At this critical juncture, he would not refuse. After all, it is still possible to escape together. I just don't know what kind of attitude Marine, who has neither killed Whitebeard nor executed Ace, will reappear in the eyes of the world after this war is over. Now Marine and the pirates are staring at them. If they show the intention of running away, maybe they will attack in groups. That heartbeat, is it recovering physical strength and injury by overdrawing vitality? San Juan, the wolf, known as the existence of the giant battleship, does something extremely large. Thief, ha ha ha, just let you guys see the abilities of this dark fruit. Now in this normal situation, Luffy didn't feel the vitality drain again. However, there may be other secrets in Rubber Fruit that can make things like the 7-star sword remember. Although there is no ship, at this time, the huge size of the San Juan evil wolf can indeed make him a real giant battleship. He seemed to sense Luffy's gaze, and Garp, who was also staring at Blackbeard, turned to look at Luffy, and gave Luffy a big smile. If Blackbeard and the others were killed, then the San Juan evil wolf would probably not be able to escape if he tried to run away alone. These old guys, one by one, are as unpredictable as foxes. As for the battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, it seems that Sengoku has no intention of continuing. In short, Luffy's own rubber fruit awakening is a bit strange. Luffy couldn't help but be speechless, almost beat himself to death. How dare he laugh at himself now? Also, it all seems to be what Sengoku means. Garp is just an executor. Not only the ice surface in the Crescent Moon Bay, but the darkness released by Blackbeard was spreading towards the surrounding wall rising around him. If he doesn't want to be locked and impelled down again, he can only act with Blackbeard and others now. He wanted to rely on Dark Fruit's ability to devour the surrounding wall behind him, so that they would have a chance to escape. Moreover, when the 7-star sword shattered, he heard the sound of the 7-star sword. The place covered by Dark Fruit's ability has completely turned into darkness, and black smoke is constantly emerging from this darkness. This is not something that people like Blackbeard can bear, so when only Straw Hat is doing it, he must prepare first. Logia's Devil Fruit, the attack range is really large. However, he was able to hide his existence well, so that the Marines outside could not find him. Where they were spread, the pirates retreated one after another. However, if Blackbeard wanted to escape from here only relying on the ability of Dark Fruit, it would be too despising himself. Now, after awakening Rubber Fruit, I have a deeper understanding. More free and powerful, Rubber Fruit after awakening is indeed like this. Whether it's through this war to make a name for itself, or to complete the final step of Rubber Fruit's awakening, it's all done now. The awakening of Rubber Fruit, does it still have this ability? Luffy accepted it, and now is not the time to think about it, but to deal with the Blackbeard gang as soon as possible, and then end the war. At this time, fighting head-on is the stupidest thing. Blackbeard deliberately controlled the darkness spreading over the ice and began to devour the ice, but for the time being there was no surrounding wall behind him. Now that he has awakened Rubber Fruit, there must be something. As long as he asks himself, he should not hide it. Otherwise, rashly coming into contact with unknown things, especially the unknown Devil Fruit ability, is a very dangerous thing. Thinking of Garp, Luffy glanced at Garp, who was still sitting there, except that he cocked his nostrils as usual. After all, since Shanks took the initiative to attack the warship and snatch this Rubber Fruit, should he know something? But if the latter, what is Garp's reason for doing this? Then, after finishing the Blackbeard in front of him, it was almost time for him to leave. There is no sign of exhaustion at all. Have you recovered? Or was it just pretending to be weak? So, how did Sengoku convince Garp to do it himself? Luffy didn't care about the old man, and looked at Blackbeard again. The ability to restore physical strength and injury is more like Zoan Devil Fruit's ability. Blackbeard did it deliberately to swallow the ice in front of the darkness, but what Blackbeard really wanted to do was to swallow the surrounding wall behind. Then look for a suitable opportunity, use the ability of Dark Fruit to swallow the surrounding wall behind you and escape. But at the same time, Luffy also felt his vitality, and when he just woke up, a part of it was lost. However, the resilience of Zoan Devil Fruit is not so pervert, and it can fully recover physical strength and injuries in an instant. 730 Moreover, Shanks can even hook up with the 5 elders, and there are certainly many secrets he knows. And those places covered by darkness are slowly descending. It seems that the ice layer is being swallowed by the spreading darkness. The purpose of participating in this war by himself has been achieved. Otherwise, with Shanks' character, he shouldn't take the initiative to provoke Marine. They don't know what the Dark Fruit's ability is, and they don't know how to resist, so, retreating is the only option now. But in the same way, the recovery ability of Zoan Devil Fruit does not need to overdraw vitality. 14 Blackbeard had already hidden another prisoner he had brought from Impel down there when he was preparing for the operation. Maybe when you meet Shanks, you can ask him if he knows anything. What's more, the self who just woke up to Rubber Fruit, if this doesn't leave Blackbeard, what's the point of Luffy's punch from Garp? Chapter 396 Caught/. What an exaggeration, whether it's Whitebeard or Marine Admiral. Under the sea not far from Marineford, a submarine-like vessel appeared there. Through the observation device on the submarine, Trafalgar Law looked at the two huge tsunamis that were condensed into solid ice statues and said with emotion, "It's a completely different feeling than what I've seen through the screen on the Sabayati archipelago. This kind of shock after seeing it with my own eyes is definitely not comparable to seeing it on the screen. However, how are they going to see what's going on in Crescent Moon Bay? There are still many warships stationed on the periphery of Crescent Moon Bay. Even if your own ship is relatively special and can dive under the sea, it may not be able to pass through the defense line of the warship without knowing it. Moreover, it can be seen from here that the seawater in the entire Crescent Moon Bay has been frozen. Your own submarine can't drill through this frozen ice. I don't know what's going on now. I hope the guy in the straw hat hasn't been killed." Boom! And when Trafalgar Law was observing Crescent Moon Bay, a huge sound came from within Crescent Moon Bay. Luffy retracted his arm again, and the loud sound just now was made by Luffy's larger arm and smashing it on the ice. At this time, Blackbeard's darkness had stopped spreading, and at the end of that darkness, a huge fist pit appeared there. The awakened Rubber Fruit seems to have no limits in terms of deformation. Sengoku has been watching Luffy's situation, and it stands to reason that even if Rubber has the ability to deform, there is always a limit to deformation. But just now, Luffy's fist became bigger than several giants. Although there is still a little gap compared to Majin Ounce, but Sengoku can feel that it is not Luffy's limit. After all, if it really became that big, the entire Crescent Moon Bay would collapse. Hey, you're too stupid, you're not afraid of hitting others with such a big fist. There was cold sweat on Blackbeard's forehead, such a big fist with armament haki wrapped on it, if it was really hit, Blackbeard wasn't sure if Dark Fruit could absorb the damage. Even if it could be absorbed, the returning pain was definitely not something Blackbeard wanted to endure. Then you can only blame the person who was hit for being careless. After all, I am targeting you to attack. Luffy answered indifferently, but he was thinking about the punch he just punched in his heart. The fist that has become so huge, still covered with armament haki, this kind of thing, it is impossible to do before awakening. Not to mention that his Rubber Fruit ability before his awakening couldn't make him so big. Even if it could, Luffy's armament haki wouldn't be able to cover such a large area. However, although his armament haki has not changed, but now he can completely cover the fist that has grown so large, is this also the change brought about by the awakening? Do you want to fight as you like? Not limited by common sense, nor limited by Rubber Fruit itself. However, what is it that you always have the urge to laugh in your heart? Is it a side effect of awakening? Or something else? Luffy didn't want to hold back his laughter while fighting. It seems that he has just awakened, and there are still many things that he does not understand. After this war is over, we have to experiment with the changes after awakening. Now, let's take a look at the improvement in combat power. Countless years have passed in my heart, but the reality is only the effort of Luffy to finish a sentence. And after saying that, Luffy shot again. Luffy jumped and rushed towards Blackbeard and the others as if running in the air. At this time, after being attacked by Luffy several times in a row, Shiryu of Rain finally couldn't help but fight back. The long knife in his hand swung sharply, and a sharp slash shot at Luffy with extreme speed. I learned from Blackbeard that the devil fruit that Luffy eats is a rubber fruit, so since it is rubber, you should be afraid of sharp things, right? Shiryu stared intently at his slash, trying to see how Luffy was going to fend off his attack. Generally speaking, in this case, you should choose to avoid it, right? Otherwise, even if you use armament haki to resist, you may not be able to withstand the swordsman's slash. However, at the moment, Luffy, neither dodging nor covering armament haki on the surface of his body, was still rushing straight towards the direction where the slash came. What does that guy in the straw hat want to do? Seeing Luffy's actions at the moment, whether it was marine or pirate, they were a little puzzled. With the speed that Luffy had shown before, it was not difficult to avoid this slash, so why did he have to choose hard resistance? Moreover, if you want to fight hard, why not even cover armament haki? That slash, those who are still standing now, can feel that its power is definitely not bad. If he was hit by this slash, even Luffy wouldn't feel bad, right? Maybe not dead, but injuries should be inevitable. However, Luffy's next action left them all stunned. I saw that Luffy, who was running, did not dodge or evade, and was still rushing in the direction of Blackbeard and the others. Seeing that Shirai's slash was about to hit Luffy. At this time, Luffy suddenly raised a hand and grabbed towards the slash. What is this trying to do? Those who were watching this scene didn't understand what Luffy wanted to do. Extending a hand, do you want to smash this slash? But wouldn't it be better to use fists? Why use scratches like they are now? Also, they still didn't feel armament haki's presence. Wait, catch? Zhao Hao. A thought appeared in the minds of everyone watching this scene. Impossible. I don't know why I think this way, but this kind of thing shouldn't be possible, right? Finally, the sharp slash collided with Luffy's palm. I saw Luffy's open palm a moment ago. When it came into contact with this slash, it suddenly clenched. Then, an incredible scene appeared. I saw that the slash that was flying at extreme speed suddenly stopped, and then, the slash was like an entity, and was firmly grasped by Luffy in the outstretched right hand. That's right, it's caught. This is impossible. The swordsman's slash, although it can be seen, and when it hits people, it can feel the touch, but it should not be the real thing. How could it be possible to be caught by hand? However, what happened in front of them at the moment made them have to believe. Chapter 397 Thinking. Shiryu's pupils shrank suddenly. The slash just now, although it wasn't his full force, it wasn't something anyone could take. What's more, if you directly grab your own slash with your hands, how can this kind of thing be done? What kind of ability is this? Does rubber fruit still have this ability? Blackbeard also didn't understand. The rubber fruit ability, who should have been afraid of slashing, but after awakening, was able to grasp the slashing, which was too exaggerated. However, Blackbeard and others didn't have time to think too much, because they had already seen Luffy's actions after grabbing the slash. I saw that Luffy squatted slightly after grabbing Shiryu's slash, and the slash caught in his hand pulled back together with Luffy's arm. Then, the hand holding the slash directly swung the slash out, targeting Blackbeard and the others. The thrown slash flew towards Blackbeard and the others at a faster speed than before. Wherever they passed, the ice layer was directly cut open, forming a continuous ravine. Swish! The slash pierced the air, and when Blackbeard and others fled in panic, it directly slashed the arm of the strange-looking woman. Abe! Blood splattered along with the woman's screams. Katrin Daime was surprised when LUFFY730 caught the slash, and her reaction was a beat, and she couldn't completely escape the slash. Damn, what kind of power is this? Blackbeard's eyes were gloomy, and he glanced at Katrin Daime with a broken arm. It can be seen from her cut wound that this slash is indeed a normal slash. But if this is the case, how did the Straw Hat Boy catch the slash and throw it back again? Damn bastard, my mother will never let him go. Katrin Daime covered her broken arm with one hand, cold sweat kept falling from her face, and her eyes were fixed on Luffy, who was not far away. Even Zoan's demon fruit power, or even the phantom beasts, would have no way to face the situation where his arm was directly cut off. Zoan Devil Fruit's resilience can only make her wound heal quickly, but it can't restore her broken limb. Even if she puts her arm back together immediately, it's useless. Really caught? But how exactly is this done? It wasn't until Katrin Daime's scream sounded that the surrounding pirates and marines woke up like a dream, and then all kinds of unbelievable murmurs. I can catch a slash, doesn't that mean I can catch my flash? 35. Kizaru bowed his head slightly, the sunglasses reflected a fine light under the sunlight, and he couldn't help guessing secretly. It's really scary. He shouted a mantra as always, and then continued to look at Luffy and Blackbeard and others, but mainly at Blackbeard and others. Don't look at him, Kizaru is in good shape right now, but to let him face the current Luffy, Kizaru doesn't have much confidence. Moreover, looking at Sengoku's meaning, it is obviously also the meaning of priority to deal with the Blackbeard pirates. Sengoku's previous shot against Blackbeard and others, and Kizaru now probably understands what's going on. Those people are the prisoners of Impel Down, no, to be precise, the prisoners of the 6th floor of Impel Down. These characters appear here, and it is conceivable what happened to Impel Down. In particular, Shiryu of the Rain, who was the former head warder, also appeared in the Blackbeard Pirates, which is even more telling. You know, the last time the Impel Down happened was when the Golden Lion broke his legs and escaped from the Impel Down. And now, Blackbeard's group not only broke into Impel Down, but also escaped from it unharmed and brought out the prisoners on the 6th floor. This kind of behavior is undoubtedly hitting Marine in the face, even if the Golden Lion has to run away after coming down from Impel. And now, such a group of pirates not only made a big noise in Impel Down, but even appeared in Marineford, and even wanted to hurt a seriously injured Marine Admiral in front of all Marines. Bia, this kind of thing can't be tolerated by anyone. However, Sengoku didn't make a move at this time, but seemed to have reached a truce with the Straw Hat guy. What was he thinking? Compared to Luffy's ability to catch the slash, Kizaru cared more about Sengoku's thoughts. Although Marine doesn't have an advantage now, but if you really work hard, Marine's high-end combat power is still more than that of pirates. Sooner or later, the balance of the battle will tilt in Marine's favor. However, the moment before, it is necessary to gather the strength to kill the Straw Hat Boy first, and now he has reached a truce with the Straw Hat Boy. It's really puzzling, maybe that's what Marshal Marine thought? Kizaru touched his chin and decided not to think about these things anymore. As a fishing party, Kizaru felt that he just had to listen to Sengoku's orders. It's just that Devil Fruit has awakened, not only has its appearance changed, but also its abilities. Aokiji was curious about the kind of ability Luffy just showed. Or, is this also an application of Rubber Fruit? However, the Blackbeard Pirates are really a bunch of people who have actually released these prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down. A dignified expression appeared on Aokiji's lazy face, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He forced his way into Impel Down and released the prisoners on the 6th floor. Such people are much more dangerous than Straw Hat. Never let the Blackbeards get out of here. This ability to catch slashes seems to be the ability of Rubber Fruit to assimilate after awakening. From this point of view, other Paramecia Devil Fruits, as long as they have the ability to assimilate, can they achieve this level? Sengoku just noticed that when Luffy grabbed the slash, the place where the slash was caught by Luffy showed some kind of curvature. So, others don't understand how Luffy did it, but he immediately figured out why. But thinking about it made Sengoku fall into another confusion. The pirates caught by Sengoku are no longer rare, and some of them have awakened Devil Fruit. However, apart from the ability to assimilate objects that Luffy first showed, no other person who awakened Devil Fruit has been able to achieve this level. Is it because others didn't think of it? Or did they dare not try it? Or is this the unique ability of this Devil Fruit? Sengoku once again fell into thinking. It seems that after the war is over, there is one more thing to know. There are many people in Marine who have eaten Paramecia Devil Fruit, and there are also people who have awakened Devil Fruit. If this ability is what Paramecia demon fruit power can do, then if these marines can do it, their strength can definitely go further. Chapter 398 One Punch. Luffy just caught that man's slash. Already floating on Thousand Sunny above Marineford again, Zoro was looking at what had just happened below with a face full of surprise. Although the man's slash was not as powerful as Hawkeye's slash before, it gave Zoro the feeling that it was equally powerful. However, with such a slash, Luffy grabbed it and threw it back. You read that right, because I saw it too. Although they couldn't see each other, Sanji knew that Zoro had the same surprised expression on his face now. But then, it was a kind of deep pressure, and Luffy, who had been a lot stronger than them, seemed to become stronger. This made them how the crew members should behave. Obviously they were chasing, but the gap seemed to be pulled farther and farther. Hey, it's fine, but Luffy like this, can he change back? It should be possible, right? After all, there is a precedent for the previous fourth gear. However, are the people who were attacked by Luffy the Blackbeard group? Although at that time in Magic Valley, Zoro also fought against Blackbeard's people. But at that time, by the time he got rid of the man and reunited with Luffy, Blackbeard had already run away, so Zoro didn't see anyone. But just now Nami talked about what happened below when they flew thousands of miles high, and also learned about the Blackbeard group appearing on the battlefield. I don't know what's going on right now. Neither Marine nor the pirates started, as if they were waiting for Luffy and Blackbeard to decide the winner. Looking at the situation below, Robin touched his chin and said, with some worry in his tone. They didn't hear the dialogue between Sengoku and Luffy, so they were a little scared that Marine would suddenly shoot Luffy. But at this time, they naturally can only watch silently here. This is not the time to be distracted. Luffy's voice suddenly appeared in front of Blackbeard, and his normal-sized fist slammed into Blackbeard's face. Then, I saw that after Luffy's fist touched Blackbeard's face, it didn't directly knock Blackbeard out. Instead, the fist sunk into Blackbeard's front face strangely, and then protruded from the back of Blackbeard's head, forming a fist through a layer of flesh. Blackbeard, who didn't react, didn't even have time to activate Dark Fruit's ability, and was punched straight by Luffy. However, this unusual phenomenon once again aroused the amazement of the people around. Brain, the head was pierced. From the perspective of others, Luffy's punch seemed to directly pierce Blackbeard's head from front to back. No. 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 No blood. But soon, they discovered that this was not the case, because there was nothing red or white on Blackbeard's head. When Luffy retracted his fist, Blackbeard's head, which seemed to be pierced, returned to its original state. What are these abilities? Why are they so strange? Seeing that Blackbeard's face didn't seem to be hurt, everyone present couldn't help but complain. This kind of attack that looks scary, but now seems to be ineffective, what is the use? Hey, it hurts. However, Blackbeard himself, who was attacked by Luffy, did feel a strange pain. It didn't seem like it was a big deal, but that was Dark Fruit's own ability to absorb damage. From the pain on his face now, we can tell that Luffy's attack is definitely not flashy. Also, Blackbeard had a feeling that the damn Straw Hat was using them to test his new awakened abilities. But even knowing this, Blackbeard had no choice but to bite the bullet. As for this time, he swallowed the surrounding wall behind him and ran away. Blackbeard felt that if he did this at this time, it would probably be more than just Luffy's attack. Now whether it is Marine or the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, they are all staring at them closely. At this time, if you want to make small moves, it is not easy to do. Originally thought that there should be a chance to deal with a Straw Hat, but now it seems that the strength of the Straw Hat after awakening is somewhat unexpected. Although the ability displayed does not seem to be as powerful as the previous battle with Garp, this bizarre ability makes it even more difficult to guard against. Is it possible to have this effect because the properties of rubber are given to others? But, doesn't this weaken the attack power? 4 Flowers 0. Sengoku is also a little puzzled at this time, although he sees a little trick, but this makes Sengoku even more incomprehensible. The resistance of rubber, especially the resistance to fists, is very large. Why did the Straw Hat do this? Does the human body also assimilate? But Doflamingo and Katakuri are not seen in the original to exhibit this property. 35. After hitting Blackbeard with a punch, Luffy was also thinking about his current ability secretly, and always felt that it was a little different from the awakening of String Fruit and Nyo Fruit that he had read in the original book. However, even without using Haki, the attack power is much stronger than using Haki before. Does awakening still have this effect? 0. More free and powerful? The rest is to explore slowly later. This war should come to an end. Thinking of this, Luffy looked at Blackbeard and the others again, and then jumped into the air. At this time, Blackbeard and others have a bad feeling. Obviously so many people are dealing with one, but they didn't even touch Luffy's people. Instead, someone on his side has broken an arm. Also, looking at the current Straw Hat, it seems that you are ready to get serious. Hurry up! Thinking of Luffy's punch on the ice just now, Blackbeard frowned, and then shouted loudly at the people around him. Others also noticed that Luffy's fist, which jumped into the air, was expanding rapidly. At the same time, there is already a dark armament color covering it. In addition, the black-red lightning that blew Akainu up and fought with Garp before was entangled in the expanding fist again. The expressions of Blackbeard's group changed greatly, whether it was Akainu, who was rescued by Kizaru, who was still lying on the ground, or Garp who was sitting there. They all told them that the power of this move is definitely not something that can be easily blocked. Moreover, looking at the fist that keeps getting bigger, if it slams down directly, there may be no place to hide. Damn it, forget it. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, his face turned fierce, and the darkness behind him that had not retracted quickly swallowed the surrounding wall. Chapter 399 The Arrival of the Red Hair Pirates. This Kaido is really tough. On an island not far from Marineford, many people are sitting or lying on the ground without any image. This island is now in a state of tatters and will sink at any time. The only plants left on the island are also burning at this time, and will turn into a pile of ashes at any time. But he ran away in the end. Lakielu lay on his back on the ground, and he didn't know when. There was another chicken leg in his hand, and his round belly was facing the sky at this time. His purpose is just to fight, and whether it's with Marine, with the Whitebeard pirates, or with us, it's all the same to him. 39. Ben Beckman shoved the cigarette in his hand into his mouth, took a breath and said, but looked at Shanks not far away, who was watching Kaido leave. Now that Kaido has run 730, it is time for them to move on to the next step. Okay, little ones, we should go on, there's a war waiting for us. Seemingly feeling the sight behind him, Shanks put the griffin in his scabbard back in his scabbard, then turned back and shouted to the crew members who were resting. Don't know what's going on with Marineford either, hopefully things don't get to the point of being irreversible. Otherwise, this sea may be completely violent. Oh. 39. The crew members who were originally resting responded one after another, got up from the ground, and walked towards the ship that was docked on the shore. Hey boss, what are you thinking about? Yasopp, who was running towards the boat, noticed that Shanks hadn't followed immediately, and turned to Shanks and asked. No, nothing, let's go. Shanks shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to care. Yasopp didn't ask any further questions, just nodded and continued toward the boat. Luffy, will you be there? Just after Yasopp turned around, Shanks murmured, and then walked towards the boat as well. This is really exaggerated. When the Red Hair Pirates finally arrived in Marineford, the first thing they saw were the two giant tsunami ice sculptures. In front of them, there are already many wrecks of warships and pirate ships floating on the sea. Although it was not exaggerated to the point that the blood dyed the surrounding sea area red, there were not a few corpses on the sea surface. There are marines, and naturally there are pirates, and not far away, there is a huge circular surrounding wall. The only remaining entrance to the circular surrounding wall, or it could be said to be the exit, was where the corpse of the gigantic demon ounce was lying. If there is no accident, if there is no such corpse, the entire circular surrounding wall may not have this exit. Red hair pirates. When they first appeared here, someone on the outer warship had already discovered them. No way, after all, it is the 4 Emperors Pirates of New World, that flag is too conspicuous. Damn, why are the red hair pirates here, are they already allied with the Whitebeard pirates? 99. When the sight of the red hair pirates was discovered, the expressions of the marines outside changed greatly. The appearance of the red hair pirates at this time is not good news for their marines. Originally, there was a Straw Hat Boy, but now the situation in Crescent Moon Bay is not very optimistic. If even the red hair pirates were involved now, things might not be good. Red hair pirates, what is your purpose here? However, Marine couldn't do nothing at this time, and could only bite the bullet and ask the purpose of red hair pirates here. Hey, have you been found? I wanted to sneak in. Shanks nonsensically opened his mouth to several cotters around him, which immediately attracted the eyes of several people. We obviously didn't hide, okay? Isn't it normal to be discovered? 39. Is it? LOL. Hearing this, Shanks seemed to have just reacted, scratching his head in embarrassment. However, just as he looked up at Marine not far away, the original hippie smile suddenly disappeared. Instead, a majestic and hacky face. Don't be so nervous, we are here only to end this war. While speaking, the Red Foss did not intend to stop, and still drove straight towards the only entrance of Crescent Moon Bay. Red hair pirates, stop your pirate ship. Although Shanks has stated his purpose, it is clear that Marine has no intention of letting the red hair pirates enter Crescent Bay. This is normal though, after all this is Naval Headquarters Marineford anyway. Even if this place has been reduced to a battlefield, if the red hair pirates are also involved, then Marine may really be destroyed today. Although the red-haired Shanks said he was here to end the war, Marine and the pirates had no trust at all. The muzzles of several warships have been aimed at the Red Foss, and if the Red Foss hadn't stopped, they would have fired without hesitation. However, the red hair pirates obviously did not stop, and the Red Firth continued to move forward. At this time, Shanks, who was standing on the bow of the Redford, looked at the surrounding warships that aimed their muzzles on his side, his eyes narrowed. Conqueror's haki poured out at this moment, and an invisible gust of momentum started from Shanks and swept toward those warships. The hull of the warship began to crack, and Marine on the ship also rolled his eyes at this moment, and his body fell softly. At this moment, on the warships that were about to open fire, only a few people were left standing there. Damn, it's Conqueror's haki. Officer Marine, who was still standing, looked at all the Marine soldiers who had fainted around him, and couldn't help gnashing his teeth at Shanks Group 0.4. However, without the soldiers to open fire, he rushed up and desperately alone, but he was only going to die, and he could only watch the Red Foss constantly approaching the Crescent Moon Bay. And just as the Red Fourth was docked near Ounce's body at the exit, a deep darkness suddenly erupted from somewhere in Crescent Moon Bay. At the same time, there was one more person in the sky. On the head and feet, the fist changed from small to large, and finally became an exaggerated size, which seemed to cover the entire Crescent Moon Bay. And on that fist, the dark and rich armament haki covered it, and black-red lightning radiated from the fist to the arm. No way! Looking at the huge fist that suddenly appeared, and the various colored hakis wrapped around the fist, even as a crew member of the 4 Emperors Pirates, they were all in shock at this moment. Chapter 400 Surprised Red Hair Pirates. Does that person look familiar? If this fist hits, it is estimated that even the Whitebeard Pirates will attack together. Perhaps without us, this war will soon be over. In the end, it became a size that could only cover a few Blackbeards. I also feel a little familiar. Obviously, the people in Crescent Moon Bay, like them, were watching Luffy's battle at this time. Even though the surrounding walls might be tough, Shanks would definitely not be able to take the punch. It's not easy to run away. If you can't take my move, just die here, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Although I got confirmation from Shanks and recognized it myself, I just couldn't believe it. After the shock, there was a brief silence, and then someone spoke with some uncertainty. Looking at the darkness rising into the sky, Shanks' observation haki also sensed the aura of the man he cared about. Usopp gave Shanks a funny look and laughed. One can imagine the consequences of such an attack hitting the solid ice of Crescent Moon Bay. It's a little familiar, but not the same. Is it really little Luffy? But, how did it look like this? Now is not a good opportunity to get off the boat, but the fist is about to fall. Then disembark, there is no sea for the Red Falls to move forward in the next place. Blackbeard's hands were already covered in darkness, and the darkness swirled in Blackbeard's palms like Uzumaki, as if to devour all Kabuto. This kind of nonsense is really exactly the same as Garp, completely ignoring the consequences of doing so. However, there is no spare time to continue to grow bigger. Luffy's voice resounded in Blackbeard's ears, and they stared at the fist that was about to fall. The corners of Shanks' mouth twitched, and there was a hint of nostalgia on his face. Shiryu of the Rain also squatted down slightly, and his hands holding the long sword kept accumulating power, condensing the strongest blow. What a foolish kid, I thought he was mature enough in the previous conversation, but he still likes to fool around like the old guy. 55. If Luffy can't pull the punch, Whitebeard will definitely hit the punch. The reason why I have become so big is just to see how big my body can become. Reaching out and stroking the 3 scars on his left eye, Shanks' eyes couldn't help but turn serious. Moreover, several familiar auras still exist in the Crescent Moon Bay. It's really messed up, but, facing that kind of guy, really shouldn't let him live. And, is that Conqueror's haki twist? Is this guy trying to destroy Marineford? Also, Sengoku glanced at Whitebeard out of the corner of his eye, and he wouldn't let Luffy's punch fall. Not to stop Luffy from killing Blackbeard, but to not let Luffy hurt the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks sighed slightly. Observation haki had already covered the entire battlefield. However, the Marines and pirates in Crescent Moon Bay may suffer. Looking at the fist that seemed to cover the entire Crescent Moon Bay, Sengoku's face darkened, and then he glanced at Garp who was still sitting there. However, Sengoku and Whitebeard's concerns were unnecessary, and Luffy's punch was always aimed at the Blackbeards. Sengoku is ready. If Luffy really smashes such a big fist directly, he will shoot whatever he says. Based on the current punch alone, it is estimated that Captain Shanks will be able to take the next step. Even Katrin Daime, who had a broken arm, turned into a fox-headed orc with a ferocious face. After all, with this level of armament haki, coupled with the entanglement of Conqueror's haki, the attack power of this punch has definitely reached a terrifying level. It was unrealistic to want to continue to escape. Several people stopped and used their abilities to fight Luffy's punch. It can be clearly felt that in Crescent Moon Bay, there are no other fighting sounds at this time, but there are still a lot of breaths. This is naval headquarters, and not all the surrounding Marines died. Many were just stunned by Luffy's Conqueror's haki before. It's Luffy, has your strength reached this level? Haha, how could it be possible to leave like this, although it is not the same as expected, but since Luffy has come this far, why should we meet again? Hey, bro, what are you talking about? Who is this person, do you know each other? However, of course, there are also people who don't know each other. After all, even if it is red hair pirates, there will be new people joining. With such a big fist, presumably they don't know where to run, and in the end they can only act together in 730. Not only was the entrance blocked by the corpse of the demon ounce, but also the frozen sea in Crescent Moon Bay could be seen from here. Yes, then, this person is. But now that I really saw it, I found that at this time, they were really no longer Luffy's opponents. And once the surrounding wall is broken, the ice layer in the Crescent Moon Bay is also broken, and the surrounding is probably surging upwards, and it is easy to be knocked over by the waves. Looking at the huge fist falling from the sky, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly, and the hand that was not holding Kong Yunki had already exerted a little force, clenching it into a fist. The people at Red Hair Pirates seem to know who the owner of that fist is. But this is not a big problem for their Red Hair Pirates. After all, they have never eaten devil fruit. Even if they fall into the sea, it doesn't matter. However, the awakened rubber fruit seems to have no limit. Luffy feels that even this level of size is not his limit. At the same time, it is only to prevent Blackbeard and others from escaping. So shall we leave like this? If they really let Luffy's punch fall, they'd be really helpless. The fist was about to fall, and just when Sengoku and Whitebeard were about to lose their hold, Luffy's fist, which was enough to cover the entire Crescent Moon Bay, was also shrinking continuously. You know, Marine isn't the only one here, and the Whitebeard pirates haven't left either. And this is what Luffy wanted. Before they felt that Hawkeye was joking with them, even if they knew that Luffy's talent was indeed amazing, 14 but it would take at least a little time to catch up with them. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.